Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live in our studios based in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we are now 20 days into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we do know Russian troops are inching closer to the capital city of Kyiv with a series of strikes on residential neighborhoods. We are bringing you two live feeds right now where we have refugees who have fled Ukraine. They are currently at the Polish-Ukrainian border, and of course a live shot of the capital city of Kyiv. And as Russia steps up its assault on the capital, leaders of Poland and the Czech Republic, as well as Slovenia, announced that they will be traveling there today on a European mission to show support for the country. Also, the UN Secretary General is now warning that Russia using nuclear weapons during its assault on Ukraine is now within, quote, the realm of possibility. He told reporters that Putin's decision early on in the invasion to put his nuclear forces on high alert was, quote, a bone-chilling development. Also today, we do know that Russian and Ukrainian negotiators have started a fourth round of peace talks that happened yesterday aimed at stopping the conflict. Those were temporarily paused but are expected to pick back up today. We do know that the goal is to focus on establishing a ceasefire, the withdrawal of Russian troops, and security guarantees for civilians in Ukraine. Now, we do want to head out to some new video that we have coming into our desk today. Again, this is new video coming into our desk showing some of the damage that people are currently dealing with in Ukraine. Ukraine's state emergency service says a strike hit the apartment block yesterday in Kyiv, causing a fire and leaving at least one person dead and 6 others injured. Now, this video published by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, shows local officials there. We're going to lower this sound for you. Shows local officials there gathered to assess the extensive damage to an apartment block caused by that Russian shelling. Now, this woman that you're seeing right there on your screen, she was interviewed saying that, quote, I woke up because the bed was shaking. I was scared. I came to the window to look if other houses were damaged. Now, another woman speaking to Current Time said, quote, I could not imagine that something like this would happen here in Kyiv. It's horrible. Damn Putin. Now, the mayor there said one person was killed and again 6 people were injured. He also said that a rocket hit a bus again in Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. Now, video footage shows a dramatic rescue in Kyiv as well as firefighters carried an elderly woman from an apartment building that was hit by shelling. They transported her on a stretcher along a ladder. We do know that artillery hit the 9-story structure yesterday morning local time and set part of the block on fire. Altogether, 4 people were brought to safety by those firefighters. There were no reports of any major injuries. Meanwhile, as Russia advances its assault on Ukraine, those peace talks again are expected to pick back up today, but the diplomatic path remains fragile. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Poland with the details.
Talks between Russia and Ukraine continue today, even as cities across Ukraine continue to come under attack. Massive explosions ripped through a downtown residential building in Kyiv early this morning. The attack just hours ahead of more peace talks between Russia and Ukraine.
And we obviously would love to see them succeed, clearly, but there hasn't been much progress in that regard.
Around the capital city of Kyiv and across other cities and towns in Ukraine, residents and first responders survey the damage from weeks of aerial strikes.
We are bombed during the day and during the night. We are peaceful citizens. It's a nightmare what Russia is doing on the territory of Ukraine.
The humanitarian crisis is growing not only in Ukraine, but neighboring countries. Poland has taken in the majority of refugees. Many of them must now find new homes and rebuild their lives.
Those who want to remain here will have possibilities to join our schools and kindergartens. We will also try to find them all any job.
Meanwhile, an anti-war protester in Russia interrupted a live broadcast on state TV denouncing the war.
I am grateful to those Russians who do not stop trying to convey the truth, to those who fight disinformation and tell the truth.
Reports claim the Kremlin is turning to China for their war effort. The White House says there will be consequences if China does help. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for those reports. Vladimir Klitschko, brother of Kyiv's mayor and fellow boxer, denounced what he called, quote, Russia's war against civilians after that city bus was hit by a missile. Klitschko posted this video from the scene. His brother also visited the scene where he said 1 person was killed and 6 were wounded. Like we just showed you moments ago, CCTV footage from a nearby park showed the moment of impact. And this is the video of that moment of impact we're talking about. This video footage shows an apparent rocket strike near Kyiv Park. It happened yesterday. As you can see, it captured the moment a rocket hit a bus and damaged nearby buildings. We do want to warn our viewers that some people may find this video disturbing. A man seen in the video walking in the park, visibly shaken by the blast, which happened around 11 a.m. local time. In the capital, the dramatic footage shows him stop, look up, see something in the sky before that large explosion happens seconds later. We do know photos posted of the aftermath showed heavy damage to buildings and vehicles in the area. And we do want to take you out to the White House this morning in Washington, D.C. A live look here, again, of the White House this morning at 6:15. We do know that the Biden administration and congressional leaders are keeping a closer eye on the developing situation in Ukraine, where, as we just mentioned, Russian military forces are ramping up their attacks around the capital city. The Ukrainian president will be addressing U.S. Congress this week. That's going to be coming up tomorrow in hopes of rallying more support in his country's fight against Russia. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Slava Ukraine.
Cited as a profile in courage, President Vladimir Zielenski has rallied the world in support of Ukraine for weeks. Now he's getting ready to address U.S. lawmakers in a speech to Congress Wednesday.
It is nearly unheard of in modern times that we hear from a leader fighting for his life.
Zielenski is pleading for more action from the U.S. as U.S. officials warn Russia could be getting ready to use chemical weapons to attack Ukraine.
I want to really go hard on military assistance for Ukraine. If there's use of chemical weapons, that's time for a no-fly zone.
The White House is threatening severe consequences if President Putin uses chemical weapons, though it's unclear what those consequences would be.
You have to weigh how you can lead the world, how you can make very clear that actions are horrific.
At the same time, the Biden administration is keeping an eye on China's response. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with China's top diplomat for 7 hours in Rome Monday. Amid concern, Beijing has signaled it would be willing to give military and financial support to Russia.
It is incumbent upon every country around the world to speak out clearly, to allow there to be no ambiguity in terms of where they stand.
The president is expected to sign a spending bill containing roughly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine this week, as Zielenski says his country will need help rebuilding from war. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We also want to get you to this video of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielenski visiting wounded soldiers at a military hospital. This video from just the other day shows writing on Facebook that the best gift for them would be, quote, our common victory. Now, the president's visit came as at least 35 deaths were reported in the wake of missile strikes on a military base near the Polish border. Again, this is Ukraine's president still staying in his country in the capital city of Kyiv, not fearing Russians and instead taking some time out of his day to visit his soldiers and fighters, again, who are fighting Russians now invading his country on day 20. And the mass exodus of refugees escaping Russian forces invading Ukraine is now causing serious concerns for humanitarian organizations, warning that human traffickers could take advantage of the millions of women and children seeking shelter abroad, offering them free food, clothes, and shelter, only to kidnap them. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more.
They trek through snow, dirt, and mud. Others march along highways or try cramming into crowded buses and trains. Some don't know where they are heading. They just know they need to get out. It's all the result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which the United Nations says has already caused more than 2.8 million Ukrainian refugees to leave their homeland.
The risks for other people that can capitalize on the pain of these families is very high.
But as thousands more continue seeking safety in neighboring countries like Poland, Hungary, Romania, and others, humanitarian agencies say they must prevent victims of war from becoming victims of human trafficking.
They can offer us help for free to reach any country, to have an apartment.
Volunteers say all it takes is for someone to put their trust in the wrong person for them to be sold as sex workers or forced laborers.
We found three men that was trying to get a bunch of women into a van. When we approached them, they got nervous and they just left immediately.
And data from the European Union found worldwide human trafficking to be a $32 billion industry in 2020. But with all the fears, some refugees say they have few options. Government agencies in Germany are warning Ukrainians not to accept free help from strangers upon arrival and telling German citizens looking to help to register on official websites to prevent any crimes. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. And as you just heard her say, 2.8, almost 3 million refugees fleeing Ukraine again since the Russian invasion of the country happened 20 days ago. We do want to take you out to these two live feeds that we have coming into our desk. Again, you can see refugees there at the Polish-Ukrainian border who are again fleeing their country. Also, a live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, where we do know Russian troops are moving closer, and of course the Russian delegation expected to meet with the Ukrainian delegation to hopefully have some sort of ceasefire, possibly a temporary ceasefire, or create more human corridors for people to flee Kyiv and other cities in Ukraine as Russian troops continue to launch their attacks. Now, almost 2 million of those refugees have gone to Poland, where officials are now begging for help. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan takes a look.
I want to save my children.
To save her boys, Tanya turned online.
I said I'm mother to children.
After parting with her husband, she fled Ukraine and posted her story on a site connecting those in need with those opening up their homes. It linked her with a family in Germany. Are you excited to meet them?
Yes, but I'm very scared. Sorry.
The displacement to a foreign country is the heartbreak of millions. Most are women and kids.
I leave because I want so my children.
I don't want my kids to know what war means.
It's not just mothers saving kids, it's also children saving parents, like Marina taking her mom to Italy. The journey was too dangerous for the 85-year-old to do alone.
We've lost everything.
As asylum seekers flee to neighboring countries, more than 1.7 million of them have come through Poland, according to Polish border reports. The mayors of the country's largest cities say they cannot keep up as people sleep on the floors of warehouses and train stations. Moved and motivated by the images pouring out of Poland, one couple drove 12 hours from Berlin to drop off supplies.
Mr. Putin is crazy. Absolute crazy, and we must help the people.
On the way back, the pair will drive Tanya and the boys to their new temporary home. the next leg of an already tough journey.
This was difficult.
Most painful of all was leaving behind their dad.
This is very difficult.
A burden slightly more bearable with the support of strangers, stepping up in whichever way they can. In these stories of incredible generosity, the refugee crisis has also opened the possibility to human trafficking and abuse. Members at the UN Refugee Agency tell me that Berlin police have already been investigating about 40 suspicious people waiting for refugees at train stations. Everyone who accepts help is told to send photos of the driver's license plate and identification to loved ones before getting in those cars. In Poland, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some drone footage recorded in Mariupol, Ukraine. It shows several military vehicles being targeted. Again, this drone video showing those attacks. The city, located along the Sea of Azov in southern Ukraine, has been besieged by Russian forces since earlier this month. Local authorities there say that the death toll in that city had now reached more than 2,100. And as we first told you last week, officials there are now digging mass graves because there are so many deaths and because the morgues just cannot contain that many people. Now, this video again showing the targeting of several vehicles. It was posted by the Azov Battalion, a far-right paramilitary group that was absorbed in the Ukrainian National Guard. Members of the battalion have been involved in this fighting in Mariupol. And other satellite imagery shows widespread damage throughout residential areas in the southern Ukrainian city of Mariupol, as we just said, following those Russian strikes. The images collected by Maxar Technologies on March 14th show fires burning across the city. High-rise apartment buildings have also been heavily damaged or destroyed. Now, Russia is denying that it is asking for help in its war effort from China. Moscow reportedly wants money and equipment and help, some backup for their military as well. Now, this comes as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with his Chinese counterpart in Rome. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has this story.
As Vladimir Putin grows more frustrated, top Biden officials are keeping an anxious eye on China.
We have seen the relationship between the PRC and Russia grow closer. This is not a phenomenon that has taken place over recent days or even recent weeks. This is a relationship that has grown closer over the course of many years now.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with top Chinese diplomats in Rome today. The goal, talk the country out of helping Russia. Sources confirmed to Fox News that Russia recently asked China for military and economic help. China today called for diplomacy, while the Kremlin denied the allegation. Over the weekend, Sullivan made it clear a Russia-China alliance is a problem.
We are communicating directly, privately to Beijing that there will absolutely be consequences for large-scale sanctions evasion efforts or support to Russia to backfill them.
Separating the two countries won't be easy. Just last week, China reiterated its commitment to its next-door neighbor.
The friendship between the two peoples is ironclad, no matter how perilous the international landscape.
U.S. officials believe the top levels of the Chinese government were aware of Putin's plans well before Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. Presidents Xi and Putin saw each other in Beijing last month at the Olympics.
The Chinese meeting with the Russians in Beijing really was a deciding point.
Lawmakers want the consequences for China to be bold.
Let's start telling China, if you pick sides and you pick Putin, the war criminal, over world order, then you're gonna have a tough time trading in the free world.
Top Chinese officials have yet to come out and condemn Russia. When the UN Security Council voted to condemn Russia several weeks ago, China abstained. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you for that report. Now, Russia has officially banned Instagram. The head of Instagram taking to Twitter to call the move, quote, wrong, explaining it cuts 80 million in Russia off from one another and from the rest of the world, as 80% of people in Russia follow an Instagram account outside of their country. Russia's state communications regulator says the ban is in response to Instagram's parent company, Meta, allowing Ukrainian users to call for violence against Russia and Russians on its platforms. Meta says it does not condone violence against Russians in general or permit calls to assassinate a head of state, which, of course, we have heard for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now to London, where activists have occupied a London townhouse that's associated with the Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. The squatters say they want the property to be used to support Ukrainian refugees. Last week, the government of the UK seized his assets and it expanded sanctions against wealthy Russians and corporations. The British government is trying to put pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin's regime to end the invasion of Ukraine. Now, in the sanctions announcement, Deripaska, founder and president of the aluminum company Rusal, was referred to as a prominent pro-Kremlin oligarch who was closely linked to Putin. Yesterday, these activists stood on the balcony of 5 Belgrave Square and unfurled Ukrainian flags and a banner proclaiming that the property had been, quote, liberated. And National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan trying to get a handle on where China stands in the Ukraine conflict. And this all comes as President Biden is talking about his domestic agenda and trying to shift blame for his troubles here at home. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has this story.
President Biden spent Monday promoting his spending plan that's still stalled in Congress, claiming it won't contribute to inflation and repeating claims Vladimir Putin is responsible for pain at the pump.
The current spike in gas prices is largely the fault of Vladimir Putin. It has nothing to do with the American Rescue Plan.
Meanwhile, a world away, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spent 7 hours in Rome meeting with a top Chinese diplomat. Amid concern, China signaled willingness to fulfill Russia's request to provide military equipment and economic aid to support its war in Ukraine. A U.S. official described the meeting as intense, the White House signaling secondary sanctions may be on the table.
If China were to decide to be an economic provider or to take additional steps there to Russia, they only make up 15% or 15 to 20% of the world's economy. The G7 countries make up more than 50%. So there are a range of tools at our disposal.
So far, the White House is unwilling to draw a red line at what kinds of atrocities the U.S. will watch without direct intervention, even as the U.S. warns Russia may be planning a chemical weapons attack, something that for President Obama in 2012 in Syria was a red line.
A red line for us is we start seeing a whole bunch of chemical weapons moving around or being utilized. That would change my calculus.
The Biden White House relying on a global response in such a scenario.
Isn't there a concern that if we don't draw the line at something like chemical weapons, that it'll make it easier for malign actors to use them in the future because they'll just go unpunished?
You heard the president say on Friday that there would be severe consequences and the world would respond.
Tonight, the president's spending the evening at a DNC fundraiser. White House officials are discussing the possibility of a trip for the president to Europe in the coming weeks to focus on Ukraine. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We do want to take you back out to the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do now know that nearly 3,000 people have fled Ukraine just within the past 20 days since this Russian invasion began. Now, this is, again, a live feed coming into our desk from a refugee shelter and train station, again, at the Polish border with Ukraine. We also want to take you out to the White House, again, where you just heard a report about inflation. We will have more on that coming up in just 2 minutes after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is about 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. You are taking a live look at the International Space Station expedition, 66 U.S. spacewalk, where that is expected to begin shortly. Again, here on Live Now from Fox, so getting a live look at space there today. It looks like that feed is cutting out, but we do want to take you to some other video that we have here on Live Now from Fox pertaining to a similar situation where Russian state media actually posted a video trolling the United States, showing Russians abandoning the ISS in space and leaving behind American astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who has been in space for now more than 300 days. NASA says current plans for the astronauts' return remains unchanged, and that all will return from the International Space Station back to Earth via a Russian spacecraft later this month and touch down on March 30th. This, though, occurring after President Biden slammed Russia with sanctions impacting the country's space program amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's head out to the story with Fox's Anna Iliopis.
An American on board the International Space Station is facing his biggest challenge yet. Mark Vande Hei is due to return to Earth aboard a Russian spacecraft on March 30th. There are now growing fears Russia may leave the astronaut behind after President Biden implemented sanctions on Russia following the invasion of Ukraine.
We are in communication with our Russian colleagues. There's no fuzz on that.
Russia has not responded to these claims, but they did post a video on Twitter showing Russian crew members covering the American flag on a rocket. Some say Russia is sending mixed messages to both Russians and Americans at the ISS.
We can't give the crew conflicting directions. We can't put them at odds with each other. You know, we can't tell the Americans to do one thing and the Russians are telling them to do something else.
SpaceX founder Elon Musk is stepping in and has offered to send a rocket to rescue Hei if the Russians leave him stranded. But officials at NASA are confident Hei will return home as expected. The space agency releasing a statement saying in part, quote, ongoing station operations continue. On March 30th, a Soyuz spacecraft will return as scheduled, carrying NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei.
We're not seeing any impacts to what's going on around us. We're able to do our jobs. We're aware of what's going on, but we are able to do our jobs and continue operations.
On Tuesday, Vande Hei will break Scott Kelly's record for the longest single mission aboard the International Space Station, spending 340 days in space. Anna Iliopoulos, Fox News.
All right, Anna, thank you for that report. Now, we do want to take you back out to the International Space Station where we just mentioned that is expected to happen later today, that spacewalk. This is a live look from space, as we mentioned, the International Space Station. We do know that they are there. They are going to be kicking off a roughly 6.5-hour spacewalk designed to help pave the way for upcoming solar upgrades. So again, one of the live feeds that we are monitoring here today on Live Now from Fox. We do want to head out to another story that we are following, though. Our Live Now's Andy is speaking with a former diplomat. So let's go ahead and listen in to their full conversation.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us on your Monday night. I hope you had a very good weekend. We're going to get into some more of the latest headlines and developments out of Ukraine. Joining me now to discuss that is former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. It's been a while since we have spoken, but there was a major scoop over the weekend by the Financial Times, essentially saying that Russia has asked China for military equipment and other assistance to support its invasion of Ukraine. If that stands up, what does that mean for the conflict going forward and for American-Chinese relations?
Well, first, I would say Russia is looking for a lifeline, and both on a military front, but also on an economic front. And Beijing is in a challenging position. And what you saw play out today in Rome with the national security advisors meeting, U.S., Chinese, was essentially an opportunity for the U.S. to deliver a direct and, quite frankly, a very serious warning to China to not provide support to Moscow, that it was not only going to be condemned, but as we heard over the weekend in a number of interviews, that the U.S. and allies stand ready to sanction China. And China has to watch carefully here its next move. So I think there's a lot of both public messaging, but even more serious private messaging being delivered at this point.
Brett, is it a concern of yours and maybe some of your contemporaries that China will help Russia evade sanctions?
Well, this is the interesting issue, because China, while tacitly supportive at the outset of this invasion, on the other hand, realizes, one, that the invasion is not going particularly well, so they may be loath to hitch their wagon to a train that is not advancing as far and as fast as I think the Russians hoped. On the other hand, they have a lot to lose, and China, both from a political standpoint, can lose a significant amount of international influence. It obviously also has its own designs on Taiwan. So China has to be careful from a political standpoint. But then lastly, from an economic standpoint, while Russia has some international exposure, China has major international exposure. And I think the potential that China could find itself running up against an international community that is more consolidated, is more committed to this idea that these sort of actions are not acceptable, would be a major threat to Beijing. So they're going to have to walk very carefully here.
Yeah, and of course, reporting out of that meeting in Rome between Jake Sullivan and his Chinese counterpart was described as intense. It was about 7 hours long. So it was interesting to see the readout from that and where that goes from here. I wanted to get your opinion as well. There's been some talk about a potential trip by President Biden to Europe in the next couple of weeks. Is that too little, too late, or should that be a welcome visit to shore up support for Ukrainians? Of course, I don't believe he would go to Ukraine, obviously, but just to show and signal to our European and NATO allies the United States still has their back.
I think it is important, and particularly to those NATO allies in the Baltics, as well as Romania and Poland as well. I think it's important to show that commitment at the highest levels of the United States to their defense. It also, quite frankly, is an opportunity for the president to play commander-in-chief at a moment when the world and the West certainly face a unprecedented threat in this modern era. Biden wants to be seen, not just at the White House, not just in the Situation Room, but on, if you will, the front lines of those issues and threats. So I think Biden and his team are looking at how best to execute that kind of trip, that kind of messaging.
Brett, as well, because, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris was there last week meeting with her Polish counterparts and in Romania as well. But I wanted to get your opinion because when we last spoke, all these sanctions were being put on. But I've been asking our guests and experts who have been coming on, what is the breaking point for Vladimir Putin? When does Vladimir Putin blink, essentially? Because even today, we learned that Russian economy is sinking, that we know they're about to default on their debt. Do you think there's a moment in time, maybe this week, maybe next week, where Putin does blink and come to the table?
Well, I think many observers believe that this is an extraordinary threat to Putin's grip on power in Moscow. And basically, he has two options. Option one is to up the ante, to go even farther, potentially challenging NATO to a direct confrontation in the hopes of somehow rallying public opinion, dividing the West over whether or not or how to respond. The other scenario is that he takes this off-ramp, and you heard over the weekend from a senior Chinese official in the New York Times penning this op-ed suggesting that China could help to broker the peace deal out of this crisis. And it's there. That deal is there, I think, if Putin should choose to take it, where probably Ukraine says we will not pursue membership in NATO. We will not, for the foreseeable future, seek the return of those breakaway separatist regions as well as Crimea. And Putin basically is able to walk away from this with something in hand, and the Ukrainians can regain some semblance of peace.
You know, and that also kind of brings to mind other nations, other partners who are also in the mix, trying to broker, trying to mediate, potentially the Saudis, potentially the Israelis, and so potentially we saw last week the Turks were trying to as well. I want to, on the flip side of that question, though, what does the Biden administration need to do still to keep the pressure on? We got this bipartisan letter from members of Congress, about 15 of them, who are essentially saying we need to do more militarily with more arms shipments, with more aid. What else can we do?
Yeah, and I would align with that sentiment. I think the U.S. needs to do much more. If you follow the headlines over the last few weeks, we've given a few $100 million in these last couple of months to support the Ukrainian defense forces. It needs to be several times that. We need to be talking in the billions of dollars, especially at the rate at which the Ukrainians are going through some of these weapons. So I think, one, we've got to significantly increase that military support. Two, I think we can look at different options when it comes to whether it's better control over the airspace. Those could include anti-aircraft systems as well as drones and other capabilities that don't necessarily involve sending American or NATO planes over Ukraine. And then lastly, and I think it's important that we not forget, and we've seen just in the last few hours, the demonstration of dissent on the home front. The U.S. has to also work on weakening Putin's position at home, not just with economic sanctions, but also, I think, with an aggressive posture towards trying to promote greater transparency, declassifying intelligence, ensuring that the Russian people can really see what's happening in Ukraine.
And Brett, speaking of that, we just have this screen grab of this amazing moment that happened on Russian state television. And this is a tweet from a BBC journalist, but he says, absolutely astonishing, during Russian Channel 1's evening news broadcast, a woman ran onto the set with a sign that says, "No war, don't believe the propaganda. They're lying to you here." She's, been detained already. She worked as an editor at the news channel there and faces many years in prison because of a new law Putin's government and the Russian Duma enacted hampering independent media there. That is quite a fracture. That is quite a break, especially on the news there in Russia.
Well, and I have to say, Andrew, it is a moment that reflects a much deeper and a much broader level of discontent in Russian society. I mean, to have someone who works at Putin's prime propaganda channel to, in such a public way, in such a way that personally risks their own safety and security, that of their families. I mean, that is a powerful, powerful statement, and I think indicative of things to come. All the more reason, though, that we have to emphasize the importance of getting, truth to the Russian people.
All right, Brett Bruen, as always, we appreciate your time and insight into all of this. We'll speak again.
Thank you.
And a big thanks to our Andrew Kraft for that important conversation. Now, we do want to take you out live to Moscow, where, as you just heard Andy speaking about that, we do know Russian officials are currently meeting with Iran officials as well, where they are going to be discussing the Iran nuclear deal. So again, this feed coming into our desk live from Moscow, Russia. It's unclear if that'll be open to us. It looks like we are waiting for them to step up to the podium. But if that is in English, we will, of course, bring this feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We do want to bring you these live feeds that we have coming into our desk. Of course, refugees fleeing Ukraine currently at the Polish-Ukrainian border at a train station. You can see just how packed that is. We do know, according to the United Nations latest count, that 2.8 million, almost 3 million people have fled Ukraine just within the past 20 days. And we do know 20 days ago, that is when Russians decided to invade Ukraine. Also, that live shot of the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine there, where we do know Russian troops are moving closer. We do know just over the last night, actually, that there were several attacks in the capital of Kyiv. We know that Russian forces there are bombarding a block of flats, apartments, and an aircraft manufacturing plant, again, in the capital city of Kyiv. We do know that Ukrainian and Russian officials and delegations are expected to resume possible peace talks today and to hopefully create at least a temporary ceasefire that would help all of these refugees, the ones still in Ukraine, to hopefully create some sort of corridor so they can possibly head out and get to one of those neighboring countries, which again have taken in about 2.8 million people. Now, we do want to head out to a press conference with President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. As we first told you here yesterday on Live Now from Fox, there are reports that Russia is requesting backup, possible military backup from China. That National Security Advisor, though, Jake Sullivan, saying that China will absolutely face consequences if it economically supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
continue to repel this siege. It becomes more evident every day that President Putin has gravely miscalculated. Now, 3 weeks into his unprovoked war against Ukraine, the Kremlin's forces remain stalled in many areas, and convoys have been unable to make significant progress. It is also clear that many brave people of conscience in Russia oppose the Kremlin's unjustified war, despite the unprecedented crackdown on dissenting voices. Ukraine's stiff resistance has slowed Putin's assault, and Ukraine's continued defense has stymied the Russian Federation's plan for an imperial-style land grab. There is a clear off-ramp for this conflict. President Putin must stop the violence, de-escalate, and choose the path of diplomacy. I also want to take a moment to reiterate our strong recommendation to U.S. citizens living in or traveling in Russia. You should depart immediately. This is our recommendation for 10 days now, but I would note that our travel advisory has been at level 4, do not travel, since August of 2020. We have consistently messaged for weeks to U.S. citizens in Russia about the financial issues they may face, the danger in participating in protests, and the diminishing travel options, including flight options to depart. Most recently, we sent an alert about how to find our advice and recommendations, given that Russia is drastically limiting the information space. Our embassy in Moscow has a limited ability to assist U.S. citizens because of the Russian government actions to restrict our staffing there. Since August of 2021, we have been able to provide only emergency services to U.S. citizens. For all of these reasons and more, we urge U.S. citizens to depart Russia now. Next, in celebration of International Women's Day, the U.S. Department of State was proud to announce the awardees of the 2022 International Women of Courage Awards. We were especially honored that First Lady Jill Biden and Ambassador Thomas Greenfield attended the ceremony and provided remarks in honor of the inspirational achievements of the 2022 International Women of Courage awardees. From promoting environmental protection in Bangladesh to combating corruption and organized crime in Brazil to advocating for democracy and human rights in Burma and beyond, the 2022 International Women of Courage are an exemplary group of women. Their strength is endless, their courage is unyielding, and their leadership inspires all of us. The awardees will now embark on an international visitor leadership program virtual exchange to meet and engage with American counterparts in civil society, academia, government, and the private sector in cities across the United States. Over the past 16 years, the United States has proudly bestowed the IWOC Award on more than 170 courageous women from over 80 countries around the world. These women have shown exceptional courage in advocating for peace, for justice, human rights, promoting the empowerment of women and girls in all of their diversity, and making substantive, positive change in their communities, sometimes at great personal risk. We know countries that empower women and girls to be meaningful participants in social, political, and economic sectors of life. They are more just, they are more peaceful, they are more prosperous. It continues to be a great privilege for the United States to stand with the IWOC awardees and highlight the contributions of women from around the world. We remain deeply committed to advancing gender equity and equality at home and around the world as a central foreign policy and national security priority. For more information and updates on the 2022 Women of Courage, we encourage you to follow the hashtag Women of Courage and hashtag IWOC22 on social media. Bless you, and I will take your questions. Yes.
Just logistically, you said they're going to embark on a virtual tour.
That's right.
Is there going to be an actual physical tour?
Knock on wood, COVID conditions permitting. That's correct.
On Ukraine.
Yes.
Yesterday, administration officials were expressing concern that about a Russian request to China for military assistance in their Ukraine invasion. I know that Jake Sullivan met with Yang Jiechi earlier in Rome, and the White House will have more to say about this later. But I'm wondering if, in the meantime, you have gotten any indication that that this request that you say has been made has been met with any kind of a response, either positive or negative, by the Chinese.
Well, Matt, to your question, we haven't spoken to this and not going to comment specifically on these reports. What I can say broadly, however, and you alluded to this, is the fact that our National Security Advisor, who's accompanied by our Assistant Secretary for the region, Dan Crittenbrink, is in Rome today, where they met with Young Decher and his delegation from the PRC. The National Security Advisor and our delegation raised directly and very clearly our concerns about the PRC's support to Russia in the wake of the invasion and the implications that any such support would have for the PRC's relationship not only with us, but for its relationships around the world. That includes our allies and partners in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific. Beyond that, I'm just not in a position to get into the details, but the purpose of this meeting, and you will hear more from the White House later today, I expect, was to convey very clearly our concerns and to discuss the implications.
Okay, but you said that you raised, I can go back and look here, but you said that raised your concerns about Chinese support for. So does that mean that you think that they already are supporting?
I am not confirming anything from here. What I will say is that we are watching very closely the extent to which the PRC, or any other country for that matter, provides any form of support, whether that's material support, whether that's economic support, whether that's financial support, to Russia. Any such support from anywhere in the world would be of great concern to us. It would be of course, the greatest concern if a country like the PRC were to be doing that. A country that, by the way, has tremendous leverage with Russia, has a relationship with Russia that is distinct from the relationship that we or just about any other country on the planet has with Russia. And with that in mind, could do more than probably many other countries to bring an end to this senseless violence, to this brutality, to Putin's premeditated war of choice. We have communicated very clearly to Beijing that we won't stand by if we will not allow any country to compensate Russia for its losses.
Put it a different way. Are you disappointed in how the Chinese have responded to your outreach?
I think, Matt, it is fair to say that it is incumbent upon every country around the world to speak out clearly, to allow there to be no ambiguity in terms of where they stand. You know, we've heard statements from the PRC that have somewhat of an ambivalent message, calling for a diplomatic solution. I read a statement the other day from a PRC official calling the situation complicated. There's nothing complicated about this. This is naked aggression. This is a war of choice. This is a country, one individual at the top of that country, violating in a brazen manner what have been the cardinal rules of the international order for the past 70 years. The basic tenet that big countries cannot bully small countries, that might no longer makes right, concepts that should have been banished to the last century, should not be around today. So we would like to see every country make very clear where it stands and to stand on the side of the rules-based order. The very rules-based order, Matt, that has benefited, of course, not only the United States and our allies and partners, but also countries like Russia and China. One final point on this, and we've made this point before. Countries like the PRC have, over the years, touted and brandished the concept of sovereignty, often pointing to sovereignty in any manner, in any matter of foreign policy and diplomacy. If the concept of sovereignty means anything in practice to a country like the PRC, we would expect countries like that to stand up, to speak out, to make clear that a blatant violation of state sovereignty, the likes of which we have not heretofore seen in this century, is unacceptable. Tamara.
So just to follow on that, follow up on that, Ned. We have reporting showing that U.S. sent diplomatic cable to allies in NATO and in Asia saying China had shown willingness to supply Russia with military and economic assistance. Can you say anything about the scope of this economic and military assistance?
I can't, and I would point you to that somewhat extended answer I just gave to Matt. The point is, it is true. We have coordinated very closely with our allies and partners. We have shared concerns not only about of course, Russia's egregious behavior, but concerns beyond that. I'm just not in a position to speak to it in detail.
So what's next then? Because Jake Sullivan over the weekend said there would be consequences. Will you guys now convene and start working on a sanctions package for China as well?
Well, again, we're not going to preview where this might go. Obviously, don't want to entertain a hypothetical like that at this point, but I can point to what has happened today. And the National Security Advisor, our Assistant Secretary, our delegation met with Young Decher and his delegation to precisely make clear our concerns and to be very candid in terms of the implications. Again, we are watching very closely to the extent to which the PRC or any country in the world provides support, material, economic, financial, rhetorical, otherwise, to this war of choice that President Putin is waging against the government of Ukraine, against the state of Ukraine, against the people of Ukraine. And we have been very clear, both privately with Beijing, publicly with Beijing, that there would be consequences for any such support.
Just at the beginning of this, the Chinese were walking a more ambiguous line, perhaps. What is your assessment that why they changed their mind and are now partnering up with Russia?
I am not going to speak for the PRC. I will let them explain their actions. I will let them.
U.S. assessment of why Beijing has changed their mind. Surely you have an assessment.
I will let them explain their actions. I will let them explain their words. I think there is a lot for them to explain. Look, I think the broader point is that we have seen the relationship between the PRC and Russia grow closer. This is not a phenomenon that has taken place over recent days or even recent weeks. This is a relationship that has grown closer over the course of many years now. And I think we saw an encapsulation of that with the 5,000-word communique that the two countries put out now a number of weeks ago. Without going too deep into the analysis of the relationship of that two sovereign countries share, what I will say is that what does seem to unite them is a vision of the world that is in stark contrast to the vision that the United States and our allies and partners have not only built and promoted and defended, but the system that itself has advantaged countries like the PRC and Russia. This is a free and open rules-based order that has governed affairs between states for more than 70 years now. This is very clearly a case of two autocracies with the desire to see a world that is more closed, that is less open, that is less free, come together, in some ways joining forces. And we're watching very closely to determine the form that any such cooperation may take. Andrea.
Ned, it seems hardly a coincidence that this is a pivotal moment in terms of Russia and Russia's finances. There is a lot of reporting that they could default by Wednesday if someone doesn't bail them out. And now you have the National Security Advisor on a quick trip to Rome to talk to the Chinese in a matter of some urgency. So would it be fair to conclude that it is vitally important to the sanctions that were imposed on the central bank and on Russia in general by the U.S. that you get an answer in the next, within 24 hours, within 48 hours from China, that this is a key moment in terms of potential financial support?
Andrea, I think it is fair to conclude that the Russian economy is in dire straits. That has been the case ever since these series of sanctions and other economic measures were instituted at the very outset of the invasion of Ukraine. We can point to any number of metrics. I did see an independent analysis that Russia's on the brink of default. We know that its credit rating is now at junk status. We know that the Russian stock market
good morning, yes.
will be closed at least through this week, now going on several weeks of closure in an apparent effort to forestall capital flight that is bound to happen as soon as the Russian stock market reopens, whenever that is. The ruble is almost literally worthless. It is worth less than a penny at this point. You could go on and on and on. Here's the point. We've made very clear that any country that would seek to attempt to bail Russia out of this,
Yeah, that's fine. That's good, and I'll take it from there.
Will be met with consequences. We will ensure that no country is able to get away with such a thing. But here's the other point. No form of economic or financial support will be able to extricate Russia from the strategic morass that it has created for itself. Russia today, Russia going forward, is a much weaker country. It is a country that is in a strategically unenviable position because of the diplomatic isolation, the diplomatic rebuke, but also the economic costs and the export controls. The measures that we have put in place to see to it that Russia cannot import the inputs, key components it needs for its strategic ambitions in the world. That is not going to change. That will not change until and unless President Putin changes course.
Controls are a long-term issue for Russia. The collapse of its currency and lack of reserves to bail it out is precipitous.
You have a series of short-term and long-term measures.
Short-term, what do you understand the financial relationship between Russia and China to be as of today?
Look, I will let these two countries speak to their relationship. It's not for me to characterize the economic relationship or the potential economic relationship. It is for me to characterize the consequences that would befall any country, whether the PRC or otherwise, that would seek to help Russia avoid the brunt of the measures that have been put in place by really the rest of the world, or certainly a large majority of the world. And that's the other important point. Russia and China, when you combine their GDPs, it's something like 25% of global GDP. When you combine the GDP, the economic might of the United States, the European Union, our allies in the Indo-Pacific, our other allies and partners that have joined us, well over 50%. So there is not a country out there that would be able to fully extricate Moscow from this. The only thing that could relieve the pressure, that could extricate in a...
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is about 7:13 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we are listening in to the latest update from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, speaking to reporters, taking questions, and saying that Russia is a much weaker country now that it has invaded Ukraine, which, again, we are now going on day 20 of that Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to switch gears and head out to New York for an update on a gunman who's wanted in a string of targeted attacks on homeless people. We have learned that that suspect has been arrested. So again, we will have that live story coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is about 7:15 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we are taking you out to New York City this morning. This live shot coming into our desk where we do have an update for you. We know that a gunman wanted in a string of targeted attacks on homeless people in New York City and in Washington, D.C. has now been arrested. We do want to head out to New York City where our Fox 5 New York team is covering this story. So again, we are going to head out there right now where Fox 5's Robert Moses is live in New York City today. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. We know that the suspect has been arrested in Washington, D.C.
That's right, Mackenzie. We got word of the arrest earlier this morning. Authorities in the southeastern portion of the city of Washington took him into custody. He matched the description following a ton of publicity surrounding this case, and I'll show you what we mean by that. You see these wanted posters pretty much everywhere you look in this neighborhood. This is Lafayette Street in Soho in Manhattan. This was the scene of a heinous attack, one of 5 heinous attacks that took place. This one was on Saturday, and a man ended up dying here as a result of that. Word of this apprehension comes just hours after the mayors of both New York and Washington, along with top police brass from both cities, held an urgent news conference announcing a $70,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Authorities had released some new images, some video of this suspect who they say is responsible for shooting 3 homeless men in Washington. Those attacks started on March 3rd, and then the authorities say he is responsible for 2 shootings here in New York, so 5 in total. 1 man in each city was killed. The man who died here in New York City was shot early on Saturday morning, as I mentioned, here on Lafayette Street. It was caught on surveillance video, just a terrible video to watch as the suspect sort of nudged the sleeping man in a sleeping bag with his foot, looked around to make sure there was no one watching, and then savagely shot him multiple times before fleeing. Well, the good news this morning is that that suspect has now been taken into custody. No word on his identification yet from police. Also, charges are still pending, but many nerves were frayed here in New York as well as in D.C. Already, homeless people struggle with so many issues. This was just another that they had to deal with. They feared for their lives, and now at least it appears as though police have taken that suspect off the streets this morning. Mackenzie, back to you.
And Robert, I did want to ask you 2 quick questions. The first question, any possible motive on why this man allegedly chose to target homeless people in New York City and D.C.? Any indication as to why he would kill them?
We don't know, and authorities, more to the point, didn't know either and may still not know. They're in the process of interviewing this man at the homicide branch in Washington. But last night at that news conference that I alluded to, they called him depraved. They couldn't make sense out of why he might be targeting homeless men in particular. They also didn't have any information on his residence, whether he lives in D.C. or New York or somewhere else. They weren't sure about how he was moving between the 2 cities. He started off in Washington and then came up here. They weren't looking for any vehicle, so it's unclear how he got here after he was in Washington. So lots of unanswered questions this morning. We hope to have some of those questions answered as authorities say more later on.
And Robert, last question I have for you. We do know that police and government officials yesterday warning homeless in both New York City and D.C. to seek shelter as they worked to capture the suspect. So now that they have a suspect in custody, are they sort of letting homeless residents there know that it is safe for them, or are they still telling them to try and seek shelter?
Well, I think word is still getting out here in the city that this man has been taken off the streets. But look, even before these shootings, there was a big push in New York, in particular, to get homeless people off the subways. We've had a major issue here with people sheltering all night long in the subway system. And the new mayor here, Eric Adams, has said, look, that's not a dignified way to treat homeless people. They have a right, legal right to shelter here in New York City. So there was a big push to get the unhoused off of the subway system, off the streets, and into safe shelters. The problem is many homeless did not want to take the city up on those offers because they fear for their safety in those shelters. They say they don't feel safe in the shelter system. So it's a real bind. Where do they go? Do they sleep on the streets and perhaps risk being targeted by a crazed gunman, or do they go into the shelter system and risk their safety there? Seems that there's a bit of a sigh of relief this morning, but obviously the conversation about how to deal with the homeless and house them the best way possible, that conversation goes on this morning. Back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Again, thank you so much for that report, Robert. We appreciate it. All right, now we do want to head out to another story that we are following today. This one coming out of Philadelphia, where we do know that a suspect arrested in another case there, as we reported to you yesterday. Here on Live Now from Fox, a man accused of stabbing two Moma employees in New York yesterday, has been arrested. So we do want to get you this video from yesterday, as well as this graphic up there on your screen. If you can just bear with me just a second. There we have it. Again, a man accused of stabbing two Moma employees in New York has been arrested in Philadelphia. Police were aware that the man known as 60-year-old Gary Cabana could have been making his way to Philadelphia after allegedly stabbing those two employees at the museum on Saturday afternoon. Now, according to police, he started a fire in a room on the 5th floor of the Best Western yesterday night after using the name Joseph Cabana to book the room. So again, we do know police were aware of this suspect's identity. They had learned that he was making his way to Philadelphia, and we do know that there was extensive damage to that hotel room. That is according to police. Investigators there looked through surveillance video and recognized Cabana from their joint investigation with police departments in New York City and in Washington, D.C. Police say that they found Cabana sleeping on a bench at a nearby Greyhound bus station around 1 o'clock in the morning today and took him into custody. So we will be heading out live to Philadelphia in about an hour or so, where we will have Fox 29's Steve Keeley giving us an update, the latest information on this arrest, again, of a suspect, a man accused of stabbing two Moma employees in New York, who was arrested this morning at about 1 a.m. Eastern time here in Philadelphia. So again, we will have that story in a live report coming up in about an hour or so here on Live Now from Fox. And we also want to take you out to another story based in New York. A suspect is under arrest in the alleged hate crime beating of a 67-year-old Asian woman. Yonkers police say the person in this surveillance video is Tamel Esco. According to police, Esco used a racial slur as the victim approached her building. This happened on Friday, but we are just getting this new video into our desk. They say he then struck her from behind as she tried to open the inside door and then punched her in the face and head over about 125 times. So again, the suspect in this video, police say, used a racial slur against a 67-year-old Asian woman, went up to her from behind and then punched her in the face and in the head 125 times. Esco has been arrested. He is charged with attempted murder and assault as a hate crime. That victim today is said to be in stable condition. And here in Florida, police have made an arrest in connection with fentanyl overdoses that involved 5 cadets of the U.S. Military Academy West Point at a Florida vacation home during their spring break. The Wilton Manors Police Department said 6 men and a woman overdosed on fentanyl-laced cocaine and were taken to the hospital on Thursday. 5 of the victims are West Point cadets. None of them died, but 4 are still on ventilators, according to police. Now, fentanyl is typically put into other drugs like cocaine and heroin to give the user an even bigger high, but we do know that it is deadly and is fatal in a lot of cases. It does come from China and is usually shipped to Mexico, where it is added to those drugs in back alley labs and then sold here in the United States. And in Texas, advocates and members of the LGBTQ community rallied at the Texas state capitol to denounce Governor Abbott's directive that families of transgender kids be investigated for gender-affirming care. State representatives joined local organizations to support trans rights. Last week, a Texas district judge temporarily blocked the governor's directive. The American Civil Liberties Union, that's the ACLU, and Lambda Legal have sued to stop that directive. Senator Patty Murphy met with federal judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who has been nominated by President Joe Biden to fill the Supreme Court's seat that is being vacated by retiring Justice Stephen Breyer, the Democrat from Washington State. And the judge did not speak with reporters as they headed to their meetings. Murray has been a strong advocate, having a black woman on the Supreme Court. That would be for the first time. Now, she had previously voted to confirm Jackson to the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and has said that she's exceptionally impressed by Jackson's background. We do know changes in Senate rules mean a Supreme Court nominee can move forward and be confirmed with a simple majority. Now, we do know that those Senate hearings are expected to happen in the coming weeks, and we, of course, will carry that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to take you out to this live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, the capital city of the country, where we are now on day 20 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. As we've been reporting to you, we do know that potential peace talks are expected to resume today to hopefully create some humanitarian corridors for people who are trying to flee Ukraine. As of yesterday, the latest update from the United Nations shows that 2.8 million people, almost 3 million people, have fled Ukraine just within the 20 days since this war began. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have all the latest updates on this Russian invasion of Ukraine when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is about 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you out to 3 live feeds that we are monitoring that are coming into our desk here on Live Now from Fox. We want to show you the first one, the Joint Expeditionary Force in London in the United Kingdom, currently happening right now. We do know that Ukraine's President Vladimir Zielenski is expected to address this meeting, again, happening in the UK as we speak right now. We also have a live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, where we do know Russian forces are inching closer to the capital city, overnight launching several attacks on flats and apartment buildings there. Also, another live feed, the Polish-Ukrainian border, where refugees are currently taking shelter at that train station, trying to flee their country as this Russian invasion of Ukraine now goes on day 20. So again, we are going to listen in to this Joint Expeditionary Force meeting happening in London, where you can see Ukraine's president speaking there virtually on the monitor. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Sovereign and independent Ukraine. That is our mission. Anyway, I think that really, without further ado, colleagues, we should hear from the President of Ukraine. Vladimir, it's great to see you. I don't know whether you can hear us. Vladimir, can you hear us?
Yes, I do. Can you hear the interpretation? Do you have the interpretation?
We can hear the interpretation well, thank you. How are you doing?
Great, thank you very much. Yep, I'm doing well. Strong enough, and thank you for the kind words that you said, Boris, and it goes not only to me but also to our nation, to our army. They're doing a great job. Thank you for this invitation. I would like to say a couple of things. You do know, Boris, that I'm a very open and sincere person, and I apologize sometimes for being rigid in my words, but this is our life. This is because of such attributes of our nation, we can be so strong against the full-fledged Russian aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak and for you coming together. 8 years of war of Russia against Ukraine. This is the 20th day of the full-fledged invasion that doesn't need any additional detail. On the daily basis we have same news about the shelling, about cruise missiles, about destroyed houses and thousands of people left without shelter. You understand 100% the level of threat that we're dealing with today. You understand what we are defending from. I can't say from whom we are defending ourselves, because I don't even consider them human beings. They're like beasts. And I'm grateful for the support that Ukraine is getting at these times. People will always remember who have come to help us during these most difficult times. I would like to present my vision today on how we could stop the aggression and how we can stop that war, how can we reach the peace and to Europe and provide guarantees to the world and to the humanity in the place of the old security instruments. I think Russian invasion has destroyed all the security infrastructure and international infrastructure. The way of the organization that we all relied on and international conventions were undermined in the strongest alliance in the world, NATO, which seems, or some of the members of these alliances are hypnotized by Russian aggression. We hear a lot of conversations about the Third World War, that allegedly it could start if NATO will close the Ukrainian sky for Russian missiles and planes. Therefore, the humanitarian no-fly zone was not yet established. That allowed Russian army to bombard peaceful cities and blow up housing blocks and hospitals and schools for we understand that. We are quite adequate regarding our understanding. We have heard for many years about the open doors, but we also heard that we can't enter those doors. This is truth, and we have simply to accept it as it is. And I'm glad that our people already have come to that understanding, and we count on ourselves and on the partners who are helping us bilaterally. Ukraine is not counting on triggering Article 5, and we keep reminding that we need to protect our sky just like the NATO sky, but we understand there are always these buts. So what would be the response of the alliance in the West when these countries will come and ask for support and defense if, God forbid, Russia cruise missiles and jet fighters will attack them 20 kilometers from the border in Vigo Oblast? Was already cruise missiles of Russian drones were already hit down the NATO territory. I think that the NATO alliance will not be afraid to trigger Article 5. There will not be this self-imposed hypnosis regarding Third World War. We have proposed a way of allowing Ukraine to protect our skies and our people, to protect it on our own. We understand that we are not part of the alliance, which would be bad, protecting ourselves single-handedly, and I want everyone to hear this, and especially those countries who have borders on Russia should think about their independent defense capabilities. We are doing our best to get the jet fighters and missile defense systems. So we need some new format. If we cannot enter the open doors, then we have to cooperate with platforms and unions that allow us to do so. The ones that will help us protect ourselves, for example, with your platform. And we would like to also have individual guarantees. We need to have a reliable guarantees that will work for us and therefore for you. Russian propagandists, they keep repeating that the Ukrainian war is only the beginning, and the Kremlin people are saying this. They're saying there will be other moments, as they say, they're fear-mongering and saying there are other European countries will come. They're saying this now, and they're mentioning many of you, those who are listening to me right now, they are saying this after the sanctions have already been imposed, when the world is having to show solidarity in condemning Russian aggression. So sanctions are not enough, although we're very grateful for that. So the aggressive plans of Russia has not yet collapsed, and it is understandable why, because the world is silent after 2 nuclear power plants were captured. We're just hearing words, and that's not enough. They've shelled the biggest MPP in Europe. They've put under jeopardy Chernobyl nuclear power plant. They have storage for the disposed nuclear fuel as well. That's very dangerous. And what was the response? We think none. Many international companies have not yet withdrawn from the Russian market, although severe sanctions were introduced, and you know these brand names very well. We know more about this because we have a war here going on a daily basis, and we keep track of this, and we keep track of how this works, because it's important how powerful sanctions that were introduced by you and other countries, how they work in reality. Some countries said that they would leave, but in fact they are only waiting for this to finish and how this will finish and when they will be able to come back to the Russian market. They don't care about 97 kids. 97 kids were killed so far, and the NASA continues to trade. They don't count how many cities were destroyed by Beltrelli. Philip Morris continues to make money in Russia. They don't care about more than 800 missiles. This is officially that hit Ukrainian target. Raiffeisen Bank and other banks are wiring money, which are all covered with blood. And those who have left Russian markets, there are some companies amongst them who are not even firing anyone. We have those numbers. They don't lay off their staff. They just pretend to be observing the sanctions. And what that speaks to, this is a delusion, this is a deceit in a way, the same like with the closed sky, because difficult to say who can help us with this, and I don't see and I don't hear where that help can come from. So we don't have any mechanism of impacting, influencing those corporations, so they ignore what the International Committee has decided. We can't do anything, and this is at the time of the most horrific war since World War II, and this has to be done now, before Russia advances further on. The sanction policy should be such that no one can even think about any advance of the war, and that's not even about Russia, it's about future. What else can happen? There has to be competition for the Russian Navy to use the naval ports of the world. We have to disconnect the Russian banks from SWIFT completely. We have to acknowledge Russia as a raw state, and there has to be a trade embargo with Russia. This is something that we need, and something that you need as well, just like the rest of the world, to make sure that there is peace in Europe and Ukraine. I'm grateful to Great Britain and personally to Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is 7:43 in the morning here on the East Coast. We were just listening in to this feed coming into our desk of the Joint Expeditionary Force in London in the United Kingdom, where we do have the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson there with several other UK leaders, and also Ukraine's President Vladimir Zielenski speaking virtually, addressing this meeting again in London. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It is about 7:45 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you up to speed with everything that is currently going on. We do know that we are now 20 days into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Russian troops are inching closer to the capital city of Kyiv with a series of overnight strikes on residential neighborhoods. And as Russia steps up its assault on the capital, we do know leaders of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia announced that they will be traveling to Kyiv today on a European mission to show support for the country. Also, the United Nations Secretary General is now warning Russia using nuclear weapons during its assault and war on Ukraine is, quote, within the realm of possibility. Now, he did tell reporters that Russian President Vladimir Putin's decision early on in the invasion to put his nuclear forces on high alert was, quote, a bone-chilling development. Russian and Ukrainian negotiators started a fourth round of peace talks yesterday aimed at stopping or at least pausing the conflict. Those were paused yesterday, but are expected to pick back up sometime today. The goal, of course, is to focus on establishing a possible ceasefire. We know they're also trying to create humanitarian corridors so people who want to leave Ukraine can leave safely. You're taking a live shot of the Ukrainian-Polish border there, where you can see lines of people fleeing Ukraine, currently trying to cross the border into Poland, again, as those Russian troops continue to attack Ukraine. And we do have some updates for you. You can see the graphic there on the bottom of your screen. The mayor of Kyiv announcing a 35-hour curfew as Russian troops continue to launch attacks. We do know that that curfew is expected to go into effect tonight at 8 p.m. local time. The mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, said, quote, today is a difficult and dangerous moment. The capital is the heart of Ukraine and it will be defended. He also added Kyiv, which is currently the symbol and forward operating base of Europe's freedom and security, will not be given up by us. We also know that Ukrainian officials are claiming casualties are approaching 20,000 in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, which is located in the southern portion of the country. So again, approaching 20,000 casualties just in the city of Mariupol alone. And also, again, Russian troops are continuing to inch closer to Kyiv. We do want to take you out to some video new into our desk this morning of some of the damage that they are currently seeing in Kyiv, Ukraine, where, as we just mentioned, Russian troops are continuing to launch attacks. We know just overnight alone, Russian troops launched several attacks on civilian buildings. This video from Ukraine's State Emergency Service says a strike hit an apartment block yesterday in Kyiv, causing a fire and leaving at least one person dead. We also know at least 6 others were injured. Now, interviews filmed by Current Time, which is an organization there, according to one woman they interviewed, she said, quote, I woke up because the bed was shaking. I was scared. I came to the window to look if other houses were damaged. Now, another woman speaking to Current Time, according to the translation, said, quote, I couldn't imagine something like this would happen in Kyiv. It's horrible. Damn Putin. Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said one person was killed and again 6 others were wounded. As we said, he is now issuing a 35-hour curfew as Russian troops continue to launch those attacks. And this video footage shows a dramatic rescue in Kyiv as firefighters carried an elderly woman from an apartment building that was hit by Russian shelling. They transported her on a stretcher along a ladder. Artillery hit the 9-story building early yesterday morning and set part of the block on fire. Authorities say several floors there were destroyed. Altogether, in this particular building, we're told 4 people were brought to safety, and there were no reports of any injuries. Now, Russia is advancing its assault on Ukraine, as you see here in this video, but as those peace talks are expected to pick up today, the diplomatic path, though, remains extremely fragile. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Poland with the details.
Talks between Russia and Ukraine continue today, even as cities across Ukraine continue to come under attack. Massive explosions ripped through a downtown residential building in Kyiv early this morning. The attack just hours ahead of more peace talks between Russia and Ukraine.
And we obviously would love to see them succeed, clearly, but there hasn't been much progress in that regard.
Around the capital city of Kyiv and across other cities and towns in Ukraine, residents and first responders survey the damage from weeks of aerial strikes.
We are bombed during the day and during the night. We are peaceful citizens. It's a nightmare what Russia is doing on the territory of Ukraine.
The humanitarian crisis is growing not only in Ukraine but neighboring countries. Poland has taken in the majority of refugees. Many of them must now find new homes and rebuild their lives.
Those who want to remain here will have possibilities to join our schools and kindergartens. We will also try to find them all any job.
Meanwhile, an anti-war protester in Russia interrupted a live broadcast on state TV denouncing the war.
I am grateful to those Russians who do not stop trying to convey the truth, to those who fight disinformation and tell the truth.
Reports claim the Kremlin is turning to China for their war effort. The White House says there will be consequences if China does help. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to show you this video footage showing an apparent rocket strike near a Kyiv park yesterday. It captured the moment a rocket hit a bus and damaged nearby buildings. We do want to warn our viewers, some people may find this video disturbing. A man seen in this video walking in the park is visibly shaken by the blast, which happened around 11 a.m. local time in the capital of Kyiv. Again, this is just one glimpse of what Russian troops are doing to the capital city. Now, the dramatic footage shows the man stop and look at something in the sky before a large explosion happens second later. Photos posted of the aftermath showed heavy damage to buildings and vehicles in the area. Also, Vladimir Klitschko, brother of Kyiv mayor and fellow boxer Vitaly Klitschko, denounced what he called Russia's war against civilians after that city bus was hit by a missile. Klitschko posted this video that we want to show you. He posted this video from the scene. His brother also visited the scene, where he did say one person was killed and 6 others were injured. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Look like destroyed buildings, destroyed infrastructure. City bus just got hit by the rocket. Lives are getting lost. That's the war that Russia started. That's the city of Kyiv. And many cities in Ukraine were destroyed. Lives were taken. That's the truth. These images is the truth of Russian war against Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine. That's what it looks like.
Again, that is a look at some of the video there from the aftermath. We do want to take you out to this live shot of the White House today in Washington, D.C., where the Biden administration and congressional leaders are keeping a closer eye on the developing situation in Ukraine, where, as you saw in those videos, the Russian military forces are ramping up their attacks and moving closer to the capital city. The Ukrainian president will be addressing Congress this week in the hopes of rallying more support in his country's fight against Russia. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Slava Ukraine.
Cited as a profile in courage, President Vladimir Zielenski has rallied the world in support of Ukraine for weeks. Now he's getting ready to address U.S. lawmakers in a speech to Congress Wednesday.
It is nearly unheard of in modern times that we hear from a leader fighting for his life.
Zielenski is pleading for more action from the U.S. as U.S. officials warn Russia could be getting ready to use chemical weapons to attack Ukraine.
I want to really go hard on military assistance for Ukraine. If there's a use of chemical weapons, that's time for a no-fly zone.
The White House is threatening severe consequences if President Putin uses chemical weapons, though it's unclear what those consequences would be.
You have to weigh how you can lead the world, how you can make very clear that actions are horrific.
At the same time, the Biden administration is keeping an eye on China's response. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with China's top diplomat for 7 hours in Rome Monday. Amid concern, Beijing has signaled it would be willing to give military and financial support to Russia.
It is incumbent upon every country around the world to speak out clearly, to allow there to be no ambiguity in terms of where they stand.
The president is expected to sign a spending bill containing roughly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine this week, as Zielenski says his country will need help rebuilding from war. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We also want to show you this video where we do know the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski visited wounded soldiers at a military hospital. This video taken just a few days ago shows him here again in one of those hospitals visiting his soldiers. The president did write on Facebook that the best gift for them would be, quote, our common victory. His visit came as at least 35 deaths were reported in the wake of missile strikes on a military base near the Polish border. And we actually do want to take you out to this live feed that we have of refugees near the Polish border, again, fleeing their country as the Russian invasion of Ukraine now goes on day 20. We know that Poland has taken in a majority of those refugees, according to the United Nations. At last check, their last count, 2.8 million people so far within the 20 days that Russian troops have invaded Ukraine. Again, 2.8 million people have fled the country and are fleeing to those neighboring countries, including Poland. So again, this is just one of the live feeds that we want to show you. Another one coming into our desk, we want to take you out to France, where if we can get this video up for you really quick, we do want to take you out to France, where we know the president is currently meeting with refugees there. Again, this is the French president, again, meeting with some of the refugees who have fled to his country. As you just heard, the United Nations says about 2.8 million people have fled the country. So again, this is just one of the live feeds that we have. President Macron and his interior minister and minister for citizenship visit a center for Ukrainian refugees. So again, just one of the live feeds that we have coming into our desk. We do want to get you out to another important story where we know the mass exodus of refugees escaping Russian forces invading Ukraine is causing some serious concerns today about human trafficking. Humanitarian organizations are warning that human traffickers could take advantage of the millions of women and children who are seeking shelter abroad, offering them free food, clothes, and shelter, only to kidnap them. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more.
They trek through snow, dirt, and mud. Others march along highways or try cramming into crowded buses and trains. Some don't know where they are heading, they just know they need to get out. It's all the result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which the United Nations says has already caused more than 2.8 million Ukrainian refugees to leave their homeland.
The risks for other people that can capitalize on the pain of these families is very high.
But as thousands more continue seeking safety in neighboring countries like Poland, Hungary, Romania, and others, humanitarian agencies say they must prevent victims of war from becoming victims of human trafficking.
They can offer us help for free to reach any country, to have an apartment.
Volunteers say all it takes is for someone to put their trust in the wrong person for them to be sold as sex workers or forced laborers.
We found three men that was trying to get a bunch of women into a van. When we approached them, they got nervous and they just left immediately.
And data from the European Union found worldwide human trafficking to be a $32 billion industry in 2020. But with all the fears, some refugees say they have few options. Government agencies in Germany are warning Ukrainians not to accept free help from strangers upon arrival and telling German citizens looking to help to register on official websites to prevent any crimes. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you a breaking news update that we have right now. We have learned from the United Nations the latest update. If we can get this graphic for you up on the screen, the United Nations now says 3 million people have fled Ukraine just within those 20 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. This is video coming into our desk of the Polish-Ukrainian border, where you can see people bundled up. It is cold out there. People bundled up with their bags, taking what they can, fleeing their war-torn country again as Russian troops continue to move in. Most of those refugees heading to Poland, where you see here the Polish-Ukrainian border. And we do know that this is Europe's biggest refugee crisis since World War II. So again, the United Nations, just learning this news here on Live Now from Fox, says the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine is now past 3 million. So we do know that about 2 million have crossed into Poland, where officials are begging for more help. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more.
I want to save my children.
To save her boys, Tanya turned online.
I said I am mother to children.
After parting with her husband, she fled Ukraine and posted her story on a site connecting those in need with those opening up their homes. It linked her with a family in Germany. Are you excited to meet them?
Yes, but I'm very scared.
The displacement to a foreign country is the heartbreak of millions. Most are women and kids.
I leave because I want so my children.
I don't want my kids to know what war means.
It's not just mothers saving kids, it's also children saving parents, like Marina taking her mom to Italy. The journey was too dangerous for the 85-year-old to do alone.
We've lost everything.
As asylum seekers flee to neighboring countries, more than 1.7 million of them have come through Poland, according to Polish border reports. The mayors of the country's largest cities say they cannot keep up as people sleep on the floors of warehouses and train stations. Moved and motivated by the images pouring out of Poland, one couple drove 12 hours from Berlin to drop off supplies.
Mr. Putin is crazy. Absolute crazy, and we must help the people.
On the way back, the pair will drive Tanya and the boys to their new temporary home, the next leg of an already tough journey.
This was difficult.
Most painful of all was leaving behind their dad.
This is very, very difficult.
A burden slightly more bearable with the support of strangers, stepping up in whichever way they can. In these stories of incredible generosity, the refugee crisis has also opened the possibility to human trafficking and abuse. Members at the UN Refugee Agency tell me that Berlin police have already been investigating about 40 suspicious people waiting for refugees at train stations. Everyone who accepts help is told to send photos of the driver's license plate and identification to loved ones before getting in those cars. In Poland, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We do want to show you this new drone footage recorded in Mariupol, Ukraine. It shows several military vehicles being targeted by weaponry amid recent fighting. Now, the city located along the Sea of Azov in southern Ukraine has been besieged by Russian forces since earlier this month. We know local authorities said on Sunday that the death toll there had reached more than 2,100. And as we first told you here on Live Now from Fox, city officials in Mariupol digging mass graves to deal with the mass casualties that they are experiencing as Russian troops move in. Again, this footage showing the targeting of several military vehicles. It was posted by the Azov Battalion, a far-right paramilitary group that was absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard. Members of the battalion there have been involved in that fighting in Mariupol, where we do know just in that city alone, the death toll is now more than 2,100. Also, the satellite imagery showing that widespread damage throughout those residential areas in the southern Ukrainian city of Mariupol, as we just said, following those Russian strikes. These images collected by Maxar Technologies show fires burning across the city and high-rise apartment buildings damaged by those missile strikes. And Russia is denying that it is asking for help in its war effort from China. Moscow reportedly wants money and equipment and possible help from their military. And this comes as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with his Chinese counterpart in Rome. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has this story.
As Vladimir Putin grows more frustrated, top Biden officials are keeping an anxious eye on China.
We have seen the relationship between the PRC and Russia grow closer. This is not a phenomenon that has taken place over recent days or even recent weeks. This is a relationship that has grown closer over the course of many years now.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with top Chinese diplomats in Rome today. The goal, talk the country out of helping Russia. Sources confirmed to Fox News that Russia recently asked China for military and economic help. China today called for diplomacy, while the Kremlin denied the allegation. Over the weekend, Sullivan made it clear a Russia-China alliance is a problem.
We are communicating directly, privately to Beijing that there will absolutely be consequences for large-scale sanctions, evasion efforts, or support to Russia to backfill them.
Separating the two countries won't be easy. Just last week, China reiterated its commitment to its next-door neighbor.
The friendship between the two peoples is ironclad, no matter how perilous the international landscape.
U.S. officials believe the top levels of the Chinese government were aware of Putin's plans well before Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. Presidents Xi and Putin saw each other in Beijing last month at the Olympics.
The Chinese meeting with the Russians in Beijing really was a deciding point.
Lawmakers want the consequences for China to be bold.
Let's start telling China, if you pick sides and you pick Putin, the war criminal, over world order, then you're gonna have a tough time trading in the free world.
Top Chinese officials have yet to come out and condemn Russia. When the UN Security Council voted to condemn Russia several weeks ago, China abstained. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thank you for that report. We do want to head out to a live feed that we are getting from the International Space Station. So we want to get this graphic up for you right now. Again, this is a live feed coming in from outer space. We do know that the International Space Station is going to be conducting a spacewalk today to conduct some solar upgrades. Kayla Barron and Raja Chari, those astronauts are scheduled to step outside the orbiting lab later today. They're going to be kicking off a roughly 6.5-hour spacewalk designed to help pave the way for upcoming solar array upgrades. So again, just one of the live feeds that we are getting into our desk today. We also want to take you out to New York City today. We want to switch gears and take you out to New York City for an update on a story where we do know that a man accused of stabbing 2 Moma employees. That is the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. A man accused of stabbing 2 of those employees in New York has actually been arrested in Philadelphia today. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to head out to Philadelphia, where we have Fox 29's Steve Keeley with the latest update. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live in our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is about 8:13 in the morning here on the East Coast. And we do want to take you out to other news regarding Washington. The Biden administration is reflecting on the impact of the American Rescue Plan as it has had on the economy about 1 year later after being signed into law. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has a closer look from Washington.
At risk of losing their majorities in the House and the Senate, Democrats are working furiously to frame their message ahead of the 2022 midterm elections. At the Democratic National Committee winter meeting over the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris urged members to focus on the positives.
Our task is to show people that in many ways they got what they ordered.
Democrats tout serving up the American Rescue Plan, the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package last year. On Monday, the Biden administration also awarded more than $400 million for transit projects in 39 states, made possible, they say, by the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
It's only the beginning. Hundreds of billions of new investments are on the way.
But Democrats are facing several challenges, with the Build Back Better bill and voting rights legislation stalled. And higher prices on nearly everything from groceries to gas are threatening to sink their prospects in November. Republicans pinning inflation on massive spending under Democratic leadership.
You can't force this much money into the economy without causing inflation. It's just unbelievable.
They say all of it building appetite for change just 8 months from now.
We'll come back very strong.
A key report measuring wholesale inflation is due out this week. Economists predict another spike in the Producer Price Index, already up 9.7% compared to a year ago. In Washington, Malva Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. Sticking with COVID and pandemic-related news, Pfizer is planning to submit data to the FDA in regards to a fourth COVID shot. The company also says they are working on a vaccine that can protect against all variants. The CDC says around 81% of Americans ages 5 years old and older have received at least one dose. Daily COVID cases and deaths have sharply declined since its Omicron peak in January. The news comes exactly 2 years to the day after COVID was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. And we are now averaging just over 34,000 new COVID infections every day, which is the lowest number in about 8 months. Children, however, are still being hit by the outbreak, leading to questions about masking and other COVID restrictions. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has more from Atlanta.
COVID cases are up slightly among children, and we're learning more about the impact it's having. The American Academy of Pediatrics says more than 12.7 million kids in the U.S. have tested positive. Most report mild symptoms, but many report new, unexplained symptoms after the virus has run its course, including difficulty breathing, organ inflammation, and repeated reinfection. That trend has some health officials suggesting it might be time to pause the lifting of COVID restrictions.
I am a little bit concerned about what seems to be a high hospitalization threshold for triggering implementation of community measures like masking.
But those restrictions are quickly falling by the wayside, especially in schools. Starting today, California and Seattle are dropping mask mandates for students, with most doctors saying all the indicators are in the right place.
I've been pleased with how the data has come down, and it is the right moment to transition.
But many cities and states are still recommending masks for 2 to 5 year olds because they cannot get vaccinated, resulting in significant pushback from some parents and lawmakers.
The youngest children are the ones that shouldn't be wearing masks to begin with. It's so critical for their developmental growth.
A new CDC study shows universal masking in schools reduce COVID infection rates by up to 90% between July and December. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you for that report. We do want to head out to New York City. This is a live shot of New York City today. It is about 8:18 in the morning, and we want to provide you an update. We have learned that a man accused of stabbing 2 Museum of Modern Art, 2 Moma employees, has been arrested. So we do want to head out to Philadelphia, where that suspect was arrested today. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley is covering this story for us. Steve, again, we do know that the suspect was arrested in Philadelphia this morning. What can you tell us?
For that guy, they get an arson fire right near the convention center here in a hotel on the 5th floor. And when fire department people instantly recognize this was intentionally set, it becomes a crime scene. And they get the surveillance video from the crime scene. They said, who checked into this room? It was just registered under a man named Joseph Campana. And that is the middle name of Gary Campana, the man wanted for the Museum of Modern Art stabbings Saturday. So they put 2 and 2 together. They get the surveillance from the hotel fire scene, and they get the surveillance from New York, and they go, it's the same guy, not just a lookalike. So they start searching the area around the hotel, and there's a Greyhound bus station there, and they find Gary Cabana asleep on a bench in the Greyhound bus station. He comes in, doesn't put up a fight. In fact, he's actually crediting Philadelphia police. When we talked to him briefly, he said, hey, you got the greatest police in the country here in the United States. And then later in the police car, he said, greatest cops in the country because they just saved the country. They got me. I'm public enemy number one. Regina?
Yeah, Steve, and I also wanted to ask, he was arrested this morning. What time was this at, and did he go into police custody without a fight? Did he put up a fight at all?
Yeah, he did not put up any fight. In fact, he was kind of jovial with us when he was in handcuffs, so no trouble at all. And he was asleep, so they got him asleep, so he was no risk because he was considered armed and dangerous. They're still now going to get a search warrant for that room and see if they can find any weapons. Remember, he had that knife in New York, and we don't know where that is still to this moment. So 1:30 in the morning, they find him in the bus station, and that bus station has a lot of homeless people sleeping in and around it quite often. But he stood out because they had those surveillance pictures from both the hotel fire scene just hours before and when he checked in, and also the New York surveillance pictures and all the pictures that were blanketing the world, really, since that happened Saturday. So he's going to be here in Philadelphia, and he's going to be processed on some serious charges here first, including that arson, where who knows, if the fire department wasn't able to put out that fire, you've got a busy hotel there right next to the convention center with conventions coming and going in this city right now. Then obviously he'll be extradited back to New York. No New York police here outside of Philadelphia Police Headquarters spotted just yet. We just saw the detective team on this case leave to go probably be back to the hotel to get more in that search warrant. And then New York police obviously will come down here as soon as they can and get their hands on him and bring him back to New York to face the serious charges there.
All right, Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley giving us a live report on that situation. Steve, thank you so much.
You got it.
And we do want to head out to another story that we are following today, crime-related, specifically out of New York City, where we have learned that the gunman wanted in a string of targeted attacks in New York City, those attacks targeting homeless people. This man has been arrested and is now in police custody. Again, this is the suspect that New York City police is wanted, or rather has been arrested in a string of targeted attacks on homeless people, not only in New York City, but also in Washington, D.C. The manhunt underway for about a day. And again, we do know that this suspect, who has not officially been identified, we have not received an official name from him yet from police, but he has been arrested in connection to those crimes. So we do want to head out to Fox 5 New York, where our team there has more on this story.
A massive manhunt is underway for a suspect responsible for a string of shootings involving homeless people in New York City and Washington, D.C. Officials from the NYPD and Washington Metro Police released this surveillance video of the suspect. All of the incidents were unprovoked and took place over a span of under 2 weeks.
We know that this is a scary situation. It is unconscionable that anybody would target this vulnerable population.
The suspect started the string of attacks in D.C. between March 3rd and March 9th. Police say the alleged gunman shot 3 men over that time frame. One of the victims was found dead inside of a burning tent, and an autopsy revealed he suffered gunshot and stab wounds.
We're calling on all of our residents who are unsheltered, both in D.C. and New York City, to seek shelter.
The suspect's rampage continued in the Big Apple over the weekend. A 38-year-old homeless man shot in the right forearm Saturday was rushed to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Hours later, the suspect fatally shot a second person who appeared to be sleeping on a lower Manhattan street. And on Sunday, police found a 6th possible victim with injuries to his right leg. Further tests will be conducted to determine if the man was the victim of a homicide.
Once the New York and D.C. investigations were linked, our investigators began the seamless exchange of data, pictures, and other clues.
The NYPD and the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department are both offering rewards for any information leading to an arrest. In New York, Lauren Green, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. In other crime news, the suspect is under arrest in the alleged hate crime beating of a 67-year-old Asian woman. Yonkers police say the person in the surveillance video is Temel Esco. According to officials there in Yonkers, he used a racial slur as the victim approached her building on Friday. So again, this did happen Friday, but we are now just getting in this surveillance video. Police there say that he then struck the woman from behind as she tried to open the inside door and then punched her in the face and head 125 times. So again, the 67-year-old woman attacked, hit in the face and the head 125 times, allegedly by this suspect. Now, Esco is charged with attempted murder and assault as a hate crime. We have learned that the victim is in stable condition. And police here in Florida have made an arrest in connection with the fentanyl overdoses that involved 5 cadets at the U.S. Military Academy in West Point at a Florida vacation home during spring break. Now, the Wilton Manors Police Department said 6 men and a woman overdosed on fentanyl-laced cocaine and were taken to the hospital on Thursday. 5 of the victims are West Point cadets. None of them died, but 4, according to police, are still on ventilators. Now, we do want to let you know fentanyl, as you may know, is typically put into other drugs like cocaine and heroin to give the user an even bigger high. It comes from China and is usually shipped to Mexico, where it is added to drugs in back alleyways and then sold on the streets here in the United States. And we do want to take you out to this live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, where we do know Russian troops are continuing to move closer to the capital city. We have also learned that the United Nations says about 3 million people have fled the country in the 20 days since Russia invaded the country. So again, 3 million people have fled Ukraine just in those 20 days. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we will have the latest update from the Pentagon. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is about 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. We do want to take you out to a live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, where we do know Russian forces are moving in on the capital city. So again, on this 20th day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we do know that those Russian troops are moving overnight. We know that they bombed several residential areas, several apartment buildings, and flats as well. So again, people in Kyiv, Ukraine, trying to flee the capital city as Russia intensifies its strikes. We do want to take you out to the latest press briefing with Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who says the latest airstrike from Russia indicates forces are broadening their target sets. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Allies about all the things we're doing as an alliance to bolster and support our deterrence capabilities on the eastern flank. From there, he will go to Slovakia. I think we already talked about that last week. And today, the Secretary has added a third stop on in Bulgaria. So he will extend the trip by a day. We'll have a chance to meet with senior civilian and military leaders in Bulgaria. Also a key stop in terms of the eastern flank of the alliance. He looks forward to that. We'll obviously have more detail as the trip progresses and certainly keep you informed. On an exercise note, Operation Noble Defender now is a recurring NORAD air defense operation, takes place throughout the year. This winter's Noble Defender, planned for March 16th, will occur during a series of Arctic activities that demonstrate Allied collaboration to defend North America's northern approaches. This iteration of Noble Defender will incorporate several assets from both Canada and the United States, with support from Denmark to allow air defense operations from full Greenland. During this exercise, NORAD fighters will conduct intercepts of U.S. Strategic Command bombers representing threat platforms throughout the Arctic from Alaska to Greenland. And we'll keep you apprised as that exercise progresses. And then just lastly, on behalf of everybody here at the department, we'd like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family of Brent Renaud, a freelance journalist who was tragically killed over the weekend covering Ukraine. We understand that he was working on a documentary about refugees, and clearly this unprovoked war by Mr. Putin has created now more than 2.5 million refugees. So we applaud the work that he was doing, the bravery with which he did it, and again, our deepest condolences and sympathies go out to his family. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our concerns over the what we understand now is that the injuries sustained by Mr. Benjamin Hall, a Fox News correspondent, also covering the war in Ukraine. We are given to understand that he's being treated right now in a hospital for his injuries. We certainly wish him all the best, a speedy recovery and a safe return. Again, two examples of the dangers in covering war. This is a war that didn't need to be fought, to be sure. But just as to be sure, there are journalists from around the world on the ground trying to discover the truth and to show that truth and to tell these important stories. And again, our best go out to Mr. Hall, and certainly our deepest thoughts go to his family, as I'm sure they are worried about him and his well-being. But again, we're thinking about him. And with that, we'll start taking questions. Let's see, where's my AP guy? Lita, you're on the phone.
Yep, I'm here. Thanks, John. Can you talk a little bit about the strikes on Yavoriv the other day? Are those strikes making it any more difficult for the U.S. to get security assistance in to the Ukrainians? And does that raise concerns about the war moving closer to the Polish border? Are there any new efforts going on to either supplement troops or other systems, weapons, et cetera, to protect Poland?
Near the Polish border at the
So again, without getting into too much tactical detail, Jen, I mean, this was clearly a Russian airstrike. Our understanding is that these were cruise missiles fired from aircraft, long range, on the Yavoriv training facility. there in western Ukraine. I can assure you that there were no U.S. military personnel there at that training facility. That's where the Florida National Guard had been doing their training before they left a few weeks ago. No U.S. contractors there, no U.S. Civilians, no U.S. government personnel there at all. As for the damage done, we know that several structures were hit. We don't have a perfect picture of what the damage was done or how much gear or equipment was hit and with what effect. But as we've said before, this is now the third significant strike in western Ukraine. It certainly appears as if the Russians are broadening their target set.
And were NATO weapon shipments going through that location? Is that why it was being targeted?
I can't speak for Russian targeting justification. That's really not always clear to us. But look, we've been very careful about not wanting to talk about the routes through which security assistance is getting to Ukraine, and I don't want to start by doing that today. I would just tell you that we have multiple routes to get security assistance into the hands of the Ukrainians. This was not one of them.
These Russian planes were in Russian airspace. They didn't cross into Ukraine?
I'd rather not talk about specific air operations for the Russians. We know they were long-range strikes, cruise missiles, but beyond that, I think I'd demur. Yeah, Vladimir.
Thank you, John. So just follow up. Is this airstrike on Yavoriv, and I believe there was another town that was targeted as well. Do you have now indications that there are any efforts by the Russians to interfere with security assistance supplies and routes into Ukraine? Is that a concern now? Because so far, senior officials have been telling us that there were no indications of such an effort. Is the strike on the weekend kind of
again? We're not looking at this strike as an effort to go after the delivery of security assistance to Ukraine. I'm not going to talk about all the modalities of how we're continuing to find ways to help Ukraine defend itself. I think you guys can understand that. And all I would tell you in answer to your question, your larger question, is that we're going to continue to get as much security assistance to the Ukrainians as fast as we can and in the most efficient, effective way. And there's lots of different ways that we're pursuing that, and I just don't think it's helpful, certainly not to the Ukrainians, for us to be detailing that here from the podium.
But on the efforts by the Russians have you seen any indications that they're trying now to interfere with these security?
All I would tell you is that we continue to have ways to get stuff into the hands of the Ukrainians, and again, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to talk about Russian targeting and Russian operations. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. To go back to this strike on Yavoriv, do you consider that as a turning point in the war? The fact that they start striking in the West, or do you consider that as just a signal to the West that we can do that if we want?
I don't think we would reduce something like this to calling it a signal. I mean, they use multiple cruise missiles here. Clearly, they had their reasons for targeting that training facility, and it is a Ukrainian military training facility. I'll let them speak to their targeting justifications. As for a turning point, no, Sylvia, I wouldn't think that we would consider this or the other strikes in western Ukraine as some sort of turning point. The Russians clearly are expanding some of their target sets. That's obvious just from the fact that over the last couple of days we've seen other targets hit in Ukraine. It doesn't change, I think, our general understanding that they continue to be frustrated by a very stiff Ukrainian resistance, and they are not making the kind of progress on the ground that we believe they thought they would be making by this point. Let me try Lita again, since we didn't make that work. Lita, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay. I just want to expand a little bit on a couple of the questions. Is it getting difficult more broadly to get security assistance into Ukraine at all? And secondly, as the strike at Yavoriv got the fight closer to the Polish border, are you hearing anything from Poland about requests for potentially more security assistance to them or more troops? Do you see any more of that, of any more troops, et cetera, going into Europe in the next week or so?
I don't have any additional troop movements to speak to, Lita. As you all know, when we do have something like that to talk about, a muscle movement, we'll do that, but I'm not, I have no troop announcements to talk about today. We are in constant communication with our Ukrainian counterparts about the types of assistance that they need, the defensive assistance that they need. This is an ongoing, iterative conversation that we're having with them. I wouldn't go so far as to say that this particular set of strikes on that particular military facility has led to some renewed calls for additional or different assistance. This is a conversation that we continue to have with them. You saw that the president approved another $200 million drawdown package over the course of the weekend. I can tell you that experts here at the Pentagon have pen and paper in hand, and they're working out how we would realize that drawdown as quickly as we can. Again, your question about is it more dangerous now? We've never taken for granted any opportunity that we have to continue to assist the Ukrainians with their defense needs. We're not taking anything for granted. And as I've said before, we're going to continue to provide as much as we can, as fast as we can. Yeah, David.
John, you just said the Russians continue to be frustrated, not making any progress on the ground.
Right.
You say that most days. Does that mean that the Ukrainians are fighting the Russians to a standstill, or are the Russians making progress in ways that aren't measured by advances in the front line?
I think we're going to be careful here at the Pentagon in terms of providing a qualitative report card assessment here and putting a name on it, standstill or what have you. What I would tell you, David, is that the Ukrainians continue to fight back very bravely and skillfully. And you've heard me use the word creatively, and I would say that that continues to be the case. They are making good use of their own knowledge, their own situational awareness, their skill sets, and certainly they're making good use of the material that they are getting, not just from the United States, but from many other nations as well. And if you just look at the map and you just look at how little progress the Russians have been able to make in the 2+ weeks now that they've been at this, yes, some of that is due to their own stumbles and missteps and logistical problems, but a lot of it is due to the Ukrainian resistance and how adaptive they are proving to be on the field and, frankly, in the street. Travis?
Yeah, in regards to these Russian strikes in western Ukraine and close to the Polish border, as we know, the Russians aren't always particularly precise with their strikes. And I'm just wondering if there has been any change in the status of U.S. forces deployed to the eastern flank. Is there any heightened alert or change of posture or any additional preparations that have been made since we've seen those strikes move farther west?
Without getting into details about force posture, I can tell you that everybody that's serving and bolstering NATO's eastern flank is pretty alert, pretty vigilant, as you might expect. I know of no specific changes that have been made or are planning to be made in the coming days, just based on the fact that this training facility in western Ukraine was hit. Yeah, Avery.
Thanks, John. 2 questions. One, when the U.S. publicly states what it will not do, like enforce a no-fly zone or the Polish MiG transfer, does that not harm Ukraine and give Putin carte blanche? And secondly, often you say that Russia does not have air superiority. However, if Russia's flying 200 sorties a day and Ukraine's flying 5 to 10 and can't fly its combat aircraft because Russia has complete SAM coverage, How is that not air superiority for Russia?
I'm not going to get into the data metrics here with you. We still assess that Russia does not have air superiority over Ukraine, and that the Ukrainians are defending their airspace ably. It doesn't mean that it's not contested, Abraham. Of course it is. I mean, you can see that for yourself in some of the video footage that gets put out there. But it's contested because the Ukrainians are finding ways to continue to try to defend their airspace and to preserve their own mobility and maneuver space. I'm sorry, was there another?
Sure. The first question about when DOD publicly states, when the U.S. publicly states what it's not going to do, doesn't that harm Ukraine because it gives Putin a carte blanche?
I think if you were to, well, I can't speak for Mr. Putin. I doubt Putin would after making as little progress as he has made in this unprovoked war of his, would be hard pressed to say that that somehow he's being aided by statements that we are making about what we will or we won't do. What I think is important, Abraham, is not just talking about things that we don't believe would be helpful because of the escalatory nature of it, such as a no-fly zone. But let's talk about what actually is happening. And I just talked a little bit about how hard the Ukrainians are fighting for their country. But we, too, are providing them and continue to do it over the course of the weekend. And now there's a new drawdown package, and we will continue to fill that out and send material to them in concert with their needs after talking to them about what those needs are as fast as we can and as effectively as we can. And it's not just the United States. 14 other nations are doing this. Bilaterally, of course, we're helping coordinate some of that security assistance. But they're making good use of it. So there's a lot being done. Yeah. Yeah, Kelly.
I was going to ask, just going back to the airstrike in the west, it's believed to be the closest Moscow has come yet to the Polish border. So what are you taking this as? Is this Putin testing the West in any way, and how are we kind of showing our response to that?
Yeah, I think we just need to be, first of all, I don't have granularity on the Russian targeting process. They hit a Ukrainian military training facility. They also hit some airfields in the previous few days in western Ukraine. They are clearly expanding some of their target sets here. I can't get into their heads and to tell you exactly what was behind that target on that day with that many cruise missiles. I don't want to just reduce this to some sort of signaling. If Mr. Putin was trying to signal his displeasure about a strong, united NATO with this war of his, then he's failed. Because he's getting exactly what he says he doesn't want, a strong, united NATO on his western flank. Just over the last few days, we moved some Patriot batteries from Germany to Poland. And we're going to continue to look at potential repositioning if we need to defend NATO's eastern flank. So I can't speak for Mr. Putin and what messages he's trying to send, sending it with cruise missiles on a training facility. I think that's being generous to him if that's in fact all he did was try to signal. All he has done with that and everything else he's doing in Ukraine. And please, let's not get focused only on a weekend strike on a training facility. Look at the damage and the death he's causing in places like Kyiv and Kharkiv and Mariupol. And, people losing their lives and their homes. He clearly has more than a message in mind here. He clearly has the occupation of Ukraine in mind. And he also clearly has diplomatic options available to him that he is obviously not proving willing to take. Now, we have heard talks about talks, and we obviously would love to see them succeed, clearly. But there hasn't been much progress in that regard. So again, I want to be careful here that we're not reducing the kind of damage and death he's causing to some sort of message signaling. I think that's being way too generous to what the Kremlin's trying to do inside Ukraine. Carla Babb.
Hey, John, thanks for doing this. Two quick questions. So Russia's deputy foreign minister actually warned over the weekend that Moscow would start firing on weapons shipments.
So I was just to follow up on some of these questions without getting into intelligence. Have you seen any indications that they are now trying, that they've shifted and are now trying to target weapons shipments? That's question number one. And then number two, on a different topic, because there is an AFRICOM CENTCOM hearing tomorrow. So on Africa, General Stephen Townsend, the head of U.S. Africa Command, has frequently said over 2 years now that they've been commuting to work. And he had told VOA that there were more effective and efficient ways in Somalia to carry out AFRICOM's mission, and that he had provided recommendations to the secretary. So has Secretary Austin made a decision on U.S. troops in Somalia? And can you please tell us what the delay has been? Thank you.
I have no decisions on Somalia force presence to talk to you about, Carla, and if and when we do have decisions, we'll talk about it. You talk about a delay. I know of no delay. When we have something to speak to with force posture there or anywhere else, and we can do it, we will. Again, we're going to continue to flow security assistance to the Ukrainians as fast as we can and as nimbly as we can. All I can tell you is that as we stand here today, those shipments are getting into the hands of the Ukrainians, and we're going to keep looking for ways to make sure that continues. Tony Capaccio. In there, Tony.
Oh, hey, John. Oh, I didn't know you called me. Sorry. On the drawdown packages and packages going forward of aid to the Ukraine, do those also include potential allied contributions that the Pentagon would reimburse?
So a couple of things there, Tony. First of all, the aid that's going to Ukraine is not a NATO alliance mission. These are sovereign decisions that individual nations are making about ways to assist Ukraine. It's not under the rubric of NATO, and I think that's important. Number two, I know of no reimbursement plan for the kinds of security. These are decisions that individual nations are making to provide security assistance to Ukraine. They need to speak to those in ways in which they're comfortable speaking to them, but it's not done under some reimbursement plan by the United States of America. We're working very hard on our own delivery and shipments of security assistance, and as I said, now we're nearly at the end of the $350 million package that the president signed over a week ago. We've got almost all of that into their hands. The remaining items should be arriving very, very soon, and then we are already at work trying to figure out what the next drawdown package of $200 million is going to look like. Phil Stewart.
Hey, John. So the U.S. has, or Poland has, Patriot air defenses that I'm assuming could have ranged Yavoriv because it's so close to the border. I'm just wondering, does this now show that that the U.S. line about not having troops fighting in Ukraine also extends to these air defenses that are on the NATO side? That the air defenses are really just going to kind of protect NATO airspace. I was wondering if you could. Is that what this incident kind of shows as well? That there's not going to be even missiles hitting missiles kind of thing.
Patriot batteries that we have moved into Poland and any other air defenses that we might be contributing to in Poland are purely defensive in nature. Defensive in nature over NATO airspace and NATO territory. I won't speak for Poland and that government, but for our purposes, the military capabilities that we are adding to NATO's eastern flank are designed to protect and defend and deter against attacks on NATO territory. That includes NATO airspace. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. And I know you don't have perfect visibility over the situation in Ukraine, and you don't have visibility of what's going on in Vladimir Putin's head. But is the Defense Department seeing any indications that the Russians are intentionally targeting journalists in Ukraine?
Jeff, I don't have evidence of that specifically. I certainly can't, in the case of these two individuals, speak to the circumstances surrounding that. So I can't. I don't have any indications that he's deliberately targeting journalists. But again, I just again, our admiration for the work that so many journalists are doing there in Ukraine. It's important work, and all of us stand to gain by the context, quite frankly, that these journalists are bringing to light. Okay, last question. I think, yeah, go ahead, Kassim.
On a separate topic, on Iraq, we see that Erbil was under attack yesterday, and then U.S. statement was saying that the U.S. was not the target, apparently, which suggests actually you know who was a target. Who was a target in Erbil?
I would point you to what the IRGC said about who they were targeting. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question on that. Obviously, IRGC said they were targeting Israeli strategic sites. We know that the Iranian foreign minister now is going to Russia tomorrow. Also, reports just came out from an Iranian affiliated hacker, an Iranian state media actually saying that Iran hacked the Israeli government website. IDF officials are at the Pentagon today. What did you discuss with them? Any concerns that they mentioned to you specifically?
I don't have a readout of any discussions that we would have had with IDF. I'm not actually tracking meetings today with the IDF, so we'll take the question if there's something we can get back to you on. I don't know at what level this is. It certainly isn't at the Secretary's level, so you're catching me a little bit unawares. So we'll take the question and we'll see if we can get back to you.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your defense systems in the airport in Erbil detect the incoming rockets. And then second question, Jake Sullivan yesterday said that they are in consultation with the Iraqi and the Kurdish government to provide them with some sort of defense capacities. Is that something that a conversation that has reached the Pentagon?
We're always in discussion with our partners in the region about defensive capabilities. I don't have anything new to update you on today, and I don't have any tactical information about detection of the threats of the missiles that were fired over the weekend. I just don't have that level of detail. Okay, thanks everybody. I appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here on this Tuesday, March 15th from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we bring you all of the latest developments over there in Ukraine as the Russian invasion officially enters day 20. We're also bringing you the latest on all of the top stories and headlines we are following back here in the United States as well. That was the latest the latest press conference from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby talking about the United States' continued response to this invasion. I actually do want to head out live to Kyiv right now, which is the capital of Ukraine, because shortly before dawn, large explosions were heard across this area from what Ukrainian authorities said were artillery strikes. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski saying barrages hit 4 multi-story buildings in the city and caused dozens of deaths. We also do know that a metro was struck as well, killing multiple people. And as Russia is stepping up its assault on Kyiv, we do have confirmation that the leaders of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia are traveling to the capital today to meet with President Zielenski and show their support for the country. Negotiations between Russia and Ukrainian representatives are set to resume today as well after they were halted yesterday. More than 4,000 people have left the city of Mariupol just yesterday, with more evacuation efforts planned today. That is where we have seen really, really tragic incidents unfold due to Russian airstrikes. You've had multiple hospitals bombed, civilian buildings, apartment buildings. So we're going to bring you all of the latest video here on Live Now from Fox after we send some of you on this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. It is officially 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, 6 a.m. out there on the West Coast. Regardless of where you are watching from, thank you so much for trusting us to bring you all of the latest developments, not only on the Russian invasion into Ukraine as it enters day 20, but also all of the top stories and headlines that we're following here in the United States that we'll get to in just a minute. As we continue our coverage of this invasion, I actually do want to bring you two different vantage points that we have coming from not just Ukraine, but also at the Polish-Ukraine border. So to the top left-hand side of your screen, that is a look at Kyiv. That is the capital of Ukraine. And to the right-hand side of your screen, we've got a vantage point of the Polish-Ukraine border. We do know that the International Organization for Migration confirmed that the number of people who have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded passed 3 million this morning. The United Nations describing this flood of people crossing as Europe's biggest refugee crisis since World War II. And we are really focusing a lot of our attention to Kyiv this morning because there have actually been multiple explosions overnight in the capital, with Russian forces reported just 9 miles from the city now. We do know that UN Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, he's warning, that's NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, he's warning of the possibility of nuclear war. We also do know, and we can report, that in Kyiv today, the leaders of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia are traveling there to meet with President Zielenski and show their support for the country. We also do know that President Zielenski is expected to address Congress there on Capitol Hill virtually tomorrow. So stick with us. In just a little less than an hour at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be joined by an expert kind of previewing that address and taking a look at everything we've seen from the Ukrainian president thus far, as well as the United States' response to this invasion. But to get us all up to speed on what we know this morning, members of Congress pressing the White House to do more about this situation, I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
President Biden is coming under more pressure from Congress, but Russian President Vladimir Putin is facing some unrest of his own.
During Russia's state TV evening news program, a journalist there burst onto the set with a sign saying, "Stop the war. Don't believe propaganda. They are lying to you here." An extraordinary act, as Russian President Vladimir Putin has been criminalizing dissent. The Russian onslaught in Ukraine, though, continues, with another apartment building struck overnight. And among those injured in the ongoing violence was Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall.
We don't like red lines around here.
The White House reluctant to name any situation that might ramp up the U.S. response. But some in Congress don't want to wait. A bipartisan group of lawmakers urging the White House to be more aggressive and, among other things, help facilitate the transfer of fighter jets from Poland to Russia. The administration, though, concerned that Putin would see that as an escalation, and the UN Secretary General offered a dire warning.
The prospect of nuclear conflict, once unthinkable, is now back within the realm of possibility.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski, meantime, is preparing to address Congress tomorrow by video. He is expected to ask for more help, and he is likely to find a receptive audience.
President Zielenski can rest assured that he will always have friends in Congress ready to listen, to stand in his corner.
And as for the woman who stormed onto the set of that Russian TV news program, a human rights group says that she has been detained by the government, her whereabouts unknown. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And as you just heard Doug Lazater mention, I do want to bring you some tweets showing support after yesterday we did learn that Fox News journalist Benjamin Hall was injured while reporting on the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We did hear from Fox News Media CEO Suzanne Scott. She released a statement saying, quote, "Our correspondent Benjamin Hall was injured while news gathering outside of Kyiv in Ukraine. We have a minimal level of details right now, but Ben is hospitalized and our team's on on the ground are working to gather additional information as the situation quickly unfolds. Hall has been reporting on the war from Kyiv for weeks now, which Russian forces have been attempting to encircle. And as you just saw in Douglas Zeta's report, they have been honing in. Multiple explosions heard overnight. Meanwhile, Benjamin Hall has 3 young daughters at home. We have very minimal details on his condition this morning, but as you can see, lots of Fox News correspondents, other journalists pouring out on Twitter to show their support. This is from Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin saying, please say a few prayers for our Fox News colleague Benjamin Hall, who was injured today while gathering news outside of Kyiv. He is hospitalized right now, and we have no further details at the moment. Also hearing from Harris Faulkner, part of the Faulkner Focus, saying prayers for my friend and colleague Benjamin Hall. Ben is a brave journalist, now injured in Putin's war. Very few details. He's hospitalized in Ukraine, sending strength and love to his beautiful wife and their little girls. Also hearing from former White House press secretary and now Fox News correspondent and contributor Kayleigh McEnany saying, please say a prayer for Benjamin Hall, our brilliant and brave Fox News reporter who was injured in Ukraine. And this is probably the most powerful one. Obviously, all of these tweets very, very supportive. But Trey Yingst also out there in Kyiv. He's been reporting on this invasion from right there in the heart of this war for weeks now. Trey Yingst saying, thinking about you, a great journalist, a father, and a friend. They've been working very closely together as they bring us all of the raw vantage points from this war. And then we also had a political correspondent from Fox posting this. He had also tweeted that photo of Trey and Benjamin together and said, while praying for Benjamin Hall's recovery from his wounds, keep a thought for Trey as well. Both are in Kyiv, and a prayer for all correspondents who are risking so much to cover this war. So this is just a stark reminder of how many journalists are putting their lives on the line to bring you all of the latest information on this invasion. So that's just a look into some of the support that Benjamin Hall has received from his fellow Fox News correspondents since the beginning of this invasion, and as we learned that he was injured just yesterday. Meanwhile, as you also heard Fox News correspondent Douglas Zeta mention, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski is expected to address Congress tomorrow. That will happen virtually. We are likely going to be able to stream it for you here on LiveNOW from Fox. Still working on that information, but this is just some video that we have gotten of the Ukrainian president over the last couple of days. You could see him visiting injured soldiers at a military hospital, writing on Facebook that the best gift for them would be our common victory. His visit came just after that reported explosion, a missile strike on a military base near the Polish border that injured at least injured more than 100 people and claimed the lives of at least 35 people. So stick with us, because at around 10 a.m. we are going to be speaking with a scholar, with an international relations expert, kind of previewing that address by President Zielenski happening tomorrow virtually on Capitol Hill, and taking a closer look at the United States' response throughout the entirety of this invasion. So again, be sure to stick with us for that report here on LiveNOW from Fox. Now, as we continue to bring you more video from on the ground in Ukraine, as we learned of explosions in Kyiv overnight, I do want to warn you that viewer discretion is advised. A lot of this video is pretty graphic. Some may find it disturbing, but I do want to head out right now. This is Ukraine's State Emergency Service video. This was posted on social media after they said that a strike hit an apartment block in Kyiv, causing a fire and leaving at least one person dead and 6 injured. Now, this footage, again, published by the SES along Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, showing how locals gathered to assess the extensive damage to this apartment block. And in these interviews that you are seeing happen right in front of you, this woman said that she was sleeping when the attack happened. This is in Ukrainian, but we can translate that. She said, I woke up because the bed was shaking. I was scared. I came to the window to look if other houses were down. damaged. Another woman speaking also said, I couldn't imagine that something like this would happen. It is horrible. So again, we do have journalists out there interviewing and speaking with witnesses to these tragic attacks. We also do want to warn you that this video is a little bit graphic, but it just shows you the raw moments that have been captured throughout the entirety of this invasion, and as we learn of explosions in Kyiv. So this is CCTV footage from a Kyiv park that captured the moment a rocket hit a bus and damaged nearby buildings. A man, as you can see, was walking in that video, walking in this park, visibly shaken by the blast, which happened at around 11 a.m. local time. This dramatic video shows the man stop, look up at something in the sky before that large explosion is seen seconds later. We also had photos posted of the aftermath showing heavy damage to buildings and vehicles in the area. And we actually do want to bring you this video of the brother of the Kyiv mayor and fellow boxer Vitaly Klitschko. He was actually on scene visiting the site right after this happened. So I'm going to bring up the audio for just a moment and let you hear what he had to say.
That's what Russians' war against the civilians look like. Destroyed buildings, destroyed infrastructure. City bus just got hit by the rocket. Lives are getting lost. That's the war that Russia started. That's the city of Kyiv. And many cities in Ukraine were destroyed. Lives were taken. That's the truth. These images is the truth of Russian war against Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine. That's what it looks like.
All right, so again, that was Vladimir
That's what
Klitschko, the
Russians
brother
war.
of the Kyiv mayor and fellow boxer, denouncing what he called Russia's war against civilians after that city bus was hit by a missile. So that video that we just showed you of that missile hitting the bus, that man walking in the park, this is the aftermath behind this gentleman right here. His brother, the mayor of Kyiv, also visiting the scene where he said one person was killed and 6 people were injured. So again, just the raw video that we have continued to get to our Live Now from Fox desk of all the tragic incidents, the tragic airstrikes claiming the lives of so many civilians. Speaking of that, the city of Mariupol in Ukraine has been under Russian attack for days now, and we actually do have some more drone video coming to you this morning, recorded in Mariupol, showing several military vehicles being targeted by weaponry amid all of this recent fighting. The city is located along the Sea of Azov, which is in southern Ukraine, just to kind of point out. And again, it's come under fire by Russian forces since earlier this month. Local authorities actually confirming that over the weekend, the death toll in Mariupol had reached more than 2,100. This footage specifically is showing the targeting of several military vehicles, and it was posted by the Azov Battalion, which is a far-right paramilitary group that was absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard. Members of the battalion have been involved in fighting in Mariupol. Meanwhile, we do have some more satellite images of Mariupol coming to us this morning, just showing the widespread damage throughout so many residential areas in this southern Ukraine city. You can see that some of these show fires burning across the city. That just gives you such a realization of how thick that smoke is, of how large scale this damage is. We do know that basically mass graves have been dug in Mariupol because so many civilians have been lost. Again, the confirmation that at least more than 2,100 at this point. All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we have also been following how this invasion has impacted us here at home. Something that has been a topic of discussion is those rising gas prices. Well, will they go down? Are we already seeing them go down? When we come back, we are actually going to stay right here in Central Florida and head out to a pump and touch base with our Fox 35 Orlando reporter, Randy Hildreth, with the latest information on that. So don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, March 15th. We are taking a Live Now look over Orlando, Florida right now. We are actually under a storm alert day here in Central Florida. Expected to be a little dreary out. We are expecting some showers and some thunderstorms, but we are actually not in Orlando to talk about the weather at this very moment. I do want to stay in Florida because obviously, as we followed how the invasion is impacting us here in the United States, all we've been talking about a lot is those gas prices. They're still high, but what comes up must go down, right? Could the pain at the pump start to ease up? That's my little pun for this morning. We're actually going to head out to Lake Mary, Florida. That is where Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth is joining us from a gas station where, Randy, I may not be a lot, but I understand the prices went down a little bit. What can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. It's kind of a situation where you kind of have to take what you can get and just be excited that it's moving in a different direction, not going up as much. I'm at a Lake Mary location, 7-Eleven off Lake Mary Boulevard. You can see the gas price right behind me, $4.29 per gallon for regular gas. The good news this morning, it's down 10 cents from yesterday. Listen, gas prices have kind of been like a roller coaster over the past week or so, continuing to inch up. But with falling oil prices, it's maybe kind of that first drop in this ride. And so we will take it. Oil was above $123 a barrel shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. It's gradually fallen to below $100. Now, if this trend continues, analysts say that we could experience a little bit more relief at the pump, according to AAA experts. The cost of oil accounts for about 50% of what we pay when we go to fill up. The big question this morning that everyone has, okay, we're watching the gas prices slowly tick down, but how long will we experience this relief? How much of this relief will we experience? Unfortunately, we have spring break travel on the horizon, summer travel on the horizon, and we know as we get into the summer months, more people are hitting the roads, need to get gas, and that could cause the gas prices to go up a little bit. But one thing that we continue to tell our viewers, and what you can do at home, look at those gas price apps where they track what the cheapest gas price is in your area so that you can make smart financial decisions as best as you can, considering the climate, about where you go and get your gas, so it's not too much of a burden.
Yeah, and you know, Randy, I must say, and I was telling my colleagues this earlier, we have seen reaction across the board, whether it be from just people you have a conversation with to social media. I have seen a crazy amount of memes talking about the gas prices. So you and your team, I know, have been speaking with people that are filling up this morning. What have people had to say about these prices here in Florida?
It's kind of the same across the board. Happy to see prices go down, but still feeling very much of a pinch in their wallet when they go to fill up. We've been at this gas station all morning since 5 o'clock, and we've seen people move in and out. I spoke to one man who says, yeah, I'm still hurting. Thankfully, they're going down, but I'm still hurting. We did get a chance to talk with some outreach agencies, agency that delivers food to people who are food insecure, the food bank here, and they have just seen prices go up, and it's certainly impacted them. One agency said they actually lost volunteers who helped them go distribute that food because, you know, as a volunteer, you're filling up your own gas tank and helping out with this, and they said that they're actually recruiting more volunteers to help. So a trend in the right direction, and people are fingers crossed and hoping that it continues to dip with prices.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Randy, I think that was the perfect statement. We will take what we can get at this point. So, Randy, with Fox 35 Orlando, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. Hopefully this will continue, but we'll definitely stay in touch with you and your team. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to stick with us for all of the latest developments when it comes to how the invasion into Ukraine and other factors are impacting our economic sector here at home. Obviously, gas prices, a huge topic of conversation. And actually, while we are on this topic, I do want to head out to a very interesting story that we have been keeping tabs on here on Live Now from Fox. actually out of the Texas area. I'm turning my head a little bit because I just want to make sure that you have the right video here. So we are actually learning of a very big effort to steal gas in the state of Texas. Now, this was actually reported on by our Fox 26 Houston team, a very elaborate scheme, as they are calling it. A person stealing more than 1,000 gallons of gas, of diesel, from underground tanks in southwest Houston was actually all caught on camera, as you can see right here. So I do want to bring you the full report from Matt Seedorf. We actually spoke with him just yesterday when we first got the word of this news here on Live Now from Fox. And while we're on the topic of gas, it just blows my mind how this is even possible. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Gas station is feeling the hurt right now. They've had more than $5,000 worth of fuel stolen from someone using a suction device. A high-octane crime in southwest Houston, fueled by soaring prices at the pump.
People are trying to make a buck, and this is not the way to make a buck.
Thieves seen on surveillance camera stealing 350 gallons of diesel 3 days straight. A minivan and a nearby lookout car used all 3 days, quietly taking more than 1,000 gallons of fuel with paying customers nearby. We were standing right here. What do you think we would see?
You wouldn't see anything because there were people, traffic coming back and forth. So like there's only like an 8-inch clearance from the bottom of the van to the floor.
Investigators believe the van pulls up and using some sort of trap door, they open this and they can pump hundreds of gallons of diesel and they're gone in just minutes.
They have a trap door inside their van. So they pull up the trap door, they break the lock of our tank cap, and then they insert a tube in there and start the pump. It took them 15 minutes.
The same bold thieves on video a fourth day in a row.
I was looking out for them.
The manager of UK Express sees the van and tries chasing it down as they speed away. Last week, a separate case of people stealing hundreds of gallons of fuel from another gas station southeast of Houston.
It's actually been going on for quite some time.
Thieves now targeting fuel to cash in.
This stuff is happening right now, and make sure you're checking your inventory logs and just looking at your surveillance cameras because it can happen when you least suspect it.
Authorities are looking for at least 4 separate cars associated with this crime. If you have any information, call police. Reporting in Houston, Matthew Seedorf, Fox News.
Very, very elaborate scheme, as he put it perfectly. Kind of one of those stories that just blew our minds. So we wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that was some coverage from our Fox 26 Houston team. Don't forget that we would not be possible without all of the stories and the hard work from our owned and operated stations across the nation. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue some more coverage of all of the top stories that we've got coming to you here on Live Now from Fox. And you might see me turning my head here. That is because I was working to get you a shot of a spacewalk that is happening on the International Space Station. It does not appear that I have that shot at the moment, but we've been taking it to you all morning long. It's been really, really cool. We always like to say that we're live worldwide, and sometimes we can even take you to another galaxy. So we're going to work to get you that feed here and hopefully have it for you when you come back. Stay with us. More coming up after this quick break. Okay, so as promised before that quick break, we did get this feed back for you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. This is a look as flight engineers Kayla Barron and Raja Cherry conduct a spacewalk for assembling and installing modification kits which are required for upcoming solar upgrades. So basically, they're just doing some average maintenance for solar panels on the ISS, but this is what that looks like. And we've got different vantage points coming from this feed courtesy of NASA this morning. It looked like we basically were just getting a vantage point of a GoPro or a device of some sort, as you can see here, strapped to the astronaut's chest. And then we also had vantage points from the outside of the ISS kind of looking in on this mission. So according to NASA, got some more information here. The purpose of this mission is to install brackets and certain struts in order to support future installation of an ISS rollout solar array. This spacewalk will be the second of Kayla Barron's career and the first for Raja Cherry. So again, this is coming to you live, raw, and unfiltered from a different atmosphere. We are live worldwide and in space this morning. So just wanted to show you that here while we get this feed to you. And we'll continue to dip in and out of it as we continue our coverage. Meanwhile, as promised, I do want to head back out to some coverage of Ukraine, the Russian invasion into Ukraine, getting really bloody out there in Kyiv. We've had multiple explosions reported right here in the capital city within the last 12 to 24 hours, claiming the lives of a number of civilians. Russian strikes firing at a bus, firing at apartment buildings. We were just showing you some of that video that we got a little bit earlier. We actually do have some more interesting video to bring you here this morning, and I want to head back out to Ukraine to show you this.
Доброго ранку, ми з Миколаєва, а Миколаїв – це Україна. Хочу показати в даному відео, як нам зробили подарунок, і так як ми неодноразово скаржилися, що орки дуже кивають п'ятами, без
So you can hear this gentleman speaking Russian, but basically this is a BMW convertible with a large weapon mounted to its rear. This is in Mykolaiv, Ukraine. And this footage was shared by a Vitaly Kim. Now, in this post, Kim described the car as a gift for the local police. The man speaking in the footage can be heard saying in translation that the vehicle was given to them by the regional administrative leader, a reference to Kim. The video is among the latest shared by Kim on his active Telegram channel, where he regularly uploads videos promising defiance of Russian forces who are continuing to just threaten so many cities and attack so many cities across the entire country. So definitely some cool video to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Also some cool video to bring you, and very interesting. This is the latest information we have when it comes to the Russian oligarchs being being tracked, I should say. So this is a video coming to us of a jet linked to Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich, the sanctioned owner of the English soccer club Chelsea. This is a look as his plane flew from Israel to Turkey yesterday. Now, according to reports, he was spotted in a VIP area of an airport out there in Tel Aviv, though it was not clear if the businessman boarded the plane. He was sanctioned last week by British authorities, jeopardizing his planned sale of Chelsea, which is currently operating under a special government license. This footage was provided by the flight tracking website Flight Trader 24, showing the path of the Abramovich-linked plane, identified by its tail number XL Ray. So again, more video to show you here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue to bring you some more interesting video. This is actually coming to us out of London. Activists occupying a London townhouse that's associated with the Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. The squatters say that they want the property to be used to support Ukrainian refugees. Last week, the government of the United Kingdom seized this gentleman's assets as it expanded sanctions against wealthy Russians and corporations. The British government is trying to put pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin's regime to end its invasion of Ukraine. And in the sanctions announced, Deripaska is the founder and president of the aluminum company Rusal. He was referred to as a prominent pro-Kremlin oligarch who is closely linked to Putin. So as you could see yesterday, activists stood on the balcony of this apartment building that belongs to him and hung a banner proclaiming that the property had been, quote, liberated. So this is some of the drone footage that we've got coming to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, Russia, speaking of, is denying that it's asking for help in its war effort from China. Now, Moscow reportedly wants money and equipment, and this is coming as a national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, met with his Chinese counterpart in Rome. So I do want to bring you all of the latest information here from Fox News correspondent David Spunt.
Putin grows more frustrated. Top Biden officials are keeping an anxious eye on China.
We have seen the relationship between the PRC and Russia grow closer. This is not a phenomenon that has taken place over recent days or even recent weeks. This is a relationship that has grown closer over the course of many years now.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with top Chinese diplomats in Rome today. The goal, talk the country out of helping Russia. Sources confirmed to Fox News that Russia recently asked China for military and economic help. China today called for diplomacy, while the Kremlin denied the allegation. Over the weekend, Sullivan made it clear a Russia-China alliance is a problem.
We are communicating directly, privately to Beijing that there will absolutely be consequences for large-scale sanctions evasion efforts or support to Russia to backfill them.
Separating the two countries won't be easy. Just last week, China reiterated its commitment to its next-door neighbor.
The friendship between the two peoples is ironclad, no matter how perilous the international landscape.
U.S. officials believe the top levels of the Chinese government were aware of Putin's plans well before Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. Presidents Xi and Putin saw each other in Beijing last month at the Olympics.
The Chinese meeting with the Russians in Beijing really was a deciding point.
Lawmakers want the consequences for China to be bold.
Let's start telling China, if you pick sides and you pick Putin, the war criminal, over world order, then you're gonna have a tough time trading in the free world.
Top Chinese officials have yet to come out and condemn Russia. When the UN Security Council voted to condemn Russia several weeks ago, China abstained. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
Now, I do want to bring you this report coming from Fox 32 Chicago this morning, because obviously we have heard continued information on these Russian oligarchs being sanctioned. But who are these elite people and what are these sanctions really doing? Our Fox 32 Chicago team actually spoke with an expert kind of breaking all of that information down. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia by the U.S. and its allies have been brought against Russian elites. They have cut powerful families and individuals off from financial systems, frozen their assets, and blocked access to their property, including luxury yachts that we've been hearing a lot about. But exactly who are these oligarchs we keep hearing about, and how will these specific sanctions affect the outcome of this war? Joining us to discuss is Professor Jordan Gans-Morse with Northwestern University, who is an expert with a focus on Russia and the former Soviet Union. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Let's just start with the primary lesson here. Describe what and who are these oligarchs, and how does their wealth relate to the political control in Russia?
I think one thing that's important for us to remember, and that this gets lost a lot in these discussions, is that we use this term oligarchs as though it's one big group, and there's actually a number of different types of oligarchs. At minimum, we should distinguish between two types. One of the type that had their wealth that came out of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the privatization of Russian assets in the 1990s, and they were rich when Putin already came to power. And many of them didn't survive those early years. They were exiled or put in jail. Some of them adapted and became close to Putin. Those are the most famous of these are people like Roman Abramovich, at least the most famous in the West. And there's a whole nother group which really has its wealth due to Putin. And these are people that he knew going back sometimes even to his childhood days, other times to his days in St. Petersburg in the 1990s, and other times to his KGB background. And all of these people are very different. So that would be the first thing that we'd want to think about. Those who are close to him, some of these things may hurt them, but they are not going to break with him no matter what. On the other hand, those who are not close to him, they rely on him. He doesn't rely on them as much. And so they might break with him, but they are not going to have any influence, even if they did. They're quite afraid of him.
Okay, so how will the sanctions affect Putin in the war, if at all?
At this point, I think that it's less about the hope that we're going to have some sort of immediate impact in changing his mind or changing his policy. But what we can do is affect his resources. We can make it that much harder for him to have access to resources from everything from money to companies that are producing metals that eventually are needed for Russia's war effort, for energy, for anything that ultimately is going to go into helping Putin either keep his economy afloat or helping him make this execute this war. We can hurt that, and that helps. That's that much more limitation. That's that much more pressure. That's that much more of a headache for Putin in terms of thinking about where he goes next. The other thing is that even if it's the case that many of the oligarchs, say Roman Abramovich, are unlikely to directly have influence on Putin, having unhappy, powerful stakeholders in Russia still isn't good for him. It's one more thing for him to be thinking about and looking over his back.
Okay, what kind of ripple effect, though, do these sanctions have around the world? If we have these oligarchs maybe hiding their wealth everywhere, including here in the United States, do we feel a ripple effect, and does it affect all of us?
Well, I think we need to keep in mind, too, that the sanctions are not just on these individuals. The sanctions are also on institutions, banks, companies, and so on. They are on the ability of companies in the United States and Europe and Canada and throughout the world to export things to Russia. So the sanctions on the oligarchs themselves, even though they're the most high profile and because they're personified in these well-known people, it's easy to focus on them, but they're only one piece of this much bigger picture. When we put all that together, absolutely, it's going to affect the rest of the world. The extent to which that's going to happen is something that we're still only now beginning to figure out. But I think that what we need to focus on right now is the devastation that's happening in Ukraine, and that this is one lever that can be used to put that much more pressure on Putin to try to end this sooner rather than later. And whatever pain we're feeling in terms of things like higher gas prices and so on, it's minimal to what Putin's doing, both the Ukrainians, and also important to remember that the Ukraine's the forefront of a bigger fight against, that Putin is waging against NATO. And even though Ukrainians are dying, this is a fight that the West very much is in. And if Putin is not slowed down here, it's going to affect us all in ways way beyond our economy.
Professor Jordan Gans-Morse, what a great way to end this interview. Such a good point. We appreciate you joining us. You're with Northwestern University, and we appreciate your expertise. You take care.
You too. Thank you for having me.
A very informative segment by our very own Fox 32 Chicago team as we try and bring you all of the latest developments and dive deeper into the information that comes out of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering day 20. We are going to veer away from that coverage for just a moment here. It will remain a huge portion of our show, but we have still been in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we do know that certain restrictions have eased up over the last couple of weeks across the entire nation, but we've also got other countries seeing upticks in cases. So who better than to break down all of the latest information regarding the pandemic than Dr. Mike Sirigliano, joining us live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Dr. Mike, so good to see you. I know it's been a while. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing fine, Regina. Who would have thought that the pandemic would be second in line to life stress and the world in general? Who would have thought that not long ago? But luckily, for the most part, the pandemic is kind of settling down around here. All good news.
Yeah, and actually, I do want to start with that, Dr. Mike. Can you kind of give us the Cliff Notes version of where we are at in this pandemic right now? Because as you just mentioned, we've seen some restrictions ease. So what can you tell us?
Well, over here, we have gotten into a point of the pandemic where we are living with the virus. It's more of an endemic approach than, if you will, in China. In China, they are doing massive lockdowns. They have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to COVID, and they shut things down. Now, the problem with that, as I see it, is that the virus is never, ever going to be eradicated. It's never going to go away off the planet. It's always going to circulate. So the sooner that we get used to that concept, the happier we will be. Now, many experts are saying, and the CEO of Pfizer is saying, that we're going to need a booster. And we will. Everyone will need a booster at some point, probably in the fall. And the idea is that we will get a booster that is really effective against all of the possible variants and lasts a long time, so that we can maybe get one on a yearly basis like we do the flu shot. So I'm very optimistic about where we are with this, and I think that we're going to continue to have the virus around, but we will get through this. That's my humble opinion.
Yeah, and like we said, it's just amazing to almost report that we are seeing a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel after years of talking about this, but some countries not exactly seeing that. We'll get into that in just a minute. But as you mentioned the vaccines, Dr. Mike, I want to dive a little deeper into the fact that Pfizer is now saying a fourth dose of its COVID vaccine may be necessary. Why is that?
Well, as we have seen, variants will continue to pop up. That's what viruses do. They mutate so they can survive and they can evade our defenses. And so the bottom line is that what we are going to need is a vaccine that not only protects against variants that may come up in the future, but has a long life, like a year. And if we can achieve that, we'll be in a really good place like we are with the flu shots. And by the way, this year the flu shot wasn't that great. I think we're going to see mRNA technology go into the flu shot arena and make them much, much better than they are now. That's what I think.
Yeah, and when we put all of this into perspective, Dr. Mike, I actually do want to talk about the virus itself and specifically focus on children, because I understand that the American Academy of Pediatrics says more than 12.7 million kids in the U.S. have tested positive for COVID. And while most report mild symptoms, there are many reporting new unexplained symptoms after the virus has run its course. So what are those?
Well, there's this condition known as MIS-C or MICS. It's an inflammatory condition that occurs after you get the virus in some cases. Look, we still don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19. You heard the other day about Justin Bieber's wife. Is her name Haley? The bottom line is she probably had a blood clot due to COVID-19. And so when you look at this virus, it does have consequences. But what we can do is mitigate that by making sure that everyone that can gets vaccinated. And if you have a child that's under 5, you want to surround that child with people that are vaccinated, because there's no vaccine yet approved for that age group. It's coming, but they need to study it more and get it just right.
Now, also when we talk about cases, Dr. Mike, we not only have seen a spike in cases in China, maybe not as bad, but COVID cases are actually on the rise in Europe. Do you think that we could see the same here?
Well, the concept of a variant is always going to be with us. We just have to be prepared. And with the folks that have been vaccinated, the people that have gotten the virus, and those who have gotten a combination of that, all of that is going to protect us in many ways, unlike when the pandemic first started 2 years ago. That was a nightmare. No one had protection. Now we have some form of immunity for a large part of the population. So we're in a much better place now, Regina.
And that is a great news to report for sure. We'll definitely end it on that note. So Dr. Mike Sirigliano, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll be touching base again with you soon, probably on more general medical headlines, as some of the pandemic-related news is starting to happily drift away. Thanks so much, Dr. Mike. We love you.
Love you too. Love you. You take care, Regina.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox if you have a question for Dr. Mike Sirigliano. We typically speak to him on a weekly basis, and especially as we continue to learn more about new variants, about potential fourth doses of vaccines, and more cases on the rise in other countries. A lot of information to sift through, but really great to report that there is some sort of light at the end of the tunnel, and we are doing better as a nation when it comes to cases of COVID-19. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I actually do want to head out to New York City. I don't have a shot of it right now, but we do have some news to report regarding the Modern Museum of Art employees that were stabbed. And it also does look like we've got a live feed coming in regarding the latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. So we're going to take this 2-minute commercial break to gather some information, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as Russia's ambassador to the UN speaks to reporters at the Security Council happening in New York. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Will not join NATO, citing in particular his disappointment with the way NATO reacted, but the goal of Ukraine joining NATO is in the Ukrainian constitution, so it should be dropped from there first and foremost. I think that's enough.
Question, Ambassador, on the parallels we hear, sir, between the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. You've been very critical. Russia has been very critical. You've also been very critical of the 2011 invasion attack on Libya led by NATO. Are there parallels between what the U.S. did in 2003 and the unilateral actions we are seeing from Russia and the criticism that is being leveled against UN officials that are simply seeking to defend the UN Charter?
Every situation is unique, but I do not recall the level of outrage, hysterics that U.S. invasion of Iraq.
They tried to get Kofi Annan fired.
Sorry?
They tried to get Kofi Annan fired, so I would argue there were...
No resolutions, nothing, if you remember. No resolution of the Security Council, nothing that would be comparable to what we're experiencing today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ambassador, is Russia seeking help from China?
Help from China?
Yes.
We are strategic partners with China. And we view the world and the situation in the world similarly.
All right, we did catch the tail end of Russia's ambassador to the UN, Vasily Nebenzia, speaking to reporters at the Security Council stakeout area out there at the United Nations headquarters in New York City. So if we do get some more remarks from leaders regarding this invasion, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. That is who we are and what we do, bringing you front row to remarks just like that, especially when they have to do with major stories that we are continuing to follow. Meanwhile, as we do continue to report on the latest developments regarding this invasion, I do want to head out to a report that we've got coming from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team. Vladimir Putin has been accused by several nations of committing war crimes with some of the attacks that have been taken on civilians, on neighborhoods and cities in Ukraine. So I do want to play this piece for you. It's almost an explainer as to what war crimes are and are they valid in this situation. Let's listen in.
Crossing the line, that's how Ukraine's president, members of the European Union, even some high-ranking American politicians have described Russia's invasion of Ukraine, accusing the country, Russia, of committing war crimes. What are the rules of war exactly? We sent Sam Kramer to find out. Sam joins us from Marquette University tonight. Sam?
Yeah, hi there, Ted. Well, a lot of this international humanitarian law, which covers war crimes, was actually written at the Geneva Conventions of 1949, right after World War II. Tonight, a Marquette political science professor says it sure looks like there's plenty of evidence of war crimes here, but he adds Ukraine's response makes it a bit more complicated. Between hospital bombings, attacks on a nuclear power plant, and the deaths of hundreds of civilians.
What we're seeing right now is, the entire range of potential war crimes on display in a lot of ways.
Marquette Assistant Professor Mark Berlin says the preliminary evidence of war crimes is present in Ukraine. He teaches international law, including international humanitarian law, which covers war. That law prevents siege tactics, starving a population, for example. It also says soldiers must allow civilians to leave an area and cannot intentionally strike civilians. Any violation is a war crime.
Attacking civilian targets like hospitals, schools, things that don't have a military purpose, those are considered civilian objects, and they are supposed to be immune from attack under international law.
But Berlin says war in an urban setting complicates this, especially with ordinary Ukrainian citizens joining the fight.
Anyone who picks up a weapon and is actually engaged in hostilities towards you is a legitimate target.
As a nation aims to protect its sovereignty and its people under attack. Now, the International Criminal Court has come out to say it's already investigating the presence of Russian war crimes in Ukraine and Crimea. And Berlin says, like domestic crimes, though prosecution, investigation of war crimes can take years, he does expect all of the on-the-ground reporting as well as cell phone, innocent bystander video to be heavily involved in that process. We're live tonight on the campus of Marquette University. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
Sam, thanks for the explanation.
All right, a very informative report there from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team, taking a deeper dive into war crimes and where exactly it comes down to when it comes what Vladimir Putin and his troops have been doing out there in Ukraine. And I do want to continue on with some segments from our Fox owned and operated stations as they also continue this invasion into Ukraine, officially now entering day 20. It's not just guns and explosives killing civilians out there. Our Fox 13 Tampa team is actually taking a closer look at the food crisis that this invasion has caused. Let's take a listen here.
All right, turning now to the war in Ukraine. It has been more than 2 weeks since.
After another failed round of peace talks, Russia continues to just batter away at Ukraine. More than 2.8 million refugees have fled, while hundreds of thousands Others are trapped. They're surrounded now by Russian troops. Reports say Russia has now expanded its attacks on supply lines to the west as well.
And this is raising concerns about the country's ability to bring in food to those who need it. And here's now our political editor, Craig Patrick. So just devastating to think about what's going on there now. Craig, what are these new warnings we're getting from the UN and the World Food Program tonight about the lack of food?
Well, the World Food Program has 55,000 tons of food ready to deliver to the people of Ukraine. However, Russia is targeting the corridors in which to deliver it. So at this point, there's difficulty in getting the food delivered. One, and two, they're looking for alternative ways to try to keep the people from starving. While Russia is still killing civilians and burning their homes, schools, and hospitals in major cities, it's also escalated the strikes in the less populated villages to the west. Russia is now blistering the west side of Ukraine with rockets to knock out supply lines that are feeding the Ukrainians with weapons and food. And if the invaders succeed in snuffing out those supply lines, that could seal off and starve Ukrainians across the nation, just as we see in the city of Mariupol, which Russia has already encircled and cut off. And relief organizations are warning us that Russia's move on those supply lines could lead to an even greater catastrophe in Ukraine that could spread through much of the world.
One of the things we're also doing is in the cities that may be besieged are setting up bakeries and giving them generators so that they can at least bake bread and have something to eat.
But there's a problem here too. Russia is also now targeting bakeries. For example, it destroyed this bread factory north of the capital. And in discussing his rationale for invasion, Vladimir Putin repeatedly stressed the value of controlling access to food, fertilizer, and agriculture. Keep in mind, when the Kremlin controlled Ukraine in the 1930s, it killed millions of Ukrainians by cutting off their access to food. It was a reign of terror known as the Terror Famine or the Holodomor. Now, 90 years later, much more of the world depends on Ukraine for grain and corn. And by disrupting and planning to control Ukraine's farms, Russia is gaining a much greater share of the world's source of food.
30% of wheat, 20% of maize, corn, and about 80% of sunflower oil comes from these two countries.
And in analyzing what Russia has said, it may be planning to weaponize food on a much larger scale.
The farmers here in Ukraine, they've got to be planting again and harvesting again. If they don't, then you're going to have a global supply problem. It's going to be catastrophic. And you compound that with the fact that 40% of all fertilizer base product comes from Russia. And if people don't get fertilizer, that reduces your harvest by 50%. You got catastrophe coming to catastrophe, not just in Ukraine, but potentially globally.
And when we say weaponizing food, there are concerns that Vladimir Putin, if he gains control or continues to disrupt agriculture in Ukraine, will cut nations off unless or until they recognize the legitimacy, he would say, of the invasion and continue to trade with Russia. And that's where this could enter a very complicated phase once we get through the coming days and weeks.
Well, and Craig, I know that Russia is expanding its strikes to cut off the supply lines from Poland. How close are they to the border of Poland? How close are they coming?
This weekend, they came within 10 to 12 miles, close enough so that people in Poland could see the glow of the blast and could also hear it as well. And the concern is that the closer and closer blasts come to the border, that an errant strike perhaps could move into Poland, which of course could set off World War III, a danger that we'll break down in greater detail coming up next hour.
Hard to even think about. All right, Craig Patrick. Yeah. Thank you, Craig.
All right, everybody, again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. A little past 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. And I do want to let you know that any moment now, we are expecting a live press conference from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as he briefs the media on the ministerial meeting taking place today. It is likely that he will be speaking with speaking about the peace talks that are underway between Russia and Ukraine, as well as all the latest developments that we have seen from there within the last 24 hours. We've seen a lot of explosions in Kyiv, troops about 9 miles outside of the capital, and we actually do have a look at the capital here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to be speaking live with the Assistant Professor of International Relations at Webster University in St. Louis, Missouri, because tomorrow we actually do have a live look from the U.S. Capitol building on the House floor. We know that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski is going to be addressing Congress virtually tomorrow. It is something that we plan on streaming for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get a little insight into what that address could entail, as well as his leadership throughout this entire invasion and the United States' response. So stick with us here. We'll be right back. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Tuesday, March 15th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez joining you from Orlando, Florida. Right now, we are taking a live look on the Senate floor, and it's actually a perfect segue into this next live interview that we have coming up at this very moment. Tomorrow, we do know that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski is expected to address the United States Congress virtually. It was an announcement that we first brought to you just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. Now, in order to preview a little bit about what we could expect, as well as talking about the United States' response and really the leadership that we have seen out there in Ukraine from President Zielenski, I do want to bring on Professor Danny Bello. He is an assistant professor of international relations at Webster University in St. Louis, Missouri, and his research focuses on the evolution of NATO-Russia relations, ethnic conflicts, and nationalism in the post-Soviet region. So who better than to break it all down than Mr. Bello himself, joining us right now. How are you doing? Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, Regina.
Good morning. So lots to talk about here, Professor Bello, and I do want to start off with what we are expected to hear from Ukrainian President Zielenski tomorrow. What are your initial thoughts on what he could say as he addresses Congress virtually?
Well, going into this address, President Zielenski will very likely highlight a number of points. The first one is to get NATO members to implement a no-fly zone, either over parts of Ukrainian airspace or the entirety of Ukrainian airspace. And the second being increased support in terms of military aid, weapons, as well as helping with the deteriorating humanitarian situation.
Yeah, and there's a lot to break down there because, we actually heard from we didn't hear, but we know that President Zielenski met virtually with members of Congress about 2 weeks ago. And that was a huge topic of conversation, was the fact that he needed fighter jets. And then we saw Vice President Kamala Harris head over to Poland last week. And that was also a big conversation as well, was the denial of the United States with those fighter jets from Poland through a U.S. airbase in Germany. So can you kind of break down a little more the whole fighter jet situation?
Yes, the initial idea was for Ukraine to receive Polish fighter jets, and those fighter jets would be replaced with newer American jets that would stay in Poland and be used by the Polish military. The challenge here is to prevent an escalation of violence in Ukraine, and also making sure that Ukraine has the capacity to fight. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that these fighter jets, which would likely be used by Ukraine, would facilitate the type of escalation that we would not want to see. So in considering the different policy options, and preventing, of course, a direct confrontation between NATO and the Russian Air Force. Currently, that option of sending fighter jets to Ukraine is off the table.
And yeah, I want to dig deeper into that a little bit, because when we first broke that news, the United States basically said, if we send these fighter jets, that is a declaration of war. But we've seen other countries trying to get Ukraine military resources. So where does that fine line get crossed, and how does that work?
The main purpose of sending military hardware to the Ukrainian defense forces is to increase Ukraine's capacity to mount their own defense against Russia's intervention. The fighter jet situation is somewhat different because it signals a different type of commitment by NATO. It also increases the chance that NATO will become directly engaged in fighting against Russia, and maintaining that below the threshold of a nuclear confrontation. That's not a risk that NATO policymakers and leaders are willing to undertake.
Now, I want to talk about Congress for a second and what we have already seen from them. Can you kind of break down what is in the roughly $14 billion of lethal and humanitarian aid that was approved last week?
The aid that the United States promised Ukraine is building on the $200+ million that were already approved for Ukraine in December before the war began. So this is a follow-up aid package that would entail arming Ukraine, as well as providing aid to various entities in Ukraine who facilitate humanitarian aid to those being evacuated from major metropolitan areas. So it's a rather comprehensive package that is meant to show even more support for Ukraine, building on what's already there.
And we're just taking a look at so many graphic images. In your profession, what has your reaction been to some of the airstrikes? We've seen thousands of civilians losing their lives just trying to get out, those ceasefires that were just really ignored multiple times. What can you say about the Russians' response while Ukraine is trying to talk about peace, trying to talk about at least getting our refugees out safely, but we've just seen these continued attacks? What is your response to everything happening on the ground out there?
What we're seeing right now in Eastern Europe, and in Ukraine specifically, is the magnitude of violence we haven't seen in that part of the world since the Second World War. So we have to keep that in mind. Looking at Russia's intervention, very few expected this type of violence. It's an operation that is clearly bogged down, and in considering what Russia can do. From Russia's perspective, this type of violence is meant to break down the morale of Ukrainian defenders, whether it would be civilians or the military. But again, nobody expected this type of violence, and the unfolding, or rather already unfolded, humanitarian crisis is where the focus should be, and clearly is, considering what we're seeing being done by the U.S. and its allies.
And, you know, as the world is monitoring what is happening out there, we did hear from the UN Secretary General just yesterday addressing the possibility of a nuclear catastrophe. Is this possible, really, is my question to you. Are they alone in thinking that?
The biggest risk of a nuclear confrontation comes if and only if there's a direct military engagement between NATO and Russian forces, because Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. So nuclear weapons, if they are used by Russia and or NATO member states. Therefore, we ought to avoid this direct confrontation. The alternative to this is some sort of diplomatic solution that would work both for Moscow and Washington and its allies. Because the alternative, as I said, a nuclear confrontation, which would simply be catastrophic for everyone.
And I want to step back for a second and, you know, talk about that address that we are expecting from President Zielenski tomorrow. And talking about the United States' response, we've seen President Biden ban the use of Russian oil, energy sources. We also heard of more sanctions late last week before the weekend. So really, for our viewers who are kind of just getting up to speed, are these sanctions enough? And do you think Zielenski tomorrow will basically ask for more?
When it comes to the oil embargo on Russian oil, we have to keep in mind that only 1% of all Russian oil exports go to the US. So that alone will not be sufficient to deter any of Russia's actions. Sanctions only work when they are implemented as a community, as an international community. So the U.S. going alone into these sanctions, it will unlikely to change Russia's behavior. As we've seen, Russia is very committed to its key goal, which is to demilitarize Ukraine and prevent Ukraine from becoming a hub for NATO forces. On the other hand, the more impactful sanctions are the ones which disconnect Russian financial institutions from Western capital. So we've seen this type of sanctions bite quite hard, and it impacts the average Russian as well. So it's a question of strategic sanctions, not sanctions just for the sake of symbolism.
And I want to talk about President Zelensky's leadership for a moment as we anticipate this address. We have seen very brave, for lack of a term, videos from him directly saying, I am not leaving Kyiv, I am in my office, you can come and find me. So really, what have you thought about Zelensky's leadership throughout this invasion? Is it defiant? Is it a little too much? Could it get him in trouble? What are your thoughts?
Well, first, currently, him staying in Kyiv certainly puts his life at risk, considering that Russia is surrounding Kyiv. Especially, we're seeing that over the last several days, that Russian forces are advancing from the north, from the east, and other directions. But certainly, considering that Zelensky did stay in Kyiv, and by the looks of it, his ministers as well, that clearly shows the type of leadership that could mobilize support within the Ukrainian population, which is suffering, again, one of the greatest humanitarian crises of that region. So his ability to maintain his position as the president and not leaving Kyiv and mobilizing support is important to impose the type of costs on Russia that are intended.
Well, this has all been very insightful, Professor Bello. We really are anticipating a lot from this address. And, you know, before we send you off, are there anything, any final points, any ideas that you want our viewers to take away from this conversation as he is expected to make this address, you know, this time tomorrow?
Certainly. Just one of the key points to reiterate is that even though there will likely be calls for the implementation of no-fly zone or some sort of strategy to directly confront the Russian military, we have to keep in mind those risks of escalating the conflict beyond the point that we can manage, meaning to a nuclear confrontation. And this is the main thing that we ought to avoid.
Absolutely. Well, Assistant Professor of International Relations at Webster University, Professor Danny Bello, thank you so much for really breaking down all this information for our viewers. Obviously, a very anticipated address, and we'll be speaking with you again shortly. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on the program.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to start from the beginning of that press conference with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He has been addressing the world on the latest developments of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering day 20. We'll have that for you right after we return.
Good afternoon.
All right, everybody, we are going to listen in as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is stepping up to the podium, briefing the press on the latest surrounding the Russian invasion into Ukraine. He is still speaking live now, but he came strong right out of the gate. So we're going to start from the very beginning. We've been recording on this press conference that started just about 10 minutes ago, so let's listen in.
We have exposed Russia's long list of lies. They claimed they did not plan to invade Ukraine, but they did. They claimed they were withdrawing their troops, but they sent in even more. They claim to be protecting civilians, but they are killing civilians. Now they are making absurd claims about biological labs and chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is just another lie, and we are concerned that Moscow could stage a false flag operation, possibly including chemical weapons. The Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, defending their homes and their future, and we must support them. Tomorrow we will be joined by the Ukrainian Defense Minister Alexei Reznikov and our other partners Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union. The whole world has condemned this senseless war. NATO allies, the European Union and other countries have introduced unprecedented sanctions on Russia. For many years, NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. Many of them are now fighting on the front lines. Allies have also provided significant quantities of critical equipment, including anti-tank and air defense weapons, drones, ammunition and fuel. This training and equipment is helping Ukraine to defend itself. Ukraine has a fundamental right to self-defense enshrined in the UN Charter, and NATO allies and partners will continue to help Ukraine uphold that right by providing military equipment and financial and humanitarian assistance. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have responded to this crisis quickly, activating our defense plans, raising our readiness, and deploying the NATO response force for the first time for collective defense. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces on heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance. Backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. The US is currently deploying Patriot batteries to Poland, and Germany and the Netherlands are also deploying Patriots to Slovakia. All of this sends an unmistakable message. An attack on one ally will be met with a decisive response from the whole alliance. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its military integration in Belarus creates a new security reality on the European continent. So we need to reset NATO's military posture for this new reality. Tomorrow, ministers will start an important discussion on concrete measures to reinforce our security for the longer term in all domains. On land, this could include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance at higher readiness and with more pre-positioned equipment. We will also consider major increases to our air and naval deployments, strengthening our integrated air and missile defense, reinforcing our cyber defenses, and holding more and larger exercises. I expect we will task NATO's military commanders to develop options for our Madrid summit in June. Major reinforcements of our defense will require major increases in investment. I welcome that Germany and other allies have already announced they are stepping up, and I encourage all allies to spend a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. We must do more, so we must also invest more to protect peace and freedom and uphold our values at this critical time. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with CNN.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you can say whether the NATO alliance has seen evidence that China has been providing Russia with any kind of assistance that would help it on the battlefield, whether that's military equipment or MREs, food for troops, anything of that kind. And also with regard to the situation that we saw earlier this week with Russia targeting a military base very close to Poland's border, I'm wondering what you can say about the kind of red lines and whether there would be any kind of consequences if a missile, for example, were accidentally to enter NATO territory or on purpose. Thank you.
So NATO's core responsibility, our main responsibility, is to protect and defend all NATO allies, 1 billion people in 30 different countries, and to ensure that we also do that now in a more dangerous security situation in Europe caused by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we have increased the presence in the eastern part of the alliance, we have increased the readiness of our troops, and we are deploying more capabilities, especially to the eastern part of the alliance. So an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance, and we are there to protect and defend every inch of NATO allied territory. When we see more military activities, when we see actually fighting going on close to NATO borders, there is always a risk for incidents and accidents. And therefore we have to make every effort to prevent such incidents and accidents, and if they happen, to make sure that they don't spiral out of control and create really dangerous situations. We are very closely monitoring the airspace and the border areas around NATO, and our military commanders also have the lines to their Russian commanders to help to prevent incidents and accidents, and also prevent them from spiraling out of control if they happen. On China, so China should join the rest of the world, condemning strongly the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And any support to Russia, military support, any other type of support, will actually help Russia conduct a brutal war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine, and help them to continue to wage war which is causing death, suffering, and an enormous amount of destruction. So China has an obligation as a member of the UN Security Council to actually support and uphold international law, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. So we call on Russia to clearly condemn the invasion and, of course, not support Russia, and we are closely monitoring any signs of support from China to Russia.
We'll go to the National News Agency of Ukraine, over there.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, NATO have a glorious story of supporting some countries and preventing bloodshed, for example, like it happened in Sarajevo, in Kosovo, and so on. What is the threshold for NATO when the Russian killings will overcome that threshold to NATO for direct involvement? And the short follow-up because of that, if you follow the Russian rhetorics, they are not going to stop purely in Ukraine. So that the question is, isn't it the right time for NATO to intervene, to defeat and to break the Putin's military machine while it's stick in Ukraine, while waiting when the Russian bombs will be falling to the European capitals? Thank you.
NATO allies have supported Ukraine for many years, and especially since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time back in 2014. And NATO allies like the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada have also helped to train tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces and other troops. And they are now bravely fighting and resisting the invading Russian forces. And I think this support over many years have proven extremely important in strengthening the Ukrainian armed forces, and Ukrainian armed forces are much bigger, much stronger, much better equipped, much better trained now than in 2014, and I'm glad that NATO allies have helped to achieve that with the training and with the equipment. Then, of course, it's first and foremost the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership that has actually enabled them to fight back, to slow down, to resist the brutal invasion conducted by the Russian Federation and which is a responsibility of President Putin. And it is President Putin who is responsible for this war. He can end this war now, withdraw all his troops now, and then engage in good faith in a political effort to find a diplomatic solution. So we are calling on President Putin to do exactly that. Then NATO's Ukraine is a highly valued partner, which we have supported and continue to support, and allies are also stepping up support, partly with military equipment, partly with financial support, humanitarian support, but also by imposing the sanctions, which is forcing, which are actually crippling Russian economy. Our responsibility as an alliance is to protect and defend all allies, and we are sending a clear message that we are ready to do so by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance. But again, it is Russia and President Putin that are responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, and President Putin should end this senseless war by withdrawing its forces from Ukraine.
Okay. Political.
Thank you. I'm Lily from Politico. Why do the US and NATO insist that fighter jets won't be helpful for Ukraine when the Ukrainians themselves say otherwise? Shouldn't it be up to the Ukrainian authorities to say what would be helpful for them? Thank you.
NATO allies are providing many different types of equipment, including advanced air defense systems, which have actually helped the Ukrainians to shoot down Russian planes, Russian missiles, and the allies continue to provide support also when it comes to different types of air defense systems. But I will not go into the details of every type of supply, every type of support, exactly how and where, because I think that will just make it harder and more difficult to continue to provide this type of support. NATO allies are stepping up and providing also advanced air defense systems.
Thank you. Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal. To follow up on the earlier question, there have apparently been UAV incursions into NATO airspace. Apparently one Russian drone entered and left Polish airspace, and another one crashed in NATO territory. How do you determine when something like that is an act of aggression or an act that warrants response? And you were talking earlier about escalation. How do you ensure that something like that is handled in a way that is appropriate and doesn't get out of control?
The presence both in Romania and the southeast of the alliance, but also in the Baltic region. This is our immediate response. And as I said, the back groups is under establishment with the French-led VJTF element. Then what we will discuss at the Defense Ministerial meeting is not only the immediate response and the need for support to Ukraine, but we will also look at the need to reset our presence, our deterrence and defense posture in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the integration of Russian and Belarusian forces. That will take some more time because I think we need to assess the different options. We need advice from our military commanders, and I expect that the ministers, when they meet tomorrow, will agree to ask our military commanders to provide advice for the more longer-term adaptation. So I think it's important to distinguish clearly about the immediate response, all the tens of thousands of more troops, air power and naval power, and then the more long-term adjustment of our posture. They will take some more time before we take final decisions. I expect that to be made at the NATO summit at the end of June.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. As we lose that shot, I actually do want to take you out to a live vantage point we have of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. So basically what we got from that update was the fact that ministerial leaders will be meeting tomorrow to discuss measures to reinforce security in NATO countries. He said we must do more and we must invest more. He did say that more than 1,000 troops are stationed in NATO countries surrounding the Ukrainian borders. And he did take questions from the media. He was asked, is this the right time for NATO to intervene? He was also asked, do you have any evidence that China has been helping Russia during this invasion? And his answer to that was that China should join the rest of the world in condemning this invasion that's claimed the lives of so many people. So a very informative update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We actually can tell you that our own Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, is actually on his way to Brussels as we speak. He left the United States a little bit earlier this morning to take part in those discussions. He started off really strong in this update, saying that we have exposed Russia's long list of lies, that they are now making absurd claims about biological labs and chemical weapons in Ukraine. And, you know, when speaking on the risk of Russia and how they may be using chemical weapons, how would NATO respond? He said any use of chemical weapons will be a violation of international law, and that Russia has used chemical agents before to attack and kill political opponents. They said that they are going to keep tabs on this entire situation here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we just brought you, raw, unfiltered feeds of that press conference from Brussels. Again, we do know that our very own Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, will be taking part in these discussions tomorrow to strengthen our NATO alliance forces around the Ukrainian borders. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news as we bring you all of the latest developments as the Russian invasion of Ukraine officially enters day 20. We just heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg talking about how leaders will be convening in Belgium tomorrow to discuss how they can strengthen their NATO alliances. This is all happening as multiple explosions have been reported in Kyiv, which is the capital you are looking at right now. I do want to leave Kyiv, however, and take you out to Washington, D.C. We are officially getting this feed into our Live Now from Fox desk this morning as we have the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Marakova, and Archbishop Boris Gudziak of the Ukrainian Catholic Church of Philadelphia talking at the National Press Club. So let's listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Vatican's Dicastery for Communication. Madam Ambassador, let's start with you. Welcome to the National Press Club, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for organizing this event and inviting us. I would like to start with the words of thank you to all journalists, to all of you who are here, but also especially to those who are in Ukraine today, risking their lives to tell the world the truth. Something that Ukraine desperately needs, something that the world desperately needs, something that is very important for the world to understand what really goes on in every city and village in Ukraine right now, and actually move the world to act quicker and more decisive. Today is 20th day of the brutal attack on Ukraine, but it's actually 8th year of war, because Russia attacked us in 2014. Russia illegally annexed Crimea. Russia illegally attacked Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast and occupied parts of its territories. We are at war. Russia is at war with us for the past 8 years. But during the past, it doesn't mean that everywhere else it stopped, because the city of Mariupol for 11 days now continued to be encircled and bombed and shelled and stormed by the Russian troops. The suburbs of Kyiv continue to be shelled at. The Dnipro city was also attacked today. There are also repeated shellings and attacks on pretty much everywhere in Ukraine. In addition to that, we clearly have evidence, and with the help of journalists, everyone has them now, that Russians are not actually targeting our armed forces. They are targeting civilians. They are killing children, pregnant women. They are killing elderly. This is a clear case of genocide. And, you know, these war crimes have been appalling, and there is only one reason why Russians are doing it. They're trying to use this terror to scare us into submission and make sure or force us through this terror to surrender. Now, I've received personally several texts, of course, this night, especially from Kyiv. And the only texts that people are sending I've received personally several texts, of course, this night, especially from Kyiv. And the only texts that people are sending me from either Kyiv or used to send from Mariupol before the batteries and connection was out is, we are alive, don't worry, we are safe. Please ensure we have more weapons to fight with. So this is where we are right now. For 20 days, Ukraine is defending our homes, we are defending Ukraine, but we are also defending Europe, and we are defending democracy, and we are defending freedom. Because this is the only reason why Russia attacked us. We are a peaceful country, we never attacked anyone, even though we had all legal rights to reclaim part of Donetsk and Lugansk territories taken in 2014, and Crimea, which is illegally occupied by Russia. We never, during 8 years of war, tried to do it militarily. We always used a diplomatic path, and we always used push for diplomatic solutions. So the only risk that there is from Ukraine to Russia is that we have chosen to be European, democratic, and free. And if that is something that scares Russian Federation, that none of us is safe. Therefore, right now, the Ukrainian armed forces, President Zielenski, our men, women, everyone in Ukraine is very resolute, and we know that we will not surrender. We will fight for our homes. We will continue this fight, and all we need from all of our partners is immediate increase in military support in order to be able to sustain this fight. We also are here to talk about the humanitarian, of course, situation. And it's a humanitarian catastrophe of massive disaster, of massive proportions. First, the loss of lives and the attack on human beings in Ukraine. I mean, the 3 million who were forced to flee the country. People who are in encircled cities without food, water, or access to basic medical supply. Kids who do not go to schools for the past 20 days. All of that. But in addition to that, Russians specifically target all our cultural objects and our churches. If you read the newsline, this is barbaric. The churches, the Greek Orthodox churches, the Greek Catholic churches, the Orthodox churches, synagogues, mosques, nothing is off limit to them. The universities. Some of the universities literally are obliterated. There is nothing left in many cities. And so everything that they are doing definitely does not match the fake pretext that Russians and Russian President Putin said at the beginning of this war. They are attacking the civilians. They're trying to exterminate Ukrainians. And we will not give up. So I would like to finish with only 3 words and asks. What is it that we need from all of our partners and friends? And we are very thankful for the support, especially for the support that the United States is providing us. But we need priority number 1, more weapons and more tools that our armed forces and all the volunteers and every citizen needs in order to be able to defend our home from brutal foreign invader, Russian Federation. B, we need all the humanitarian assistance that we can get, especially inside Ukraine, especially to those cities that are encircled. And we need all the diplomatic power that the world can put together in order to force Russia to allow the humanitarian corridors, which they deny us for the past 20 days. And 3, we need sanctions. And we've seen that the world put together all the resources and decisiveness in order to put the sanctions on. And the US, we again would like to thank the United States for being a leader in this process. But we need more. We have to isolate Russia completely. They cannot be in any of the international organizations. They cannot sit around the table unless they stop this brutal aggression, cease fire, and get out from our country. This has implications for all of us. It's not about Ukraine only. The world as we knew it and the security infrastructure, global infrastructure, which all countries worked so hard to set after the World War II, is no longer there. So the question actually to all of us is it okay for an autocratic, aggressive nuclear power to attack a neighboring state and get away with it? And I'm positive that all of us together, all the civilized world, has to answer decisively no. Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador Jen, friends. Stalin said the death of one person is a tragedy, the suffering of millions is statistics. It's really important to kind of sit back and imagine what is happening. On the way here, I talked to Gennady Mokhnenko, a minister in Mariupol. He's right now outside the city. In the last 20 years, Gennady, a Protestant minister, has adopted 35 children, 35 orphans. Yesterday, an orphan that he raised from childhood, Victoria Sakharova, just like the Russian physicist and dissident, Victoria Sakharova was killed. She leaves her child, a three-year-old boy who's an orphan. Gennady does not know what is the fate of this boy. You saw the pictures of tanks firing at apartment buildings. That's exactly what happened to Gennady's adopted daughter. Two Orthodox priests have been killed. Actually, three. I think yesterday there was a third one killed. In the last 250 years, every time Russia has taken over any part of Ukrainian territory where the Ukrainian Catholic Church is ministered, it has been strangled. It happened a couple times in the 19th century, it happened in the 20th century, and it was happening now in Crimea and in the Donbass. There are 3 million refugees. We're incredibly grateful to all you and all whom you represent, your audiences. The world has come together to support Ukraine, and Ukraine has won this war morally. I think it's very important to see the positive things in this tragedy. The world has come together. I used to be bishop in Paris for 7 years, and I saw before my eyes how Brexit, how other fissures were breaking apart the European community. There's now new unity, new purpose in the European Union because of the witness of Ukrainians who are giving their life for their friends. You know, Jesus said, it's John 15:13, there's no greater love than when one gives one's life for his friends. And that's why you're inspired. You're here, and the world is watching and listening because it sees the greatest love. It sees the greatest sacrifice. It's really important to help people understand why they are inspired. This is David and Goliath. This is a biblical message. And it's inspiring everybody. Our friends in Japan, we're very grateful for Japanese solidarity and sanctions. Our friends in the Muslim world, who are coming to realize that Ukraine is home to a Muslim population that is fervently, passionately patriotic. It's Ukrainian. In Crimea, the Muslim Tatars were deported by Stalin, welcomed back by Ukraine, and they today, already for 8 years, have been persecuted under the Russian occupation. It's very important for people from Indonesia, from Pakistan, in the Arab countries, to understand that Ukrainians are dying for the freedom of religion of Muslims who are comfortable in Ukraine. There's a Jewish president. Most people can't fathom that 70% of Ukrainians voted for a Jewish candidate. There is great fraternal unity and love in this country. Something that those who drink the Russian Kool-Aid don't understand. People are surprised that Kharkiv is standing up. I talked to the bishop of Kharkiv this morning. The bishop of Kharkiv has received, the Ukrainian Catholic bishop has received an Orthodox bishop who lived on the outskirts. His windows were blown out, his apartment building was damaged, so he's living with the Ukrainian Catholic bishop. There's no electricity tonight. There's a shortage of food and water. But the population is coming together. The churches are feeding people. They're getting humanitarian aid in. Kharkiv is not fully encircled like Mariupol. Over 600 apartment buildings and dwellings in Kharkiv have been damaged or destroyed. Most of the population is left. But the defenders are there. And the question is, will the world help the defenders? We need massive humanitarian aid, and there's been a massive response. But I'll put it bluntly. What good is it if you feed the stomachs of these children, these women, these people in cities, if their brains are going to be blown out, if their buildings, their apartment buildings are going to be rendered into rubble. There needs to be massive defensive and massive humanitarian aid. Hats off, if I may, to countries like Poland. Poland's taken 1.5 million refugees. It's at a saturation point, but if you've been following it, the love. Did you see all those strollers at the Polish border? The Polish population is bringing everything to the fleeing masses. In each case, almost in each case, a family is divided because men cannot leave. So women are leaving with their children. The husbands are staying behind. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are returning to Ukraine to defend the innocent, to protect the hospitals, to guide and accompany the refugees. There's an incredible moral moment in the world today. The world has not been united like this for decades. And Ukraine is at the center of it. It's a miracle, my friends. So we ask you to pray. Prayer brought down the Soviet Union, not a war, not great policies. A great superpower, armed to its teeth with nuclear weapons, felt like the house of cards it was. It was a moral ruin, and it could not morally stand. We ask you to inform. There's one main reason why Ukraine is being attacked. It's being attacked because it's a democracy, and it has the disease of freedom of the press, freedom of religion, elections, a vital civic society. All of this is a dangerous virus for autocracy, for oligarchic kleptocracy, and for what Putin stands for. It's very sad that today the Russian Orthodox Church in its leadership stands with President Putin. It stands for this war. It stands against the defense of innocence. The most negative example for the Russian population. This needs to be named. This needs to be called out. We thank you for doing this. We thank you for being careful and vigilant. We thank you for understanding that Ukraine is not threatening Russia. Ukraine had 900,000 soldiers at the time of its independence. It came down to 6,000 battle-ready troops in 2014. Is that a country with aggressive intentions? Ukraine is the first country, dear friends, that unilaterally dismantled its nuclear arsenal in 1994, receiving guarantees from the US, Great Britain, and Russia about its territorial integrity and sovereignty.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news as we bring you all of the latest press conferences, live events, all the developments coming as we cover the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 20. We are actually out in Washington, D.C. live right now if you're just tuning in. We just heard from Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Marakova. She spoke on the humanitarian crisis that is being caused in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine as other bordering nations take in millions of refugees. The United Nations confirming that more than 3 million people have fled, calling it the largest evacuation efforts in Eastern Europe since World War II. And we just heard some powerful remarks from the Archbishop of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in Philadelphia. They are attending the National Press Club right now as they discuss their feelings, their emotions regarding this invasion. Something that stuck out to me was the Archbishop saying those who drink the Russian Kool-Aid don't understand, condemning Russia for these actions, actually physically removing his hats off to countries like Poland, who we know have alone taken in more than 1 million refugees since this invasion began. So very powerful remarks coming from Washington, D.C. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news and some more coverage of this invasion.
We are live and, more importantly, worldwide, right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here once again, and you are taking a live look right here at Kyiv. Fortunately, we are now on day 20 of the all-out assault against Ukraine, as there is massive shelling just right outside of the capital. We're talking about 10 miles out as the Russian troops continue to get closer. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us today on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it as we bring you always the top stories, headlines from all over the country and, of course, around the world. We've been your source of information when it comes to these breaking news events with the Russian invasion. Like I said, now in day 20. Live look right now at the White House. We do have a White House briefing coming up in less than 2 hours. We'll feature that for you from beginning all the way to the end. We do have the Marine there, which means President Biden is in the Oval Office right now, and we'll be waiting to get some updates from the Biden administration coming up, like I said, in less than 2 hours, everyone. We're going to go to a live hearing right now. This is an interesting one because it has to do with authoritarianism, and that is exactly what we are seeing with Putin right now. And we are hearing this hearing today on just how the U.S. and our allies deal with this kind of issue around the world.
Values in actions and not just in words. We must support and protect human rights defenders, democracy activists, and civil society organizations who are on the front lines of this global struggle. In the coming weeks, I'll be introducing the Global Voices of Freedom Act, which will strengthen protections for democracy and human rights defenders across the world. We must combat the complex web of kleptocracy sustaining autocrats from around the world. We must cut off their lifeblood and impair their ability to buffer one another from sanctions. We must combat digital authoritarianism, including disinformation, propaganda, and censorship used to subvert democratic principles and advance autocrats' interests. We must counter the dangerous narratives which authoritarians spread to manipulate, to distract, and to cause people to question whether democracy has anything to offer the modern world. We must also bolster fledgling democracies from Niger to Tunisia, including through economic support, and counter the rise of illiberal forces from El Salvador to Turkey. For too long, authoritarianism has lured national leaders with the promise of easy pathways to wealth and power. In response, we must strengthen our solidarity with nations striving to pursue security and prosperity for their people through just and democratic means. And our efforts must be well-funded. And I'm glad that we have the distinguished chairman of the Appropriations State Authorization and Subcommittee on Foreign Ops. Our efforts have to be well-funded. How many more titles do you have on there? Did I add extra to it? Or?
I greatly appreciate the description of myself as distinguished, but when I deliver up to the goals of our committee,
you'll be even very distinguished when it's well-funded. So what the United States has invested in democracy assistance pales in comparison to the billions that autocrats pour into protecting one another's wealth and power. The administration's Summit for Democracy last year represented a significant opportunity to galvanize our allies in these efforts. But if the goals of the summit are not translated into concrete and well-funded actions, the democracy movement will be worse off, left only with empty promises. And we must also get our own house in order, as demonstrated when rioters stormed the Capitol on January 6 to overturn the results of the presidential election. We must fill critical roles at home, including the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, the Ambassador for War Crimes, and ambassadorships around the world. My colleagues' obstruction of these nominees impedes our ability to stand up to autocrats and support our allies. And at the same time, the administration must nominate an undersecretary for public diplomacy. In recent weeks, we have witnessed what authoritarians are willing to do to protect their power and wealth and to eliminate democracy. Today, it is Russia and Ukraine. Tomorrow, it will be other nations. We have watched as Ukrainians have taken up arms and risked their lives in defense of freedom and democracy. What are we in turn, as democracies and the United States, willing to do? That is a question I hope we begin to answer today. And with that, let me turn to the distinguished ranking member for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every American can turn on the TV and see the authoritarianism is on the rise. From Putin's personal war, very personal war, against Ukraine to China's genocide of the Uyghurs and technology-fueled repression, autocrats are busy quashing political dissent and actively working to undermine our open democratic society. While Russia and China are the most egregious models of authoritarianism, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea, and Zimbabwe also demonstrate the global nature of this rise. Clearly, the United States and our allies need to step up our game against these regimes. The Biden administration has made supporting democracy a focal point of its foreign policy, and last December, the president hosted the Summit for Democracy with much fanfare. Unfortunately, there were few, if any, results therefrom. Ukraine was a participant in this summit and is now fighting for its sovereignty against an authoritarian Russian regime. Ukrainian lives will not be saved by the declarations or pledges from a summit. Instead, the Ukrainians need air defense systems, including surface-to-air missiles, fighter planes, anti-tank missiles, ammunition, small arms, and bulletproof vests. The United States once called itself the arsenal of democracy. We can become so again. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom, but also for ours. We must continue to give it the tools now to combat Putin's authoritarianism. Russia's repression goes beyond its current war and uses disinformation and cyber warfare to stir discontent abroad, including in Georgia, Moldova, the Baltics, and the Balkans. We have also allowed the ill-gotten financial gains of Putin's cronies to find a home in the West, including in the United States. I'm glad to see the administration has stood up a task force to remove the Kremlin's influences from our systems and their holdings, but it is long overdue. We've been far too permissive for too long, and the results of that complacency are seen in Ukraine. Turning to China, the Chinese Communist Party has a long history of malign influence that takes a variety of forms. Its coordination with Russia on misinformation about the war in Ukraine is only the latest example. The CCP is justifying Russia's horrific and unjustified invasion by spreading disinformation about U.S.-supported biological research labs in Ukraine. This is similar to the false narratives China used to cover up the origins of COVID-19 and delay the global pandemic response. In other instances, the CCP is using transnational repression to target dissidents and even U.S. citizens outside of China, bully media outlets overseas that publish negative coverage of China, and silence debate at U.S. universities. Funding from China into universities is another major problem. From 2019 to 2021 alone, U.S. universities received $545 million in gifts and contracts from China. $545 million. In one example, Chinese company Alibaba contracted with a U.S. university to develop facial surveillance technology. In Europe, multiple universities have ties with Chinese universities that directly support the People's Liberation Army. These partnerships support bad actors that do not share the interests of democratic nations. It's a simple question. Why are we funding Chinese authoritarianism? As autocrats get more creative in pushing their agenda, the United States and its allies need to increase their efforts to block and tackle disinformation and authoritarian narratives before they take root. The U.S. should continue its support for democracies around the globe through our foreign assistance programs. We need to better coordinate within our interagency to focus on programs that are most effective at pushing back against the lies and propaganda of our adversaries. We should also work with our allies and partners to promote democratic institutions, good governance, and understanding of the playbooks of authoritarian governments. On universities, for example, the U.S. and our partners should improve scrutiny of foreign donations and contracts. We must continue to counter authoritarian tactics through free media and civil society. I look forward to hearing more today about our current U.S. government efforts to combat authoritarianism and how we can improve upon those efforts immediately. We must not let the authoritarians win. As we see in Ukraine today, no one wants to live in a world controlled by Putin or Xi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Risch. All right, so we'll start with our witnesses. Let me introduce them. It's my privilege to welcome Undersecretary for Civilian Security, Democracy, and Human Rights, Uzra Zeya. In her role, Undersecretary Zeya leads department efforts to prevent and counter threats to civilian security, works to advance the security of the American people by assisting countries around the world to build more democratic, secure, stable, and just societies. Undersecretary Zeya also serves concurrently as the U.S. Special Coordinator for Tibetan Issues, and she is a veteran diplomat, having served our country in the Foreign Service over 27 years in Syria, Egypt, Oman, Jamaica, and France, and we welcome you. We're also joined virtually by another formidable diplomat, acting Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, Ms. Jennifer Hall Godfrey. In her role, Ms. Godfrey leads department efforts to expand and strengthen the relationships between the people of the United States and our foreign counterparts. She works to advance our national interests by seeking to engage, inform, and understand the perspectives of foreign audiences. Ms. Godfrey is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service and has served our country with distinction in Jordan, Turkmenistan, Libya, Austria, and Saudi Arabia. So welcome to you both. Thank you for being here. Your full statements will be included in the record. I'd ask you to try to summarize them in about 5 minutes or so we can have a conversation with you. And Madam Secretary, we start with you.
Chairman Menendez, Ranking Member Risch, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. With Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified war of choice against Ukraine, generating Europe's worst humanitarian crisis since World War II, never in my lifetime has the contest between democracy and autocracy been more important. And we will prevail thanks to the strong bipartisan support of Congress. Across the globe, authoritarianism threatens democratic governments and societies. According to Freedom House, almost 40% of the global population live in countries categorized as not free. This is a defining challenge of our time, and this administration is responding with decisive and collective action. Today, I'd like to highlight 3 core lines of effort. 1, shoring up our alliances and partnerships to advance a common vision and unified front in the face of authoritarianism. 2, broadening the chorus of those active in defending democracy, countering corruption, and advancing human rights globally beyond our traditional transatlantic partners. And 3, modernizing our foreign policy and assistance toolkit to push back on authoritarians while supporting civil society actors and institutions often under siege. There's no greater proof of the need for bold action to combat authoritarianism than Putin's brutal effort to occupy Ukraine and destroy its democracy. But Putin grossly underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people and the international community. The United States and the rest of the responsible world are uniting to stand with Ukraine and surge assistance across all sectors. Together with allies, we're exposing the Kremlin's disinformation and lies while imposing massive costs through powerful sanctions and export controls that have cratered Russia's economy and left it more politically isolated than ever before. We will use every tool available to hold the government of Russia, its enablers in Belarus, and the Russian oligarchs who have profited from this corrupt, violent regime to account. We're also clear-eyed and resolute about other threats to democracy. A more assertive People's Republic of China is attempting to redefine global norms to privilege authoritarianism and avert international scrutiny. The PRC has good reason to fear the latter, as it continues to commit genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, strangle democracy and press freedom in Hong Kong, and suppress Tibetan Buddhists and other religious minorities from practicing their faith. PRC authorities externalize their system further through acts of transnational repression, including on our own shores. To counter these efforts, the United States is forging a common approach with like-minded partners, enhancing their resilience to coercion, promoting accountability for the PRC's abuses, and pushing back against the use of forced labor and misuse of advanced and emerging technologies for repression.
We're going to cut in for a moment here. We got some terrible news to bring to you. This coming from Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott, saying it is with great sadness and a heavy heart that we shared the news this morning regarding our beloved cameraman Pierre Zielenski. Pierre was killed just outside of Kyiv, Ukraine yesterday. Pierre was with Benjamin Hall news gathering when their vehicle was struck by incoming fire. Pierre was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria, during his long tenure with us. His passion and talent as a journalist were unmatched. Based in London, Pierre has been working in Ukraine since February, and we're learning that unfortunately he did pass away yesterday with taking fire alongside Benjamin Hall. We're still waiting for more updates on the veteran reporter there as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We are live here with you, taking you back to the very beginning, where we take you to the Canadian Parliament, where Ukrainian President Zielenski will be addressing them. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Our House. Mr. President, Vladimir, you are a friend. Canadians and Ukrainians are friends, and they have been for a long time. Our people share deep historical ties. In the early 20th century, a massive wave of Ukrainian immigrants came to Canada. Many of them settled in the Canadian prairies. They worked the land. They built churches distinguished by their beautiful spires. And they helped shape Canada in significant ways. Notre pays compte aujourd'hui 1,4 million de Canadiens d'origine ukrainienne,
in our country, making it the second largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world. Whether as farmers, producers, scientists, community leaders, athletes, or frontline workers, Ukrainian Canadians continue to make a tremendous contribution to our country. But the friendship between Canada and Ukraine is not only based on this shared history, it is also based on our shared values.
Vladimir, in the years I've known you, I've always thought of you as a champion for democracy. And now, democracies around the world are lucky to have you as our champion. Hear, hear.
Your courage and the courage of your people inspires us all. You're defending the right of Ukrainians to choose their own future. And in doing so, you're defending the values that form the pillars of all free, democratic countries. Freedom, human rights, justice, truth, international order. These are the values you're risking your life for as you fight for Ukraine and Ukrainians. Beyond that, you're inspiring democracies and democratic leaders around the world to be more courageous, more united, and to fight harder for what we believe in. You remind us that friends are always stronger together. With allies and partners, we're imposing crippling sanctions to make sure Putin and his enablers in Russia and Belarus are held accountable. Today, in line with our European Union partners, I can announce that we have imposed severe sanctions on 15 new Russian officials, including government and military elites who are complicit in this illegal war.
Canada will continue to support Ukraine with military equipment as well as financial and humanitarian assistance. And we will be there to help rebuild once the aggressor is repelled.
In Canada, we like to root for the underdog. We believe that when a cause is just and right, it will always prevail, no matter the size of the opponent. This doesn't mean it'll be easy. Ukrainians are already paying incalculable human costs. This illegal and unnecessary war is a grave mistake, and Putin must stop it now. Le mépris.
Vladimir Putin's blatant disregard for human life is absolutely unacceptable. Canada continues to demand that Russia stop targeting civilians and end this unjustifiable war.
Ukrainians are standing up to authoritarianism. And as parliamentarians united in this House today, and all Canadians, we stand with you. As friends, you can count on our unwavering and steadfast support. And now, it is my great privilege to introduce to you all the President of Ukraine, our friend, Vladimir Zielenski.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, dear Justin, members of the government, members of the Parliament, all distinguished guests, friends. Before I begin, I would like you to understand my feelings and feelings of all Ukrainians, as far as it is possible. Our feelings over the last 20 days. 20 days of a full-scale aggression of Russian Federation after 8 years of fightings in Donbass region. Can you only imagine? Imagine that on 4 a.m., each of you start hearing bomb explosions, severe explosion. Justin, can you imagine hearing your children hear all these severe explosions, bombing of airport, bombing of Ottawa airport, tens of other cities of your wonderful country. Can you imagine that? cruise missiles are falling down on your terrain, and your children are asking you what happened, and you are receiving the first news which infrastructure objects have been bombed and destroyed by Russian Federation. And you know how many people already died. Can you only imagine what words, how can you explain to your children that you just, full-scale aggression just happened in your country? You know that this is war to annihilate your state, your country. You know that this is the war to subjugate your people. And on second day, you receive notifications that huge columns of military equipment are entering your country, crossing the border. They're entering small cities. They are giving siege. They're encircling cities. And they start to shell civil neighborhoods. They bomb school buildings. They destroyed kindergarten facilities. Like in our city, city of Sumy, like in city of Ochtyrka. Imagine that someone is taking siege, laying siege to Vancouver. Can you just imagine that for a second? And all these people who are left in such city. And this is exactly the situation that our city of Mariupol is suffering right now. And they are left without heat or hydro, or without means of communicating, almost without food, without water, seeking shelter in bomb shelters. Dear Justin, dear guests, can you imagine that every day you receive memorandums about the number of casualties, including among women and children? You've heard about the bombings. Currently, we have 97 children that died during this war. Can you imagine famous CN Tower in Toronto? If it was hit by Russian bombs. Of course, I don't wish this on anyone, but this is our reality in which we live. We have to contemplate, we have to see where the next bombing will take place. Your church square, we have a Freedom Square in the city of Harton. Our Babin Yar, the place where victims of Holocaust were buried, and it has been bombed by the Russians. Imagine that Canadian facilities have been bombed similarly as our buildings and memorial places are being bombed. A number of families have died. Every night is a horrible night. Russians are shelling from all kinds of artillery, from tanks. They're hitting civilian infrastructure. They're hitting big buildings. Can you imagine that there is a fire starting at a nuclear power plant? And that's exactly what happened in our country. Each city that they are marching through, they are taking down Ukrainian flags. Can you imagine someone taking down your Canadian flags in Montreal and other Canadian cities? I know that you all support Ukraine. We've been friends with you, Justin, but also I would like you to understand, and I would like you to feel this, what we feel every day. We want to live, and we want to be victorious. We want to prevail for the sake of life. Can you imagine when you call your friends, your friendly nation, and you ask, please close the sky, close the airspace, please stop the bombing. How many more cruise missiles have to fall on our cities until you make this happen? And they, in return, they express their deep concerns about the situation. When we talk with our partners, and they say, please hold on a little longer. Some people are talking about trying to avoid the escalation. And at the same time, in response to our aspiration to become members of NATO, we also do not hear a clear answer. Sometimes we don't see obvious things. It's a dire straits, but it also allowed us to see who our real friends are over the last 20 days, and as well 8 previous years. I'm sure that you've been able to see clearly what's going on, and I'm addressing all of you. Canada has always been steadfast in their support. You've been a reliable partner to Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I'm sure this will continue. You've offered your help, your assistance at our earliest request. You supply us with the military assistance, with humanitarian assistance. You've imposed serious sanctions. At the same time, we see that, unfortunately, they did not bring the end to the war. You can see that our cities like Kharkiv, Mariupol, and many other cities are not protected just like your cities are protected, Edmonton, Vancouver. You can see that Kyiv is being shelled and bombed, city of Ivano-Frankivsk. It used to be, we were a very peaceful country, peaceful cities, but now they're being constantly bombarded. Basically, what I'm trying to say that you all need to do more to stop Russia, to protect Ukraine, and by doing that, to protect Europe from Russian threat. They're destroying everything, memorial complexes, schools, hospitals, housing complex. They already killed 97 Ukrainian children. We are not asking for much. We're asking for justice, for real support, which will help us to prevail, to defend, to save life all of the world. Canada is leading in these efforts, and I'm hoping that other countries will follow the same suit. We're asking for more of your leadership, and please take more, greater part in these efforts, Justin and all of our friends of Ukraine, all friends of the truth. Please understand how important it is for us to close our airspace from Russian missiles and Russian aircrafts. I hope you can understand. I hope you can increase your efforts. You can increase sanctions so they will not have a single dollar to fund their war effort. Commercial entities should not be working in Russia. Probably you know better than many in any other countries that this attack on Ukraine, it's their attempt to annihilate Ukrainian people, and there is nothing else to it. This is their main objective. It's actually the war against Ukrainian people. And it's an attempt to destroy everything that we as Ukrainians do. It's an attempt to destroy our future, to destroy our nation, our character. You Canadians, you know very well all this. That's why I'm asking you, please do not stop in your efforts. Please expand your efforts to bring back peace in our peaceful country. I believe, and I know that you can do it. And we are part of the anti-war coalition, and jointly I'm sure that we'll achieve results. I would like to also ask our Ukrainian diaspora in Canada. This is a historical moment, and we need your support, your practical support. And we hope that with your practical steps, you will show that you are part of the modern Ukrainian history. Please remember, this is a practical, modern-day history of Ukraine. We want to live. We want to have peace. I'm grateful to every one of you in the Parliament of Canada who is present there, to every Canadian citizen. I am very grateful to you, Justin. I am grateful to Canadian people, and I am confident that together we will overcome and will be victorious. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you to Canada.
And tomorrow, the Ukrainian President Zielenski will be addressing our United States Congress. We will have all the coverage for you. It will be happening at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Of course, you'll see it from beginning all the way to the end right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will continue to give you those updates as they happen in real time. Right now, we take another live look here at Kyiv, and we have an update to a very sad story here in the Fox News family here, as we are learning this morning that Pierre Zielenski, described as a veteran Fox News cameraman, passed away after being injured alongside Fox News journalist Benjamin Hall just yesterday. It is with great sadness and a heavy heart that we share the news this morning regarding our beloved cameraman, Pierre. Pierre was killed in Horenka, just outside of Kyiv. Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott said Pierre was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria, during his long tenure with us. She added in an update posted to foxnews.com, his passion and talent as a journalist were unmatched. The war has killed hundreds of civilians and injured thousands, while the number of military casualties is not yet known. Just on Sunday, an American journalist and former New York Times contributor, Brent Renaud, was also killed in Kyiv, just right outside of Kyiv, a suburban town that has seen intense fighting in the recent days there. Pierre and Hall were struck by incoming fire just outside of Kyiv yesterday, but just additional details about the attack still not known at this time. John Roberts tweeted out saying, "I worked with Pierre many times around the world. He was an absolute treasure, sending our most heartfelt prayers to Pierre's wife and family." Pierre was a constant in all of our international coverage. I, like countless others, always felt an extra sense of reassurance when arriving on the scene and seeing him with the camera in hand. That's from Fox News President and Executive Editor Jay Wallace, saying today, the legacy of his positive spirit, boundless energy, and eye for the story will carry on. Suzanne Scott also said, "We extend our deepest condolences to Pierre's wife, Michelle, and family. Please keep them all in your prayers, and please continue to pray for Benjamin Hall, who remains hospitalized in Ukraine." A very, very sad update to that story that we first brought you yesterday and gave you that additional update today. We are thinking of Pierre so much during this very difficult time for his family and friends. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the White House. Just outside of the Oval Office, you do have the Marine representing our country right there, and that means that President Biden is inside of the Oval Office. We will be having a White House briefing in a little over an hour. Of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to go out to the Senate hearing that is still live right now, talking all about combating authoritarianism, including Vladimir Putin. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
With President Biden's initiative for democratic renewal, which prioritized 5 lines of effort, including supporting free and independent media, elevating the fight against corruption, supporting election integrity against malign foreign influence, supporting democratic reformers, as well as what we call technology for democracy solutions. So we look forward to working with you to ensure the bill can provide flexibility for the Secretary and deconflict any potential overlap in programs. And we really look forward to consulting with you and your team on specific provisions. And thank you for your commitment in putting it forward.
Given the experience of the last month, where frankly, I think President Biden and his national security team did a masterful job of pushing Putin off his game by proactively releasing the products of intelligence so that it was clear to our European partners and allies that we were well aware of Putin's next move, and then he did things that confirmed tragically our predictions. And given the flood of Russian disinformation, obviously both within Russia and into the region, how would you reshape some of these priorities in the context of the developments of the last few weeks?
Well, Senator, I think the developments of the last 3 weeks in particular only underscore the need for us to invest more in our efforts to combat disinformation and support free and independent media. And this is why the President's FY22 request to Congress for media freedom represented a 40% increase from the previous fiscal from FY 2020. This will help us bolster the capacity of legitimate media outlets to provide trusted news, to operate as sustainable businesses, and leverage digital platforms to enhance audience. It will also support media literacy, teaching audiences around the world to better discern the real from the fake, and strengthen the legal and regulatory environment for press freedom so that sector can fulfill its watchdog function and counter so much of the noxious and destabilizing disinformation that we've seen issued from Russia, the PRC.
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary. Senators Shaheen and Durbin and I were literally in Lithuania as the war began. The day before, we were in Poland. In both cases, we had the chance to visit, in Poland in particular, with a cable channel that's under a lot of pressure in terms of maintaining a free and open media. You requested a 40% increase. That is not what we were able to deliver here. And I frankly think we need the bipartisan focus of this committee on making sure that we're actually delivering the resources to defend democracy at this critical moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Merkley.
Let me check and see if this is working.
It's not. Did you want to turn it on again? I think we don't have it on.
Thank you so much for being with us today. And I want to turn to this issue of transnational repression, autocratic repression. And I'm thinking very much about the huge number of tactics that we're seeing. Assassinations, assaults, detentions, renditions, disappearances, surveillance, online stalking, and threats to family members back home. And about the variety of real-life examples that keep coming up. Some of them happening abroad, some of them happening here in the United States. For example, a Chechen exile who was assassinated in Vienna, who was very much a critic of Ramzan Kadyrov, or however it's pronounced, or a Uyghur activist who neighbors observed men photographing his home, rummaging through his mail. Then an individual approached him, speaking to him in Mandarin at a protest at the Chinese embassy, and said, "If you get poisoned, do you know how to treat yourself? You know the Chinese government is very powerful. You could die in a car accident, or you could get poisoned." Intimidation of all forms. And this is just expanding with the kind of modern technology allows countries to keep track of dissidents abroad and to coordinate activities against them. How are we acting and responding to protect in free countries individuals from the assault from autocratic regimes?
Thank you so much, Senator, for raising this escalating concern, transnational repression, which we are elevating in the President's overall approach in countering authoritarianism. Just last week, I had the privilege to host with my counterpart from DHS a closed roundtable with individuals impacted by transnational repression from all over the world, and they described the very absolutely disturbing practices that you just elaborated. So we are on the case, and we're working with our allies and partners to build international opposition to transnational repression, to deter and promote accountability for those who are perpetrating it. And we are offering, increased support to protect human rights activists, journalists, political dissidents, defectors, and others, and encouraging like-minded governments to do the same. This is also part of our engagement with the private sector to try to identify and implement specific measures that will protect vulnerable individuals and communities, particularly online, and also support reforms that strengthen safeguards against the misuse of Interpol systems in particular, which we've seen one tactic of the transnational repressors playbook.
So I I so much applaud the set of goals you just laid out. But apart from the strengthening the protections for the misuse of Interpol, they're goals and they're not actually specific strategies. Can you elaborate at all on specific ideas and strategies that we're promoting in terms of changes in regulations, changes in enforcement, our strategies of targeting and arrest of individuals engaged? Or is it just that difficult to get from the very important goals to the actual strategies on the street?
You didn't pay your bill on the WebEx?
No, thank you, sir. I mean, I would describe our strategy in three parts. One is strengthening our whole of government efforts. So this is not simply the job for the Department of State, but we are very closely looped up with Department of Justice, DHS, as well as Treasury and Commerce, who all have a role to play in a more effective and strategic U.S. response. We are also working to impose costs for the practice of transnational repression. So, one specific example of that would be the creation last year of the global Khashoggi ban visa restriction policy, which promotes specific accountability for authoritarian regimes engaged in transnational repression. And then the other piece I would say is the global networking piece to ensure that other governments are aware and attuned to this increasing threats and that they do not allow their own territory to be misused for the practice of transnational repression against diaspora or exiled citizens.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just close with saying I think this is such an important area in this global competition between freedom-loving nations and autocracies that I'm very concerned about. The Trends Freedom House reports that in the last 16 consecutive years, we've seen a decline in global freedom, and that now only 20% of the world lives in a free country. And those autocratic regimes, they are going after dissent across the planet, including right inside our own borders, and we have to find every possible measure to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank our witnesses. I want to follow up on Senator Merkley's point because it is alarming. It's not just a one-year trend; it's been a multi-year trend in decline of countries that are free. The Freedom House has said now I think we're in our 16th consecutive year of declining democracies. We need to look at why that is happening. And there's no simple answer to it, and we need a comprehensive strategy, including how we invest our international assistance budgets to support democratic institutions around the world. But I want to talk about what we've seen in Ukraine, in Mr. Putin's ability to wage war, not only against Ukraine, but he's waged war against democratic institutions around the globe, including here in the United States. So how does he do it? He has an asymmetric arsenal that allows him to do things that are horrible, including supporting coups, including misinformation, including use of his military, weaponizing energy, etc. But his ability to do that is because of the corrupt finance, the corrupt systems in which he has the ability to use the fruits of his corruption in order to advance those causes, not only, again, in his immediate neighbors, but really around the world. So we have two pieces of legislation, and I want to get your comment on that. One is the Magnitsky sanctions that we've talked about frequently. It's gotten an awful lot of attention around the world today. And I think it's beyond any question about its effectiveness as we see Russian oligarchs trying to find a place to hide their assets that can't be seized or places that they can visit. The visa bans and banking bans have really had a major impact on the ability to develop the kleptocracies around the world. We started that here in the United States Congress with the Magnitsky sanctions. Now it's grown through Europe and other countries, Canada. We have executive orders, but we have the Magnitsky global sanctions expired this year. So my question to you, how important is it for Congress to make it clear that the Magnitsky sanctions are here to stay and to reauthorize and expand that law? And then secondly, that bill, by the way, has passed this committee. It's passed, the Senate has acted on it a couple times. It just hasn't gotten to the finish line. And the third is the Combating Global Corruption Act. These are both bipartisan acts. This is with Senator Young. The other bill I did was with Senator Wicker, which is to have a global index on how well countries are fighting corruption, so that we recognize the vulnerability of a country, if it's not fighting corruption, is very much part of the challenge we have in declining democracies. So my question to you is, how important is it for the U.S. leadership in both of these areas to make it clear that we'll take action against those that are supporting these corrupt regimes? And secondly, we'll have objective international standards on judging how well countries are fighting corruption that will influence our bilateral relations with those countries.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I just want to underscore that I believe the Global Magnitsky Act has been an essential tool in our work with international partners to deny corrupt actors. And you mentioned the Russian regime is a just absolutely critical example of that, using their ill-gotten gains. So it is a vital accountability tool for us that we will continue to use to impose costs on kleptocrats and their authoritarian enablers. As far as your Global Corruption Act, I just want to say the department is deeply committed to the bill's anti-corruption goals, and I think you've seen that from this administration with our elevation of anti-corruption as a national security priority with the National Security Memorandum from June last year and the strategy that we released last December in tandem with the Summit for Democracy. So, you know, we, as your bill prescribes, we will not hesitate to call upon governments to implement their anti-corruption commitments publicly and privately. We're going to continue to use visa restrictions and GLOMAG to apply pressure. And I think we look forward to discussing with you and your team some of the specific measures of the bill, you know, with respect to the tiering element and how we can best strengthen our efforts to push other countries to follow the U.S. example in creating more effective responses to kleptocratic corruption and holding others accountable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to both of our witnesses. I want to pursue the line of questioning about digital autocracies. We've seen in Putin's Russia him bringing down an iron curtain to keep out truth and information. In China, we see a Great Wall to keep out information and truthful information. And we witnessed yesterday, many of us, a very brave Russian journalist who told the truth. She was an editor for TV One, a state-controlled TV station, who put up a poster saying, "Don't believe the propaganda. They're lying to you." That's the kind of bravery we're witnessing for people who are trying to bring the truth. But my question is, today, in terms of our own efforts, and I think this is probably a question for Ms. Godfrey to start with, you know, what technologies are we using to try to both breach the Iron Curtain when it comes to information and the Great Wall when it comes to information? We had Radio Free Europe, we still do. Russians tried to, you know, continue to block that, but we have a lot of new technologies. What are we doing right now to try to bring the Russian people the truth? Because the information I've seen to date indicates that a majority of Russians believe Putin's lies.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Can I confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question and for both for calling out the bravery of Russian voices who are standing up and speaking out, potentially at great personal cost to themselves, as well as for acknowledging the very real challenges that autocratic governments like Russia and China are imposing to keep their own citizens from accessing information and from knowing the
Ms.
truth.
Godfrey, can you hear me? Yeah, I know the problem. I guess
yes, sir.
The question is, what are we doing to counter it? I just have limited time.
Thank you. So we are continuing to do extensive media outreach, in particular in Russia today. That includes to Russian language media like Dozhd and Medusa, as well as to U.S. government-supported Russian language media like RFE/RL and Voice of America. While the Russian government has tried to shut down these outlets and kicked them out, Russians seeking access to them online has increased. Just this morning, USAGM confirmed to me that their reach in Russia has doubled since the Russian government shut down access to RFE and VOA online. So while the Russian government is trying, they are not yet succeeding in keeping Russian citizens from accessing independent media. And we must continue to support independent media and make sure we are speaking up through that media. We are also engaging on new digital platforms in Russia. We have Telegram and Vkontakte, which have not yet been shut down by the Russian government. These are indigenous Russian language platforms that we're engaging on. We continue to engage through Twitter, Facebook, all of the other platforms that we used in Russia that, again, even though the Russian government has tried to shut down those platforms, we still see Russian citizens accessing them, and we'll continue to use all of those means to continue to communicate with Russians.
Thank you. No, I think we need to continue to, push the technological edge. I mean, this is, the information equivalent of an arms race, and Russia will continue to put up blockades, and we need to use all the latest technology to try to make sure that we get information to the Russian people. The ranking member brought up in his opening statement the misinformation that both Russia and China are spreading with respect to biological laboratories in Ukraine. And that started in some ways at a hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee when Undersecretary Nuland answered a question accurately about the fact that we have been working with the Ukrainians to make sure that these biological weapons labs are used for civilian purposes and not for military purposes, not for biological weapon purposes. But as it turns out, a lot of the material that both Russia and China have used to make that propaganda claim originated actually on some right-wing, very alt-right U.S. Media. And there was a memo that was surfaced by David Korn. The Kremlin sent a memo to Russian media saying it's, quote, essential to feature Tucker Carlson, who has been spreading this misinformation on his own show. Could you, Ms. Godfrey, respond a little bit to how Russians use that misinformation here in the United States to try to buttress their claims that their propaganda is accurate? I do find it extraordinary that at a moment that a Russian journalist is getting locked up for speaking the truth, we have a Kremlin memo urging their state-controlled TV to push statements from U.S. commentators. Could you just talk to that issue?
The information environment is not easily divided up into foreign speakers and domestic speakers. There is a great deal of overlap in that environment. It should be surprising to no one that governments like Russia and China will take remarks from anyone, whether it's Undersecretary Nuland or you or Tucker Carlson, and seek to manipulate and exploit those remarks to their own ends, right? This is a tactic that purveyors of disinformation use routinely and regularly.
Ms. Godfrey, I know my time is up, but there's a distinction. It's harder for them to use accurate statements for propaganda, although they will try. But in the case of Mr. Carlson, he actually provided the rushing talking point for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there's no other member seeking, I'd just like to thank our first witness and thank you for your testimony, and invite our second panel of Ann Applebaum and Dr. Daniel Twining to come forward to offer their testimony. Thank you, Madam Undersecretary.
Force. In my written testimony, I suggest some specific steps: the elimination of secrecy in company ownership and real estate transactions, a more coherent organization of public diplomacy, pulling together our excellent but underfunded foreign language broadcasters, pulling together the media monitoring and research now done by the intelligence community, the Global Engagement Center at the State Department, and the tools of cultural diplomacy. All of these things should be connected to one another. They should know what one another is doing, and they should work together. With thousands of talented Russians fleeing Moscow, this is also the time to think big. Why not create a Russian language television station that can compete with Putin's propaganda? Why not do the same in Mandarin or in other languages? We also need to put democracy back at the heart of our foreign policy thinking, and we can start by imagining a different future for Ukraine. If Ukraine emerges from this war with its democracy and sovereignty intact, that victory would provide a transformational boost in confidence, not only to democratic activists in Belarus and Russia, but also to those in Hong Kong and Caracas. By contrast, a defeat would be a terrible blow to all of them. The stakes of this war are already much higher than most in Washington have acknowledged, affecting NATO's credibility, the cohesion of the democratic camp, even Americans' own sense of their place in the world. It's not enough to avoid the worst outcomes. We need to think about achieving real victories in Ukraine and in the other struggles to come. Many thanks to the committee once again for this invitation, and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Twining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Risch, members of this distinguished committee. It's really a pleasure to be back in the Senate to testify before you on countering authoritarianism, a topic at the heart of our work at IRI to advance democracy worldwide. Foreign authoritarians in the Chinese Communist Party and the Kremlin want to make the world safe for autocracy. Their tools include economic leverage, influence operations, digital disinformation, and the export of repressive technologies. IRI's programming equips countries to push back. We equip Democrats around the world with knowledge and tools to expose and counter foreign malign influence, bolstering democracies against the corrosive effects of this rising tide. The Chinese Communist Party is engaging the rest of the world with the same philosophy it uses to govern its own country. It claims to be promoting respect for every country's individual political path, but it seeks to create a world molded in its authoritarian image. Harsh coercion is only half the story of how the party keeps control at home. The offer the party makes to its elites is actually two-sided. Oppose us and we will crush you, but support us and we can help make you rich. The CCP has now taken this approach global. When offering other countries gold does not work, the CCP offers the sword. Political leaders who stand up to Chinese bullying and aggression find their countries on the receiving end of economic coercion, with China using its economic might to impose political compliance. The party tries to aggressively shape discourse about China, including here at home. We see cornerstones of American life, like the NBA, Hollywood, and Wall Street, go out of their way to placate the CCP's warped notions of political correctness, including on the atrocities in Xinjiang. China's coercive efforts to influence other countries also target the Chinese diaspora, attempting to turn them into tools of Beijing's design. But the democratic world has an advantage. No country wants to import China's political Leninist model. And democracies historically have been far more resilient than autocracies. We have found that civil society and democratic activism remain the most effective tools to identify and push back against CCP influence. A free and competitive media landscape is a crucial way democracies can inoculate themselves against Chinese malign influence in the information space. Into supporting collective economic defense. Number one, NATO stands as a bulwark against Russian aggression in the military domain, but there's no institution that provides collective economic security to countries coerced by China for standing up for democratic values. Protecting the free world requires a credible deterrent to Chinese economic aggression. 2, providing technical support to countries negotiating Belt and Road deals. Some countries have signed bad deals with China because they lacked technical expertise to negotiate good ones. The U.S. and our allies can fill this gap, helping nations secure high-quality deals that are transparent, citizen-centric, and non-corrupt. 3, supporting independent journalism. China cultivates journalists around the world to advance pro-CCP narratives, effectively removing independent voices from the conversation on China. The U.S. should support independent media to investigate and expose corruption, counter state-sponsored propaganda, bolster the integrity of the information space, and build media literacy to mitigate the impact of authoritarian disinformation. 4, investing in responsive governance. Supporting democracy around the world creates a comparative forward policy advantage for America. In an era of ideologically driven great power competition, supporting the aspiration to freedom abroad is not only the right thing to do, it produces tangible national security benefits, including preventing friendly countries from succumbing to state capture by foreign authoritarians. Polls show Americans support this kind of values-based leadership and believe we should stand with democracies against authoritarian assault. The U.S. should allocate more resources to steel the foundations of global democracy against authoritarian powers' insidious attacks. Just to wrap up, over the past few years, the work of IRI, the National Democratic Institute, the National Endowment for Democracy, and others, through that work, we've developed networks, tools, and resources to bolster democratic resilience to authoritarian overtures. Democracy requires active defense. Political accountability, transparency, innovation, and resilience remain the most effective antidotes to authoritarian aggression. And when democracies stand together, authoritarians take note. It's essential to invest in democracy assistance to help champions of government of the people, by the people, and for the people build institutions strong enough to stand against authoritarian subversion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you both for your testimony. We'll start a series of questions of 5-minute rounds. Dr. Applebaum, your testimony is exactly in line with my sentiments and thinking. I was trying to get our previous witnesses to engage in what are we doing. And there are some parts of your testimony that I think deserve to be highlighted, and I want to engage with you on it. You say that we have to change the rules of engagement altogether, that we must alter our financial system so that we stop kleptocratic elites from abusing it in the first place, that we must provide accurate and timely information where there is none and deliver it in the languages people speak. And we need a military strategy based in deterrence that takes into account the real possibility the autocracies will use military force. You go on to say, when we talk about transnational kleptocracy, that a whole host of American and European intermediaries make this kind of transactions possible. Lawyers, bankers, accountants, real estate agencies, PR companies. And you say their work is legal. We have made it so. We can just as easily make it illegal. We don't need to tolerate a little bit of corruption when we can simply end the whole system altogether. And finally, you say, just as we once built an international anti-communist alliance, so can we build an international anti-corruption alliance organized around the idea of transparency, accountability, and fairness. And we need to provide real, long-lasting competition for Russian state-run cable and satellite television that most of the people in these regions ultimately follow. So that is what I was trying to drive with our previous panel. Could you elaborate on some of those things? How would we go about, in your mind, doing that?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for those comments. I think let me say two things. One is that I think in this new atmosphere, we need to rethink a little bit how we communicate. This is a real emergency, and much as we assembled the Department of Homeland Security out of disparate agencies after 9/11, I think we now need a much more carefully targeted effort that will pull together some of the disparate parts of the U.S. government that think about public diplomacy, but don't necessarily act together. We have the very talented but underfunded Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Asia, and the others. They're now at the U.S. Agency for Global Media. We have the Global Engagement Center currently at the State Department. the Open Source Center, which is a large media monitoring and translation service, which is now in the intelligence community, where its work is hard to access. It would help a lot to put these together, and I don't mean a major departmental reorganization, but if they're thinking together, if they're acting together, if they have using the same research, I think they'll be more effective. One of the things that we've learned about disinformation in the last several years is that fact-checking and counter-disinformation are never as good as offering an alternate narrative, a better story. Reaching Russians with a Russian television station run by Russians. We have, hundreds, if not thousands of Russians have just escaped Moscow in order to, and, if we can pull them together and have them do the reporting that will then be beamed back into the country, we will be much better off. So I would say that's the first piece of it. The second piece of it is understanding that kleptocracy is not something that happens on, Caribbean islands far away. It happens here in American states, in South Dakota, in Delaware. And changing our own rules will be an extremely good start to pushing back on it. There's no reason why Americans need to own companies anonymously or own property anonymously, or why anybody else should be able to do that in America either. These are, of course, not normally questions for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, but I think the international financial markets are now, part of foreign policy in a way that they didn't used to be. So I hope that we will consider making changes at home and getting our allies to do the same. That's the best way to not just sanction people, but prevent them from getting wealthy illegally in the first place.
And finally, both to you and Mr. Twining, it seems to me that we dramatically underfund these initiatives, when in fact they would be as powerful, and in some cases I believe more powerful, than what we do in the Department of Defense. Because if we succeed at this, then we are less likely to find ourselves in the need of conflict. Is that a fair statement? And if not, why not?
Mr. Chairman, could I just point out that the Chinese and the Russians both spend an inordinate amount of money to subvert and weaken and attack democracy all over the world, that it's central to their grand strategy as authoritarian great powers. And so we should take the fact that they care about this dead seriously in our own country. I wouldn't suggest taking out of the defense budget, but I would suggest, for instance, that the reason that Ukrainians are fighting so valiantly is because they have a real democracy to defend, that they're fighting for their freedom, they're not fighting for a leader, and that investing in democratic resilience is a sure source of security. It also helps produce great allies for the United States.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting taking it out of the Defense Department. What I was saying is that it is as powerful as some of what we do in the Defense Department, and in my mind, more preventative, that we don't end up sending America's sons and daughters abroad. Senator Risch.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Applebaum, I think that those remarks you made in reminding us all that an autocracy isn't one person, that it's a person sitting on top of a pyramid of people who are just as bad as the autocrat themselves, and in some respects even worse. And I think that's appropriate that we think about it like that, and I think it's appropriate that we act towards that, the whole system and not just one individual. So I appreciate that. I was really enjoyed hearing your comments about thinking bigger when it comes to promoting democracy. But here's a problem I have with it, and maybe you can give us some suggestions how we get past this, but I want to talk about Voice of America. Voice of America puts out some good stuff. I've done some stuff for them, and I imagine everybody on this committee has probably done some things for them. But some of the other stuff I've heard them put out is just stunningly an attack on America itself. And I've heard programs where they use some of the difficulties we have, and we have difficulties in America, whether you're talking about race relations, whether you're talking about income equity and those kinds of things that people don't like. But I've heard some of those things Voice of America puts out, and I've complained about it, and I'm told to mind my own business that they have editorial freedom and they can put out whatever they want to put out, which I guess is true. But my gosh, the stuff I heard, I wouldn't want. I was dismayed that U.S. taxpayer money was using this to put. If I was somebody sitting somewhere and listening to this, say, boy, that's an awful place, this America place. What, you know, we've certainly got things better here under an autocracy than they have under a democracy. And so, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I really like the idea about having TV in addition to radio. We've all been around the world and turned on the TV, and when you turn on in any major African city, you turn on the TV and you'll find a Chinese program that's done in Chinese and with translations for the people to watch. So I'm intrigued by that, but because of our freedoms and because of the disdain some Americans have for their own country because of some detail that they don't particularly like. How do you get around that? You've got some thoughts on that?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator. I mean, I think you could have asked that question of almost any journalism, who controls it, how it should be shaped. I do think that the one difference between American funding program and, say, Russian state funding program is precisely the fact that it's not controlled by this body or any other. It's not controlled directly by the U.S. government, and that may give it some credibility, you know, even though you might not like everything that it says, or I might not like everything that it says. Its credibility comes from the sense of independence it has, and the more independence it is given, the better an advertisement for our political system and for our and for our media is. That doesn't mean that every journalist is perfect and every report is ideal. But I think the aim with U.S. broadcasting should always be to show at least a range of ideas.
Yeah, and I think that's a legitimate argument, and you make that well. But I'm telling you, the stuff I heard was just poisonous. I mean, it wasn't. It was stuff that I was embarrassed and ashamed that we were using taxpayers' money to tell the rest of the world about what an awful place America was. And I appreciate that independence, editorial independence is important. But boy, I'll tell you, we were sure going in the wrong direction, and I think we were doing more damage than we were good by putting that out. So anyway, I think that's a problem. But I agree with you. I mean, our adversaries are spending a tremendous amount of money on these, as we all see when we turn on the TV, whether you're in Europe or in Africa or anywhere else. So thanks for those thoughts. Ms. Twining, do you have any thoughts in that regard?
Sir, just that our way of life is very attractive and compelling, and I think we've spent a few years convincing ourselves that it's not. It's very compelling to people all over the world. The leaders of Russia and China have put their people in big propaganda bubbles, and they want to convince them that somehow we're decadent, we're internally divided, America's violent, all of these caricatures. And so anything we can do to help just tell the truth about the great country that we live in, we shouldn't forget that people around the world, including across Russia and China, actually would love to live in the United States if they could. So information should be working for us, not for our competitors. And I really appreciate the focus of this hearing, because we have a lot of work to do to get the real story in, not just about ourselves, but including about the corruption and just extraordinary totalitarian abuses that are happening in Russia and China.
Yeah, that's a good thought, and I think if you could get enough of that in people's hands, they would have a clear understanding of what a wonderful country this is. I was in China right after China opened up, and there were actually a group of people watching a U.S. TV station off the satellite, and I said to the guide, I said, what's going on here? And he said, oh, they love American TV, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I can't help but think that somebody over there is going to have a problem with this because they were watching American TV with advertising. They were advertising Cadillacs and Coca-Cola and new homes and everything else. And I said, what do people think about that? He says, oh, the government tells them that's all American propaganda. That's not really the way it is over here. So I suspect that the more of that got out, probably the better off we'd be. My time's up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Ms. Applebaum, I want to start with your testimony. You talked about a couple of things we should do, and one of the things you talked about was public diplomacy, education, cultural, having that be strong. Since I'm not shy about criticizing Republican colleagues for slowing down the confirmation of Biden nominees, here's one where I got to ask the Biden administration what's up. The Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, I do not believe the administration has sent us a nominee. This is a position that is a top 10 position at the State Department. It's been a position since 1999, and yet in the entire history of this position, it's only had a confirmed undersecretary about 35% of the time. It was about 37% of the time during President Bush's 8 years. It was vacant 37% of the time during the Bush administration. It was vacant 20% of the time during the Obama administration. It was vacant 90% of the time during the Trump administration. This is a top 10 position in the State Department. And if we are going to try to compete in this information and public diplomacy, we've got to have people in place. What kind of a message does it send when the U.S. has a position like this and just decides, both in either an administration or Congress, not to bother to confirm anyone?
Senator, thank you so much for that question. I was reading some of that research myself a couple of days ago. I think the truth is that we have underestimated the role and the need for public diplomacy, and I think it's a bipartisan problem. It's somehow been a less prestigious part of our foreign policy, and this is why I'm suggesting pulling together some of the
All right, everybody, we are about 30 minutes away from a White House briefing. We will bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, and then when we come back, we're going to go out to the UK because Ukrainian President Zielenski talked to UK members there just moments ago. So we'll bring that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to London here, where we are going to hear from the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielenski addressing UK Parliament members here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I mean. We're seeing the bombardment of innocent civilians from the air, ruthless, systematic use of artillery against centers of population. And our hearts, I think the hearts of the whole world, go out to the people of Ukraine in their appalling suffering. And we are, of course, doing a huge amount to help economically, politically, in terms of support for the hard-pressed Ukrainian defense forces. We're doing everything that we can at the moment to help, but I think we also recognize that we have to do more, and we're going to do more on all of those things. Nobody wants to be engaged in a direct military confrontation between the West and Russia. Clearly, that's not something that any of us want to see. But we recognize that it is our duty to support the Ukrainian people in their hour of need, and particularly to support the Ukrainian President, Vladimir Zielenski, who I think everybody will agree, and he's just appeared on our screens, and I hope he will talk to us in a moment. I think everybody will agree that his leadership has been inspirational and heroic, and he has spoken to the world, and he has mobilized world opinion against the brutality of Vladimir Putin. So we will hear from Vladimir in a moment, but I think already it is clear that Putin has gravely miscalculated. He's underestimated the heroism and determination of the Ukrainians to resist under President Zielenski. I think he's also gravely underestimated the unity of the West, which is expressed not least in this meeting today. And I believe that he will fail, and that he must fail, and above all, that he must be seen to fail, and that together we help Volodymyr in his vision to protect and preserve a sovereign and independent Ukraine. That is our mission. Anyway, I think really without further ado, colleagues, we should hear from the President of Ukraine. Volodymyr, it's great to see you. I don't know whether you can hear us. Can you, Volodymyr, can you hear us?
Yes, I do. Can you hear the interpretation? Do you have the interpretation?
We can hear the interpretation well, thank you. How are you doing?
Great, thank you very much. Yep, I'm doing well. Strong enough, and thank you for the kind words that you said, Boris, and it goes not only to me, but also to our nation and to our army. They're doing a great job. Thank you for this invitation. I would like to say a couple of things. You do know, Boris, that I'm a very open and sincere person, and I apologize sometimes for being rigid in my words, but this is our life. This is because of such attributes of our nation. We can be so strong against the full-fledged Russian aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak and for you coming together. 8 years of war of Russia against Ukraine. This is the 20th day of the full-fledged invasion that doesn't need any additional detail. On the daily basis, we have the same news about shelling, about cruise missiles, about destroyed houses and thousands of people left without shelter. You understand 100% the level of threat that we're dealing with today. You understand what we are defending from. I can't say from whom we are defending ourselves, because I don't even consider them human beings. They're like beasts. And I'm grateful for the support that Ukraine is getting at these times. Our people will always remember who have come to help us during these most difficult times. I would like to present my vision today on how we could stop the aggression, how we can stop that war, how can we reach
the peace and to Europe and provide guarantees to the world and to the humanity in the place of the old security instruments. I think Russian invasion has destroyed all the security infrastructure and international infrastructure. The way of the organization that we all relied on and international conventions were undermined, and the strongest alliance in the world, NATO, which seems, or some of the members of these alliance are hypnotized by Russian aggression. We hear a lot of conversations about the Third World War, that allegedly it could start if NATO will close the Ukrainian sky for Russian missiles and planes, and therefore the humanitarian no-fly zone was not yet established. That allows Russian army to bombard peaceful cities and blow up housing blocks and hospitals and schools. 4 multi-storied buildings in Kyiv in the early morning were bombarded, dozens of dead. So they're shelling the schools and universities. Of course, Ukraine is not the NATO member. We understand that. We are quite adequate regarding our understanding. We have heard for many years about the open doors, but we also heard that we can't enter those doors, and this is truth, and we have simply to accept it as it is. And I'm glad that our people already have come to that understanding. We count on ourselves and on the partners who are helping us bilaterally. The Ukraine is not counting on triggering Article 5, and we keep reminding that we need to protect our sky just like the NATO sky. But we understand there are always these buts. So what would be the response of the alliance in the West when these countries will come and ask for support and defense if, God forbid, Russian cruise missiles and jet fighters will attack them 20 kilometers from the border in Lviv Oblast? Was already cruise missiles of Russia. Russian drones were already hit down on the NATO territories. I think that the NATO alliance will not be afraid to trigger Article 5. There will not be this self-imposed hypnosis regarding a Third World War. We have proposed the way of allowing Ukraine to protect our skies and our people, to protect it on our own. We understand that we're not part of the alliance. We're talking about protecting ourselves single-handedly, and I want everyone to hear this, and especially those countries who have borders on Russia should think about their independent defense capabilities. We're doing our best to get the jet fighters and the missile defense system. So we need some new format. If we cannot enter the open doors, then we have to cooperate with platforms and unions that allow us to do so. The ones that will help us protect ourselves, for example, with your platform. And we would like to also have individual guarantees. We want to have a reliable guarantees that would work for us and therefore for you. Russian propagandists, they keep repeating that the Ukraine war is only the beginning, and the Kremlin people are saying this. They're saying there will be other moments, as they say. They are fear-mongering and saying there are other European countries will come. They're saying this now, and they're mentioning many of you, those who are listening to me right now. They are saying this after the sanctions have already been imposed, when the world shows solidarity in condemning Russian aggression. So sanctions are not enough, although we're very grateful for that. So the aggressive plans of Russia has not yet collapsed, and it is understandable why, because the world is silent after 2 nuclear power plants were captured. We're just hearing words, and that's not enough. They've shelled the biggest NPP in Europe. They've put under jeopardy Chernobyl nuclear power plant. They have the storage for the disposed nuclear fuel as well, and that's very dangerous. And what was the response? We think None. Many international companies have not yet withdrawn from the Russian market, although severe sanctions were introduced, and you know these brand names very well. We know more about this because we have war here going on the daily basis, and we keep track of this, and we keep track of how this works, because it's important how powerful sanctions that were introduced by you and other countries, how they work in reality. Some countries said that they would leave, but in fact they are only waiting for this to finish and how this will finish and when they will be able to come back to the Russian market. They don't care about 97 kids. 97 kids were killed so far, and the Nestle continues to trade. They don't count how many cities were destroyed by the ultra-elite. Philip Morris continues to make money in Russia. They don't care about more than 800 missiles. This is officially that hit Ukrainian target. Raiffeisen Bank and other banks are wiring money, which are all covered with blood. And those who have left Russian markets, there are some companies amongst them who are not even firing anyone. We have those numbers. They don't lay off their staff. They just pretend to be observing the sanctions. And what that speaks to, this is a delusion. This is a deceit in a way. The same like with the closed sky, because it's difficult to say who can help us with this, and I don't see and I don't hear where that can come from. So we don't have any mechanism of impacting, influencing those corporations. So they ignore what the International Committee has decided. We can't do anything, and this is at the time of the most horrific war since World War II, and this has to be done now before Russia advanced further on. The sanction policy should be such that no one could even think about any advance of the war, and that's not even about Russia, it's about future. What else can happen? There has to be prohibition for the Russian Navy to use the naval ports of the world. We have to disconnect the Russian banks from SWIFT completely. We have to acknowledge Russia as a rough state, and there has to be a trade embargo with Russia. This is something that we need and something that you need as well, just like the rest of the world, to make sure that there is peace in Europe, in Ukraine. I'm grateful to Great Britain and personally to Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. So that was the address there. And just a important note that Zielenski will be talking to our U.S. Congress members tomorrow. We'll have full coverage for you starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that's 8:30 a.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll feature it for you tomorrow in full. Zelensky's address to Congress. Live look right now at the White House. We are awaiting a briefing. Should be happening in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We go out to the National Press Club. This is the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States speaking. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Because Russia attacked us in 2014. Russia illegally annexed Crimea. Russia illegally attacked Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast and occupied parts of its territories. We are at war. Russia is at war with us for the past 8 years. But during the past 20 days, this war turned into a full-scale genocide of Ukrainian people. Today, we all woke up to bombs and rocket launches at Kyiv. Residential areas in Kyiv have been targeted. It doesn't mean that everywhere else it stopped, because the city of Mariupol for 11 days now continued to be encircled and bombed and shelled and stormed by the Russian troops. The suburbs of Kyiv continue to be shelled at. The Dnipro city was also attacked today. There are also repeated shellings and attacks on pretty much everywhere in Ukraine. In addition to that, we clearly have evidence, and with the help of journalists, everyone has them now, that Russians are not actually targeting our armed forces. They are targeting civilians. They are killing children, pregnant women. They are killing elderly. This is a clear case of genocide. And, you know, these war crimes have been appalling, and there is only one reason why Russians are doing it. They're trying to use this terror to scare us into submission and make sure or force us through this terror to surrender. Now, I've received personally several texts, of course, this night, especially from Kyiv. And the only texts that people are sending me from either Kyiv or used to send from Mariupol before the batteries and connection was out is, we are alive, don't worry, we are safe. Please ensure we have more weapons to fight with. So this is where we are right now. For 20 days, Ukraine is defending our homes, we are defending Ukraine, but we are also defending Europe, and we are defending democracy, and we are defending freedom. Because this is the only reason why Russia attacked us. We are a peaceful country, we never attacked anyone, even though we had all legal rights to reclaim part of Donetsk and Lugansk territories taken in 2014, and Crimea, which is illegally occupied by Russia. We never, during 8 years of war, tried to do it militarily. We always used a diplomatic path, and we always used push for diplomatic solutions. So the only risk that there is from Ukraine to Russia is that we have chosen to be European, democratic, and free. And if that is something that scares Russian Federation, that none of us is safe. Therefore, right now, you know, the Ukrainian armed forces, President Zielenski, our men, women, everyone in Ukraine is very resolute, and we know that we will not surrender. We will fight for our homes. We will continue this fight, and all we need from all of our partners is immediate increase in military support in order to be able to sustain this fight. We also are here to talk about the humanitarian, of course, situation. And it's a humanitarian catastrophe of massive disaster, of massive proportions. First, the loss of lives and the attack on human beings in Ukraine. I mean, the 3 million who were forced to flee the country. People who are in encircled cities without food, water, or access to basic medical supply. Kids who do not go to schools for the past 20 days. All of that. But in addition to that, Russians specifically target all our cultural objects and our churches. If you read the newsline, this is barbaric. You know, the churches, the Greek Orthodox churches, the Greek Catholic churches, the Orthodox churches, synagogues, mosques, nothing is off limit to them. The universities. Some of the universities literally are obliterated. There is nothing left in many cities. And so everything that they are doing definitely does not match the fake pretext that Russians and Russian President Putin said at the beginning of this war. They are attacking the civilians, they're trying to exterminate Ukrainians, and we will not give up. So I would like to finish with only three words and asks. What is it that we need from all of our partners and friends? And we are very thankful for the support, especially for the support that the United States is providing us. But we need priority number one, more weapons and more tools that our armed forces and all the volunteers and every citizen needs in order to be able to defend our home from brutal foreign invader, Russian Federation. B, we need all the humanitarian assistance that we can get, especially inside Ukraine, especially to those cities and that are encircled. And we need all the diplomatic power that the world can put together in order to force Russia to allow the humanitarian corridors, which they deny us for the past 20 days. And three, we need sanctions. And we've seen that the world put together all the resources and decisiveness in order to put the sanctions on. And the US, we again would like to thank the United States for being a leader in this process. But we need more. We have to isolate Russia completely. They cannot be in any of the international organizations. They cannot sit around the table unless they stop this brutal aggression, ceasefire, and get out from our country. This has implications for all of us. It's not about Ukraine only. The world as we knew it and the security infrastructure, global infrastructure, which all countries worked so hard to set after World War II, is no longer there. So the question actually to all of us is it okay for an autocratic, aggressive nuclear power to attack a neighboring state and get away with it? And I'm positive that all of us together, all the civilized world, has to answer decisively no. Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador Jen, friends. Stalin said the death of one person is a tragedy, the suffering of millions is statistics. It's really important to kind of sit back and imagine what is happening. On the way here, I talked to Gennady Mokhnenko, a minister in Mariupol. He's right now outside the city. In the last 20 years, Gennady, a Protestant minister, has adopted 35 children, 35 orphans. Yesterday, an orphan that he raised from childhood, Victoria Sakharova, just like the Russian physicist and dissident, Victoria Sakharova was killed. She leaves her child, a three-year-old boy who's an orphan. Gennady does not know what is the fate of this boy. You saw the pictures of tanks firing at apartment buildings. That's exactly what happened to Gennady's adopted daughter. Two Orthodox priests have been killed. Actually, three. I think yesterday there was a third one killed. In the last 250 years, every time Russia has taken over any part of Ukrainian territory where the Ukrainian Catholic Church is ministered, it has been strangled. It happened a couple times in the 19th century, it happened in the 20th century, and it was happening now in Crimea and in the Donbass. There are 3 million refugees. We're incredibly grateful to all you and all whom you represent, your audiences. The world has come together to support Ukraine, and Ukraine has won this war morally. I think it's very important to see the positive things in this tragedy. The world has come together. I used to be bishop in Paris for 7 years, And I saw before my eyes how Brexit, how other fissures were breaking apart the European community. There's now new unity, new purpose in the European Union because of the witness of Ukrainians who are giving their life for their friends. You know, Jesus said, it's John 15:13, there's no greater love than when one gives one's life for his friends. And that's why you're inspired. You're here, and the world is watching and listening because it sees the greatest love. It sees the greatest sacrifice. It's really important to help people understand why they are inspired. This is David and Goliath. This is a biblical message. And it's inspiring everybody. Our friends in Japan, we're very grateful for Japanese solidarity and sanctions. Our friends in the Muslim world, who are coming to realize that Ukraine is home to a Muslim population that is fervently, passionately patriotic. It's Ukrainian. In Crimea, the Muslim Tatars were deported by Stalin, welcomed back by Ukraine, and they today, already for 8 years, have been persecuted under the Russian occupation. It's very important for people from Indonesia, from Pakistan, in the Arab countries, to understand that Ukrainians are dying for the freedom of religion of Muslims who are comfortable in Ukraine. There's a Jewish president. Most people can't fathom that 70% of Ukrainians voted for a Jewish candidate. There is great fraternal unity and love in this country. Something that those who drink the Russian Kool-Aid don't understand. People are surprised that Kharkiv is standing up. I talked to the Bishop of Kharkiv this morning. The Bishop of Kharkiv has received, the Ukrainian Catholic bishop has received an Orthodox bishop who lived on the outskirts. His windows were blown out, his apartment building was damaged, so he's living with the Ukrainian Catholic bishop. There's no electricity tonight. There's a shortage of food and water. But the population is coming together. The churches are feeding people. They're getting humanitarian aid in. Kharkiv is not fully encircled like Mariupol. Over 600 apartment buildings and dwellings in Kharkiv have been damaged or destroyed. Most of the population is left. But the defenders are there. And the question is, will the world help the defenders? We need massive humanitarian aid, and there's been a massive response. But I'll put it bluntly. What good is it if you feed the stomachs of these children, these women, these people in cities, if their brains are going to be blown out? If their buildings, their apartment buildings are going to be rendered into rubble? There needs to be massive defensive and massive humanitarian aid. Hats off, if I may, to countries like Poland. Poland's taken 1.5 million refugees. It's at a saturation point, but if you've been following it, the love. Did you see all those strollers at the Polish border? The Polish population is bringing everything to the fleeing masses. In each case, almost in each case, a family is divided because men cannot leave. So women are leaving with their children. The husbands are staying behind. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are returning to Ukraine to defend the innocent, to protect the hospitals, to guide and accompany the refugees. There's an incredible moral moment in the world today. The world has not been united like this for decades. And Ukraine is at the center of it. It's a miracle, my friends. So we ask you to pray. Prayer brought down the Soviet Union, not a war, not great policies. A great superpower, armed to its teeth with nuclear weapons, felt like the house of cards it was. It was a moral ruin, and it could not morally stand. We ask you to inform this There's one main reason why Ukraine is being attacked. It's being attacked because it's a democracy, and it has the disease of freedom of the press, freedom of religion, elections, a vital civic society. All of this is a dangerous virus for autocracy, for oligarchic kleptocracy, and for what Putin stands for. It's very sad that today the Russian Orthodox Church in its leadership stands with President Putin. It stands for this war. It stands against the defense of innocence. The most negative example for the Russian population. And this needs to be named. This needs to be called out. We thank you for doing this. We thank you for being careful and vigilant. We thank you for understanding that Ukraine is not threatening Russia. Ukraine had 900,000 soldiers at the time of its independence. It came down to 6,000 battle-ready troops in 2014. Is that a country with aggressive intentions? Ukraine is the first country, dear friends, that unilaterally dismantled its nuclear arsenal in 1994, receiving guarantees from the US, Great Britain, and Russia about its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Is that a country that is threatening anybody? It's threatening with ideas, with its moral stance, with its love. And that has inspired you and inspired the world. And we can be confident that the Lord will be with the people who love. The Lord supported David against Goliath. And your good word, the word of truth, will go out and it will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the both of you for joining us and for talking about everything that you're seeing and witnessing in your country. I'm going to start off with the biggest question I think we are all thinking in the U.S., which is, what do you want to see most from the U.S. and from NATO? You know, we've talked about you want military equipment, but what about some of the other things that you may need from the United States and from NATO that you're asking for, or that you would like to ask for both of you?
Well, I will start with, first of all, you know, you all remember when the war started, this phase of the war, because again, I always reiterate that the war started in 2014. And should the response was more decisive in 2014, we might have not been in this situation now. So we all have to remember it, that in every passing day is a chance to put an end to this war, but we have to be decisive. We have to answer today's challenges with today's decisions, not something we have discussed yesterday. So on the military support, I mean, we are attacked from east, north, south by the army that is much larger than our army. Now, we've seen that army is a demoralized army. We've seen that our brave men and women of the armed forces, National Guard, border guards, and territorial defense are motivated, and they are defending fiercely every inch of our territory. We see that their military soldiers are surrendering by dozens, and they have no idea why they are in Ukraine, or they are committing the war crimes because, you know, they don't know what the soldier's honor is. I wouldn't even call them a Russian army, because armies do not fight like this. Armies do not kill children. But what we need is the supply of any type of weapons that we can receive, with a special focus on the anti-air and everything to stop their dominance in the air. Because again, when they saw that they cannot achieve anything on the ground, and I just have to remind you that at the beginning they said that Kyiv would fall in 20 hours. They have sent their troops in without any support or any logistical support for more than 1 or 2 days. When they saw that they are not able to do it, which is a disgrace for an army of whatever, the second largest army, or whatever they claim to be, they resorted to terror. So air is something that we need an urgent support with. Protect Ukraine from these brutal attacks they are doing from the air. And this is the ask number one, and this is something that we are discussing with all of our friends and allies.
Okay. And what are you saying?
I won't repeat, maybe I'll just continue. There's a great need for armored ambulances. There's a great need for medicine, for bandages that clot blood, all kinds of tubes, all kinds of things that in hospitals need to be replaced with each patient. There's a need for insulin. All kinds of medicine is needed in the country. Of course, there's need for food and clothing. But also, it's important to realize that this is a hybrid war. There needs to be cyber protection. There needs to be clear information. Today, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, said, you know, we kind of made a mistake in 2014. Why did people make a mistake? Because they didn't understand.
All right, as you can see, White House briefing just getting started. We're going to go to that since it is live now from Fox, always here for you.
And immediate consequences that the United States will face if Congress fails to provide us with $22.5 billion in emergency funding to fight COVID-19. Those consequences are dire. Fewer monoclonal antibodies sent to states, an inability to purchase additional treatments, fewer tests available to Americans, less surveillance for future variants, and a risk of running short on vaccines. For months, we have been engaging Congress about our needs for additional COVID response funds. Just to give you a few examples, in January, we notified Congress that responding to the unprecedented surge in cases due to Omicron would exhaust our funds. Throughout February, we held briefings about the lack of funding and what the consequences would be if we didn't get additional funds. In the President's State of the Union address, the President called for additional COVID funding, and our National Preparedness Plan made clear that funding is needed. In total, senior administration officials have held more than 36 calls and meetings with Congress and at least 10 briefings to committees to communicate our needs so that we can do what Americans should expect from their government, protecting them from a once-in-a-generation pandemic. I'll finally say on this, with cases rising abroad, scientific and medical experts have been clear that in the next couple of months, there could be increasing cases of COVID-19 here in the United States as well. We talked about this a bit yesterday. Waiting to provide funding until we're in a worse spot with the virus will be too late. We need funding now, so we're prepared for whatever comes. Also, some news some of you have been asking about. The President will travel to Brussels, Belgium later this month, where he will join an extraordinary NATO summit on March 24th to discuss ongoing deterrence and defense efforts in response to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine, as well as to reaffirm our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies. He will also join a scheduled European Council summit to discuss our shared concerns about Ukraine, including transatlantic efforts to impose economic costs on Russia, provide humanitarian support to those affected by the violence, and address other challenges related to the conflict. I also wanted to note, because there has been so much information we've been putting out and so many sanctions we've put into place, some of the economic impacts that we're seeing in Russia, just to give you all an update on that. We've made President Putin's war of choice a strategic failure. The unprecedented costs we've imposed with allies and partners have reversed 30 years of economic progress, something President Putin himself pushed for, and that has happened in less than a month. Our actions have hit hard at the things President Putin cares about the most: degrading his military, access to cutting-edge technology, and ability to project power and influence. Central bank reserves, about half of Putin's war chest is immobilized. You heard the finance minister confirm this just yesterday or the day before. He can't use these rainy day funds to support his war in Ukraine. The ruble is less than a penny. It's the worst performing emerging market currency. The Russian stock market has been closed for nearly approximately 3 weeks, longest in its history, as they try to prevent a market crash. Inflation in Russia is rampant. Some forecasters are predicting 20% inflation for Russia by the end of the year. And the Russian and trillions of dollars in businesses have been disrupted by sanctions, putting the Russian financial sector under severe stress. The economic outlook, if you look at the economic outlook for the country, forecasters around the world are projecting a collapse of the Russian economy. The Institute for International Finance projects a 15% downturn, down from a projected growth rate of 3% before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the private sector, as many of you have reported on, is withdrawing. Many companies, major companies in the financial, energy, and other sectors are leaving. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Western Union, ExxonMobil, Shell, and more are pulling their operations out of the country. And as we continue to ratchet up pressure on Putin's oligarchs, wanted to also announce for you, or reiterate for you, for those of you who already know, that tomorrow Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen and Attorney General Garland will host the launch meeting of the Russian elite proxies and oligarchs multilateral task force. And the task force was first announced in a statement by leaders, including President Biden, on February 26th, as a way to go after corrupt gains from some of the individuals closest to Putin, no matter where they're held around the world. And the task force, comprised of Finance Ministry and Justice or Home Ministry counterparts in Germany, Canada, Japan, France, Italy, Australia, the European Commission, and the United Kingdom, will use the respective authorities to collect and share information against Russian targets, including sanctions, asset freezing, and civil and criminal asset seizure. Let me give you just a couple of examples of assets that have already been seized. Alexei Mordashev's 213-foot yacht was impounded in Italy. Gennady Timchenko's 132-foot yacht was seized in Italy. Andrei Melnichenko's 469-foot, $578 million super yacht was seized in Italy. Sergei Chemezov's $140 million yacht was seized in Spain. Igor Sechen's 280-foot yacht was impounded in France, and Alisher Usmanov's $18 million resort was impounded in Sardinia. That is just the beginning. Last thing I just wanted to note, sorry, I have two quick things for you, then we'll get to the questions, is on Ukrainian security assistance. The President will talk about this when he speaks this afternoon, and he will talk about it more extensively tomorrow. As you know, there is $13.6 billion for Ukraine, humanitarian, security, and economic assistance in the omnibus bill that the President is going to sign this afternoon. He will outline in more detail, I expect tomorrow, the specifics, but he will, of course, talk about it when he signs it this afternoon. But just even up to date now, since taking office, the President has committed $1.2 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, including $550 million in just the last 2 weeks. He has approved 4 emergency security assistance packages to provide Ukraine the types of weapons they are using so effectively to defend their country, such as anti-armor and air defense weapons. We are working to get Ukraine the equipment as quickly as possible, and we still have the means to continue doing that. Over the past 2 weeks alone, we have delivered more than $300 million of security assistance to Ukraine, in addition to the transfers of U.S.-made equipment we are facilitating from our allies to Ukraine as well. So I would note that we're on day 19 here. In addition to their incredible courage and bravery, one of the reasons that they are able to hold back and push back against the Russian military is because of the significant amount of military assistance we have provided. Finally, I just wanted to note that today is Equal Pay Day, something we can all celebrate. President Biden and Vice President Harris have long championed equal pay as a cornerstone of their commitment to ensure all people have a fair and equal opportunity to get ahead. To mark Equal Pay Day, today the Biden-Harris administration announced a couple of new actions to promote women's empowerment and support women working families across the country. The Office of Personnel Management announced that they will anticipate issuing a proposed regulation that will address the use of prior salary history in the hiring and pay setting process for federal employees. The President will sign an executive order directing the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council to consider limiting the use of salary information in employment decisions by federal contractors, and the Department of Labor will release a report analyzing the impact of occupational segregation on women's economic security. And the Vice President will host an event later today along with the Gender Policy Council. I also just wanted to note the news that we heard from the CEO of Fox this morning that cameraman Pierre Zakrzewski, I just want to pronounce his name the right way. Did I pronounce it the right way? Okay. Lost his life. He is someone who has served in many war zones over the course of time. He was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria during his long tenure working there. So our thoughts, our prayers are with his family, with the entire community as well. So let me stop there and let's kick it off, Chris.
Okay. So President Zielenski is going to be speaking to Congress tomorrow. He's been pushing for fighter jets, no-fly zone. You have to hear some of those same requests tomorrow as well. Has the administration shifted on that at all? And also, there is rising domestic pressure for the U.S. to do more. How does the president plan to continue being like a voice of restraint in these situations and holding back some of those requests?
Well, first, I don't think the president views himself as a voice of restraint. We have provided and he has approved and expedited the delivery of more assistance, military and security assistance to Ukraine than any year in history. And I did a bit of an outline for you at the beginning, $1.2 billion in assistance, that including $300 million that we've been able to get to Ukrainian fighters, helping them to hold back the Russian military over the past few weeks. It is also true, and there will be more that the president will be able to say over the next few days, given he is about to sign a 13.6, an omnibus bill that includes $13.6 billion in security assistance. So I expect he will share more of those details in the next 24 hours. It is also true that the president has to look at decisions that are made through the prism of what is in our national security interests and global security interests. And he continues to believe that a no-fly zone would be escalatory, could prompt a war with Russia. I don't believe there's a lot of advocates calling for that at this point in time from Capitol Hill, but we certainly understand and recognize that is still a call from President Zielenski.
And on COVID, given your push for more funding there, is this a sign the administration is worried that the U.S. could see a rise in numbers like we've seen in Europe? And is the administration considering advising Americans to get another booster shot?
Well, any decision or recommendation about a booster shot would be made by the CDC. But as we've said from the beginning, we always want to be prepared for any scenario that may come up, right? And we have also said that while we have made an enormous amount of progress in vaccinating Americans and getting Americans boosted and providing free masks and free tests to people across the country, that we are still continuing to fight the pandemic. And if we wait too long, we are not going to be able to continue a lot of the programs that are so effective. And
we are going to continue to listen in here in just moments. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Maintain our testing capacity beyond June. We can't purchase additional courses of Evusheld, and our existing supply will likely run out. This is a treatment for the immunocompromised by the end of 2022. The fund that reimburses doctors and other medical providers for caring for uninsured individuals will be scaled back this month and end in early April. So those are just some of the examples of where the American people could be deeply impacted if we don't get funding from Congress. There is not a secret plan. There is not another option. We need money in order to continue to supply these programs.
And one last thing, sorry, just back on the Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
You said obviously no-fly zone is viewed as escalatory, but I noticed you did not say anything about the fighter jet requests. Is that something that the administration...
Nothing has changed about the analysis that the Department of Defense provided last week, where they assessed that because of the challenges in delivery and the challenges and the impact that providing these would be greater risk than there would be benefit. And I would note that the way that the President and the Department of Defense and our experts here have been responding to this conflict is by providing the type of military and assistance and equipment that the Ukrainians have used to push back and to fight and effectively do that over the last 19 days. And that is what we will continue to provide with the additional funding in the omnibus. Go ahead.
One, I guess, a housekeeping matter on the remarks tomorrow from Zielenski. Does the president plan to watch, and will he have a response to his address?
I'm sure that to the degree the president can with his schedule, he'll certainly be watching, as we all will be. He gave a very powerful, President Zielenski gave a very powerful set of remarks today when he spoke in Canada, or to the Canadians, I should say, and we certainly expect that to be the case tomorrow.
And on the Ukrainian security assistance, there are concerns that Putin could possibly try to target or strike a delivery of American military supplies. How concerned are you about this, and how confident are you that this assistance will ultimately reach its intended destination?
Well, I would say that obviously they've been in the middle of a war zone for the past few weeks, and we've still been able to deliver $300 million in security assistance just over the last 2 weeks, and we believe we will continue to have the means to do that.
And has the president been discussing with other NATO leaders how they would respond if Putin were to strike a delivery of American military supplies inside Poland? And just so I'm clear about what would happen in this instance, would a strike in Poland on supplies or anything really automatically be met with a forceful response, or simply a conversation amongst allies about how to respond?
Well, again, typically there is a conversation before you do a coordinated response, right? But I would say, without getting into a hypothetical, we have a range of conversations that happen through a lot of channels, including military and defense channels, including diplomatic channels, as we prepare for a range of contingencies. Go ahead.
American families are preparing for summer vacations right now. They often require travel by car long distances. What kind of guidance does the White House have? I mean, should they expect or plan for $4 gasoline come summer? Is there like I know you guys are concerned about the price, but is there a sense of urgency to get something done before those summer months, which are really critical for a number of reasons for drivers?
Sure. Look, I think the president and our national security team and our economic team are working overtime right now to evaluate and examine a range of domestic options that continue to be on the table, and also to engage with global suppliers about what can be done to ensure that the supply in the market meets the demand, thus bringing the price down. So there is certainly urgency. There is certainly a need to do everything we can to ensure we're mitigating the impact.
Sure. A bipartisan group of lawmakers have called on the White House to lift the ban of summer sales of gasoline with higher blends of ethanol. It's cheaper than traditional blends of gasoline. Is that something, you mentioned a menu of options, but is that something specifically that the White House is considering?
In the menu of options.
Any comment on Maryland moving towards a suspension of their state's gasoline tax?
There are a number of other states who have taken that step. But again, there's a range of domestic options. I would note that from the federal standpoint, the gasoline tax is about 18 cents, right? Mm-hmm. So we're also looking at a range of options that might have different types of impacts.
You brought up the 18 cents. Is that because, I mean, it wouldn't have much of an impact at 18 cents if you're giving it at $4.50. Is that a fair read of how you guys assess that?
I'm not a mathematician, but given that the price of gas has gone up by 75 cents, $1, even more in some areas, we're continuing to look at a range of options, and obviously ensuring that there is, or taking steps to ensure there's more supply in the market, because the oil market is a global market, is a big priority and a focus for us. But we're looking at a range of domestic options, including all of the ones you mentioned. Just no decision has been made at this point in time. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thanks, Jen. You confirmed President Biden is going to Brussels next week. He's going to attend the NATO summit in the European Council meeting. Is he also going to go to Poland, as has been reported?
We don't have anything more yet about his trip to announce.
But should we expect anything when it comes to the refugee crisis aspect of what's been going on?
We're still working through the final details of the trip and what it may look like, but I don't have any more details at this point in time.
And what is his goal going into this trip? And is there any chance that he sees President Zielenski while he's there?
His goal is to meet in person, face-to-face, with his European counterparts and talk about and assess where we are at this point in the conflict, in the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We've been incredibly aligned to date. That doesn't happen by accident. The president's a big believer in face-to-face diplomacy, so it's an opportunity to do exactly that. In terms of a meeting with President Zielenski or an engagement with President Zielenski, we're still finalizing the trip at this point in time.
But that's an option?
Nothing on the table at this point in time, but the real focus right now is to meet with NATO partners in Brussels. If there are additional steps, we'll share all those details with all of you.
And on President Zelensky's address tomorrow, of course, he is expected to ask for more assistance, as my colleague noted. A lot of the U.S. positions on that haven't changed, as you just said, when it comes to the no-fly zone. But on the aircraft specifically, the Pentagon said last week that Secretary Austin said they do not support the transfer of additional fighter aircraft at this time. Is that still the United States' position?
That continues to be our position. I would note that they also said that that adding aircraft to the Ukrainian inventory is not likely to significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force relative to Russian capabilities. And the assessment was that the transfer of these planes may be mistaken as escalatory, as we've said, and could result in a significant Russian reaction. But that is the risk assessment that was done. That risk assessment has not changed. I would note that certainly we expect, as he should, President Zielenski, to ask for more money. We are in touch with his team on a daily basis. We're not waiting to hear tomorrow what may be on his mind. We are very closely engaged with the Ukrainians, and that what hopefully will be of interest to him is the significant amount of security assistance that is in the omnibus that we'll be able to detail soon.
Just to clarify, has he told the White House what he plans to ask for tomorrow?
That's not what I'm suggesting, but the president had a nearly hour-long call with him on Friday, and we talk with his team every day.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ash.
You mentioned before that President Zielenski gave an extremely powerful set of remarks to Canada, and you expect something similar tomorrow to Congress. I was wondering if you could talk about how the administration plans to handle that sort of very emotional appeal where we expect him to be asking for certain things which President Biden has already made clear he's not willing to provide.
Well, I think that, one, what is encouraging in this moment of tragedy is that there is bipartisan support for the strength and the courage of Ukrainian leadership and President Zielenski and the fight that they have been waging for the last 19 days. I would say that without knowing what he's going to say tomorrow, we certainly are familiar with what the asks have been. We have provided our own assessment of what does make sense and doesn't make sense. And what I would note is that we do have a range of the president and our team has fought for additional assistance in the omnibus package the president is signing this afternoon, which hopefully we'll have more details on in the coming days. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. To follow up on that, Zielenski and other Ukrainian officials have made so clear that what they believe they need the most is more warplanes and fighter jets. So why is the U.S. assessing something different? Why does the U.S. believe they know better what Ukraine needs than what Ukrainian officials are saying they need the most?
Well, we have one of the best militaries in the world. I would note just some factual details here. The Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft. And although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to the Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based and air defense systems, which the United States has provided the vast majority of. So what we're talking about here is what is most effective in combating and fighting the type of war the Russians are fighting. We've talked a little bit about the attack on near the Polish border. That would not have been stopped by airplanes. That type of attack is stopped by exactly the type of assistance we've provided.
Okay, so it's a combination of impact as well as potential risks that the administration has decided no on the war.
Exactly. And the fact that the Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft, the $1.2 billion in military assistance that we've provided has provided exactly the type of capabilities that have helped them fight back and push back effectively and courageously against the inbound attacks from the Russian military. And as you also noted, Weija, the risk associated is also something that our U.S. military would assess as part of their analysis.
Thanks. And then to follow up on Mary's question, how does the U.S. define a Russian incursion or invasion into NATO territory?
That's a conversation we have with our NATO partners and allies.
So as an example, there are reports that a Russian drone made its way into Polish airspace before going back to Ukraine and being shot down. Does a drone into Poland count as an invasion into Russia?
Again, Weija, what happens here, it's not that NATO countries just respond on their own. If there is an attack or that is considered by NATO leadership and by NATO countries to be to meet that bar, then there's a discussion among NATO partners about how to respond. but it's not in anyone's interest to get into an escalatory war with Russia.
Got it. And one more on the sanctions that were imposed today by Russia against yourself, President Biden, other top U.S. officials. Do you have a response to that? And how will it impact any of you, if at all?
Sure. I would first note that President Biden is a junior. So they may have sanctioned his dad. May he rest in peace. The second piece I would say is that won't surprise any of you that none of us are planning tourist trips to Russia. None of us have bank accounts that we won't be able to access, so we will forge ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on the drone question from Ouija, the Soviet-era drone that flew over 3 NATO member states on Friday and then crashed into Croatia, has it been determined whether that was a Russian drone or a Ukrainian drone? And how do you measure, similar to what she was asking, how do you measure, what elicits a response?
Well, for the second part of your question, Jackie, good question. It is a conversation that happens between NATO allies and partners, not a decision that's made by one country. In terms of the first part, I don't have any details that I can outline for you from here.
And then what do you make of...
As we continue to listen in live here during the White House press briefing, I'm going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as reporters continue to ask questions. You'll be right back here in this press briefing when you return.
Sanctions when it comes to China?
Well, let me note that during the lengthy conversation that our national security advisor had with his counterpart, he also reiterated our one China policy based on the Taiwan Relations Act, 3 communiques and 6 assurances, and underscored concerns about Beijing's coercive and provocative actions across the Taiwan Strait, which is, of course, our position publicly, but is also something that he took the time to reiterate during this conversation. There are a range of sanctions we obviously have in place, and we watch, of course, if there's a violation of those, and we also watch if there is support provided for the military invasion of another country. I don't have any assessment of that to provide to you today.
It sounds like secondary sanctions are on the table if China is found to be helping Russia either militarily or economically in this war. So why not be specific about the kinds of sanctions that we're considering, given that this administration's position is the mere threat of sanctions should be a deterrent?
Well, we're going to have those conversations directly with China and Chinese leadership, not through the media at this point in time. I would note that when our national security advisor was having his meeting yesterday, he was very direct about the consequences. He made clear we're going to be watching closely, made clear that it's not just us. The decisions that China makes are going to be watched by the world. So that is how they focus the meeting, but in terms of any potential impacts or consequences, we'll leave those through private diplomatic channels at this point.
One last one on Zielenski tomorrow. It sounds like we're pretty dug in on our position when it comes to the no-fly zone, when it comes to the MiGs, despite this growing bipartisan call in Congress to shift a little bit. So, to put it bluntly, is Zielenski wasting his time tomorrow asking for these things?
Well, I would say because of the passion and the courage and the bravery of President Zielenski, there has been support for expediting the delivery of a historic amount of military and security assistance and weapons that have helped him and his military fight back against the Russians. And I would say that yes, we recognize there are a range of bipartisan calls, but what we have the responsibility to do here is to assess what the impact is on the United States and our own national security. A no-fly zone is escalatory and could prompt a war with Russia, a major nuclear power. Providing the planes, our military did an assessment that's based not just on the risk, but whether it would have a huge benefit to them. They assessed it would not, because they have their own squadron of planes, and because the type of military assistance that is working to fight this war effectively is the type of assistance we're already providing.
What about Estonia, though, calling for a no-fly zone? They're a NATO member. They share a border with Russia. How do we view their calls for a no-fly zone?
We disagree with the argument that that would be an effective step, because a no-fly zone which often people shorthand, essentially means us shooting down Russian planes and them potentially shooting back at us. And I would note that the way that the Ukrainians, again, have effectively pushed back over the last 19 days is by using exactly the type of military assistance we have provided. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of questions. Are there discussions about the president meeting with refugees on his trip to Europe?
It's a good question, and obviously we have provided, and he'll talk about this afternoon, historic amounts of humanitarian assistance, a great deal of that focused on helping refugees. Those are going to be more in this package, but we don't have additional details beyond what I just announced at the top of the briefing.
Okay, to follow up on Ouija's question quickly, Russia sanctioning various top officials here, I understand you're dismissing it. However, does the president see that as an escalation of any kind?
Again, I think we are confident that if we need to have continued, and we will need to have direct and indirect conversations with Russia, we will have the ability to do that. But it's related to, and I don't have anything official aside from the reports. I don't know how their sanctioning process works. I only know how our sanctioning process works. But it relates to the impact typically on bank accounts or travel that's not diplomatic.
I want to ask you again about the conversation about sending these MiGs. Former ambassador to Ukraine, Maria Ivanovich, has been quite outspoken recently, and she said we need to mitigate risk, but it's also true that not taking greater action comes with a risk as well, because Putin is a bully and he only understands strength. Is the president showing enough strength against Putin?
The president has rallied the global community to put in place a greater set of financial sanctions package than has ever been done for any economy in the world. It wouldn't have happened without his action. I just outlined for you at the top, which I think it's important to note, the crippling impact this has had on the economy. They are where they are at this point in time. I think we all have seen reports, and we have confirmed many of them, that they did not expect it to take this long. They did not expect their military to not make as much progress as they have made. The steps we are taking are making it more difficult for President Putin to build and augment his military, to get access to the technology that he needs and wants. It has taken steps to cripple the economy that there's no question, regardless of what Kremlin spokespeople say, it has had a dramatic impact on the economy. And we're doing all of that while providing a historic amount of military assistance to the Ukrainians, helping them effectively fight back.
If Putin were to use chemical weapons, would it change the president's thinking when it comes to these MiGs, taking the no-fly zone off the table, but at least on this issue?
I'm not going to get into a hypothetical. We, of course, there would be severe consequences from the global community, ones that we would discuss with our partners and allies. But I would note that the planes would not have stopped the attack we saw near the Polish border. They have a squadron of planes, and what has effectively helped them fight back is the types of military assistance that they have been utilizing.
And are you prepared, can you give us any more details about what that threat means of severe consequences? The president obviously made the same threat last week. Is that purely economic consequences, or would there potentially be a military component?
We're just not going to outline in more detail from here. Go ahead.
I have a question about the Fed.
Sure.
Given Senator Manchin's opposition to Sarah Bloom Raskin, will the White House now support the Senate moving ahead to confirm the other Fed nominees? Why do they need to confirm all of these nominees at once?
Well, I would say first that Sarah Bloom Raskin is one of the most qualified individuals ever to be nominated to serve in this position. We remain in close touch with both her and with Chairman Brown about the next steps here, but we have continued to press, and we have been pressing for all five, not just to be able to be voted on in the Banking Committee where they have the votes to move forward, and that is where Republicans have not showed up to meet quorum. So at this point, I don't have an update beyond reiterating our strong support for her. Go ahead.
Will the president himself bring up the deaths and injuries of American journalists injured in Ukraine or killed in Ukraine? Will the president himself address the deaths of American journalists who have been killed or injured in Ukraine? And does he have any plans to call their families?
I'm not going to outline private conversations from here at this point in time. Obviously, these families are in a moment of mourning right now, and so beyond that, I think we're just respecting their space and time. Go ahead.
If I could really briefly, just going back to COVID funding.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is something that White House officials stressed today. This is something the president addressed in his State of the Union address. But if this is so important for the president and the White House, will he meet with Republicans individually? Will he make his case to them personally?
I would note that there's a number of Republicans who won't even return our phone calls about the impact of the lack of COVID funding and how they will impact their constituents. So that's probably the best place to start. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions on the path related
Sure.
to the COVID funding.
Yep.
How the heck are you going to get it through Congress? You have Republicans in the Senate who are making it very clear, leadership saying that there is no Republican support for moving any more money for COVID relief because they believe the White House hasn't made a strong enough case that funds can't just be moved around to fund these priorities.
Sure. Well, we have been making that case publicly and privately back to earlier this year. So those are the facts. We've also been, as I just noted, attempting to engage with and have these conversations with, of course, Democrats, but also Republicans. COVID doesn't discriminate just by party at all. I think what we're trying to do is really be very clear and direct about what the impacts will be. I mean, some of these programs, funding for treatments for immunocompromised, providing free tests and masks, providing free boosters and vaccines, those will impact millions of Americans potentially in this country, regardless of their partisan affiliation. So what we're doing, we're going to, of course, leave the process and the vehicle up to Congress. We are encouraging them and aggressively calling for them to move these resources immediately. And what we've tried to do is break down what the impacts are going to be on different states and also when specific programs will end so that it doesn't feel like just a number, but feels like a direct impact on programs and people's lives.
In terms of whether money can be moved around, I know you've said before that it can't be moved around. What we're hearing from the Hill is that they believe there's about $100 million that could be shifted. And certainly there was an agreement with the four leaders to shift funds that fell apart in part because governors balked. But is there money that could be moved? Do these dire consequences have to start next week, or could funds be shifted and then later allocated?
Well, the opposition, as you note, prevented that from being a portion of what moved forward, right? I don't know that opposition has changed at this point in time. But also, it's important to note that we believe that this should be provided on an emergency basis, not something where it will require offsets. It shouldn't have to require taking money from states who are using it for different programs, whether it's funding cops or police officers or other programs. That was a part of the discussion and the negotiation, but I'm not aware of any change in the support for that. Go ahead.
We are listening in live here to the press briefing in the White House. Going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to hear more on our response to the war happening in Ukraine.
Been interested in the president using the DPA, the Defense Production Act, to complete that pipeline from West Virginia to Virginia, the Mountain Valley pipeline. Is the White House interested in that?
Well, we've engaged with a range of members, Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Manchin, about a range of ideas they have. That's why so many things are on the table. I would note that the use of the Defense Production Act, broadly speaking, would mean you're paying a company to do what they already have the capacity and the ability to do. We know there are 9,000 unused and approved oil leases right now that these oil companies could tap into and do more in. In terms of the building of a pipeline, that does not sound like it's an immediate solve for what we're seeing right now is an increase of costs at the gas pump. Go ahead.
Jen, if I could walk you back for a moment through the logic train that you were trying to lay out for us of the risk of sending, in that case, the Polish jets, but in general versus the rewards for it here. So if I understand it right, the president has determined that giving Ukrainian pilots these MiGs would more directly involve the United States in the conflict, and therefore that's what creates the high risk. Is that right?
Well, David, it's not the president's assessment, or certainly not my assessment. It was the assessment by the Department of Defense, and a big part of their assessment was related to where these planes would take off from and how would you get them into Ukraine. So that was something we were exploring and discussing with a range of partners. But their assessment was also based specifically on the transfer of it to Ukraine, and that may be mistaken as escalatory.
So the fact that they would take off from a Polish base even a base in Germany under the Poland thing, makes that base a legitimate military target, and they don't want to take that risk.
Well, I wouldn't say we'd say legitimate, but that it could be perceived as escalatory, yes.
So on the other side of this, we are transferring anti-aircraft equipment to them.
Yeah.
It's got to originate someplace in the West, right? Somehow it's got to get in place. What's the distinction?
We're able to move a lot of that equipment in a way that is not taking off from a NATO airbase without getting into specifics of how it's transferred.
But it's originating from the West in some way.
Correct, and that's known, yes.
There are some other possibilities of things you could be providing them with. For example, you mentioned that the missile strike near the Polish border wouldn't have really been helped by this. I think that we're all in agreement with that. You could imagine a series of shorter range anti-missile systems like what we give to the provide and they manufacture in Israel to ward off incoming short-range missile. Is there discussion of that kind of anti-missile system to prevent exactly what you just described?
Yeah, it's a good question, David. You probably know more about military equipment than anyone except for the Department of Defense, so here we are. But look, I would really, those discussions happen at the Department of Defense. They consider, and we've talked a lot about the risk assessment as it relates to the planes, but they make assessments about what to provide to be most effective as they provide any range of military equipment. Again, as you know, there's a big portion of the omnibus, which we'll be able to detail more soon, that will be security assistance, just like there's economic and humanitarian assistance, and I'm sure we'll have more details on what will be included in there.
And one last one, are you encouraging any of our other NATO allies, including Turkey, to do these kinds of transfers? Particularly of the anti-aircraft?
Well, I think, the second piece of military equipment you mentioned, look, there's a range of discussions, as you know, among military counterparts and defense counterparts about what equipment is needed, who has that equipment, how to provide it, but I don't have more to detail that on from here.
Turkey would solve a particular running problem that you've had since you were speaking from the podium at the State Department. Is there any particular discussion underway with Turkey on this?
I just don't have more details on that for you. I'm happy to check if there's more. Go ahead, Karen.
Is there a plan for the president to talk to President Zielenski before he delivers those remarks tomorrow to Congress?
I'm happy to check. There's not a call currently on the schedule. He just spoke with him last Friday. But again, our national security advisor, a range of officials here are in touch with senior members of their national security team every day.
And I know you said the president's going to, of course, be talking about the $13.6 billion in aid to Ukraine when he gives remarks in a few minutes. You said earlier that the United States is working to get Ukraine equipment as quickly as possible. Can you walk us through the timeline on the 13.6? How quickly will that get out? Is it going out all at once? Are there stages? What's the plan for that?
I expect we'll have more on that in the next 24 to 48 hours. I understand the question. We're looking forward to detailing it for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Yesterday, the president spoke again about his desire to see legislation passed aimed at lowering costs of prescription drugs and child care. Can you provide an update on the White House's conversations with Senate Democrats about passing narrowly tailored legislation that would include those programs and others that the president again said would ease inflationary pressures?
I would just say that we found, and we made the determination after last fall, that keeping those conversations private is the best way to hopefully make progress. And so we're engaged on a daily basis with conversations with Senate Democrats, committee members, staff, about how to move this forward. As I think you know and others know who talk to members, there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm for getting these things done, specifically lowering the cost of prescription drugs. What the president wants to do is have as much of the package included as there can be 50 votes for. But we're going to leave those conversations to happen through private channels, a lot of them happening member to member on the Hill.
Any sense of timing of when that can happen with the April recess coming up soon?
Again, I'm just not going to provide an update from here because we feel that these talks are best kept between members and kept between conversations we have with our staff and them.
Sure. And speaking of Senate Democrats, the Senate Judiciary Committee will hold its hearings next week on the president's Supreme Court nominee. How is the White House preparing for those hearings, and specifically, how is it preparing Judge Jackson for the scrutiny that she could come under from Republicans who sit on that committee?
Well, first, Judge Jackson, I think, as you've seen, has been working to meet with every member on the committee before her hearing and made a great deal of progress on exactly that. I think I would note that you've heard members come out, senators come out who agree with us on very little, who've come out and conveyed that she's qualified and that they had good conversations with her. So that's part of it. As soon as she was nominated, she started practicing and studying and preparing, which I don't think surprises anyone who's looked at her impeccable credentials and record to date. And I expect that will continue until she starts the hearings early next week. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the refugee crisis from Ukraine, is there any conversation about the role the U.S. could play to alleviate some of the burden felt by Poland, for example, either something similar to what we set up coming out of Afghanistan, airlifting people, expediting processing, especially for those who have family members in the U.S.?
Sure. We are having ongoing internal discussions about how we can play the most effective role in supporting the large number of refugees who are coming out of Ukraine. To date, that has been, as you know, an enormous amount of humanitarian assistance that we're providing, not just to Ukraine, but to neighboring countries that are providing a haven for refugees as they're leaving Ukraine. In terms of other discussions, I just can't outline those at this point in time, but we are continuing to discuss what options there are.
Conversations about helping Ukrainians come to America as well?
We're discussing. The president would welcome Ukrainians coming here. Obviously, currently they could apply through the refugee process, but we're continuing to discuss what options may exist.
One more on Title 42.
Yeah.
We saw over the weekend the CDC end Title 42 restrictions for unaccompanied minors, and a couple of the reasons they gave were the larger public health conditions, but also that appropriate mitigation measures had been put into place in the care facilities.
Yeah.
So is the administration asking DHS to put those same mitigation measures in place in other detention facilities so you can end Title 42 for everyone?
Well, any decision made by the CDC about ending Title 42 would once they make the decision, it would have to be implemented, to your point, Amna, by DHS and other components of the interagency that oversee these facilities and ensure that they're meeting the bars that would be required. But the first step would really be CDC making a decision about ending it for other populations. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two topics. First, the prime ministers of Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovenia went to Kyiv today. Does the White House have any comment on that? Would an American administration official make a similar trip? Or conversely, is there concern that that's a security risk where if something were to happen to them, then that could be an escalation with NATO members?
Well, we certainly hope that is not the outcome. We respect the role they're playing in diplomacy right now. And obviously going directly into the middle of a war zone shows their strong support for President Zielenski, for the Ukrainian military, for Ukrainians. And we certainly support that. And I'm certain we will engage with them following their trip as a follow-up, as we have been doing with other leaders who have engaged with the Ukrainians and the Russians. In terms of any step or trip by a member of the national security team or others, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time, but we will continue to assess whether that would be constructive or help move things in a positive direction.
And then on another matter, there are a few more members of the House of Representatives who tested positive for COVID today, adding to some over the weekend who did the same, many of whom were Democrats at the retreat on Friday where they saw the president, not many masks worn. Has the president been tested for COVID since, and are there any concerns about exposures he may have had?
He was tested on Sunday and he tested negative. All of the members to date prior to today, and I'm happy to double check this specific piece, were not deemed as close contacts. They are all vaccinated as well, so the CDC wouldn't recommend a change in behavior as a result, but he has received a negative test just a couple days ago. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On oil suppliers, Canada has been looking at increasing its flow of crude oil. Can you confirm that conversation has been happening between the administration and the Kenyan government?
I know we've been closely engaged with Canada about a range of issues in terms of the specifics of a conversation about oil and crude. I'd have to check with our team on that.
Thank you. And there's been a report yesterday about the possibility that India could take up the Russian offer of discounted crude oil. What would be your message to India or any other country tempted by such an offer?
Well, our message to any country continues to be that obviously abide by the sanctions, but that we have put in place and recommended. I don't believe this would be violating that, but also think about where you want to stand when the history books are written in this moment in time. And support for the Russian leadership is support for an invasion that obviously is having a devastating impact. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. There's a report.
All right, guys, do want to let you know that while we have been listening in live to the White House press briefing, we do have the State Department briefing that will be coming up here in the next hour. It's scheduled to take place here at the top, but also they announced President Biden is going to be headed to NATO, so he's going to be headed overseas. We'll replay some of those remarks from the NATO Secretary General that happened earlier here today for you, all coming up on Live Now from Fox. So a lot more content to come here on this next new hour here on Live Now from Fox, so stick around. Some of you are going to be seeing that 2-minute break. We'll be listening into the White House press briefing until that State Department briefing does begin.
We're in a different stage, and we have a range of the tools in order to fight the pandemic. In order to continue our capacity of having those tools, we need money. And we've always planned, what we have done effectively is planned ahead, right? Ensuring that if we get to a point, we've seen obviously BA2, which we've talked about a bit in here, which I think as of yesterday was about 25% to a third of the cases here. Very transmissible, but treatable by all the means that we have. We need to have masks, tests, boosters, treatments for immunocompromised in order to continue to treat the pandemic or treat the American people during a pandemic. So it remains urgent. If we don't get this funding, we won't be able to ensure we can provide free access to the American people. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen, just to confirm, the U.S. and allies, we're publicly arming the Ukrainians, but we're deliberately avoiding shipping from NATO countries to Ukraine?
That's not what I said. What I said was planes taking off from a NATO base. Our Department of Defense assessed that would be a step that would be escalatory as they were making a risk assessment.
So we're avoiding doing it from NATO bases? Okay.
Of planes.
Via planes, but ground is another situation.
I'm not going to give you detail or confirm where our military equipment moves from for obvious reasons, because our objective is to provide that to the Ukrainians.
And on these tragic, deaths of journalists that you've mentioned, is there any reason to conclude that the Russians are deliberately targeting them?
We have seen from the beginning that they have targeted hospitals, they've targeted journalists. In terms of these individual cases, I can't make an assessment of that from here, but certainly we've seen barbaric and horrific actions by the military on the ground, and this is consistent with that. Go ahead.
So, aside from the request for weapons, President Zielenski has also requested that the U.S. be more involved in negotiations toward a peaceful resolution to the war. What is the U.S. doing to push those negotiations forward?
Well, one of the steps we've taken, a significant one, is to be the largest provider of military and humanitarian and economic assistance in the world, to put them in a greater position of strength as they go into these negotiations. We also engage and talk to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, and the president and this national security team has rallied the world in being unified in their opposition to the actions of President Putin. So those are the steps we're taking. We also engage oftentimes before and after any conversations that any of these global leaders are having with both Russians and Ukrainians, and encourage them to make sure they're engaging with Ukrainians directly.
So would Zelensky be empowered by the United States to reach an agreement with Russia and have U.S. sanctions released as a result?
Well, he's the leader of Ukraine, so he's empowered to have a negotiation with Russia, and we're here to support those efforts.
That's a yes.
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of a negotiation, but we are here to support those efforts. We discuss and have conversations with his team on a daily basis. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, let me ask you about Thursday's meeting between the president and the Irish Taoiseach.
Best day of the year.
Yeah. Does the White House view that as in any way a sign that we're getting back to normal after 2 years of meetings, canceled parades, and last year of having to do it virtually?
Sure. Well, The President is very much looking forward to welcoming the Taoiseach here on Thursday to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We have started to have some events where there are more people, where there is some food or beverage served, and certainly this will be a continuation of that. And while we are still taking steps and precautions here in the White House, including regular testing, this is certainly a step that we welcome, being able to invite our friends into to celebrate on Thursday. Go ahead, Ed.
So China.
I'm going to gather soon. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, quickly, going back to China. So right now you're saying that China and the Chinese companies are not breaking sanctions by doing normal economic relations with
I did
Russia.
not provide an update or an assessment of that from here, and nor do I have one to provide you.
Without talking about red lines, what would the U.S. need to see for that to be a breaking of the sanctions?
I understand your question. I'm just not going to outline it from here. We watch closely. The world is watching closely, and our national security advisor was clear there will be consequences should they violate our sanctions. Thank you, everyone, so much.
All right, Jen Psaki, wrapping things up there, but it is not the only press conference we have happening here on Live Now from Fox. So once again, we do have a State Department briefing. Here's that shot. Looks like we do have people finally starting to file in. Soon we are expecting to also have spokesperson Ned Price step up to that podium. It was scheduled to start here at the top of the hour. So as soon as we do see that happen, of course, that will be something that we'll bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But one of the things mentioned as far as one of the top news pieces coming from this press briefing that the White House just did was the fact that President Biden is going to be going and meeting with NATO members. Now, here's the latest tweet from the Secretary General saying, "I have convened an extraordinary summit on 24th of March at NATO headquarters. We will address Russia's invasion of Ukraine, our strong support for Ukraine, and further strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense. At this critical time, North America and Europe must continue to stand together." So again, that will be a very big day coming up here on next Thursday. Of course, you can count on us right here on Live Now from Fox to have you fully covered on all of those moving pieces. And as we also heard, there could be possibly some other events that President Biden does do when he does take that trip overseas. Could he possibly be going closer to the border where we have seen so many of those refugees having to escape and flee the country? We are now hearing a confirmed number of more than 3 million people. So, of course, that's going to be just continuing to grow as those Russian forces are trying to lay down some harder attacks across the entire country. So, again, we do have that State Department briefing we are waiting on. And as I mentioned, because President Biden is going to be heading to NATO headquarters, speaking with a number of those leaders, I want to replay some of those remarks that happened earlier here today with the Secretary General. We'll replay those, and then as soon as we do see our spokesperson, Ned Price, stepping out here into the briefing room and giving us that fresh update, of course, this will be something that we'll jump into live. So I'll pop it up in a watch box so we can make sure that we don't miss anything. That's the great thing, though, right here on Live Now from Fox. We have you fully covered on everything you need to know about. Just want to make one last final note as well. Tomorrow, our coverage begins at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. For our Congress members who will be hearing from President Zielenski himself. So we will definitely be bringing that to you tomorrow. You can expect full coverage before and after right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, if you are out and about, you're on the go, you forget where to find us, you can always check out all the sources that we stream on livenowfox.com. So as I mentioned, let's go ahead, listen into those remarks that were made by our NATO Secretary General just earlier here today.
Good afternoon. The Secretary General will preview tomorrow's extraordinary meeting of NATO defense ministers, and then we'll have time for your questions. Secretary General.
Good afternoon. NATO defense ministers will meet tomorrow at the defining moment for our security. President Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine is causing death and destruction every day. It has shocked the world and shaken the international order. For months, we have exposed Russia's long list of lies. They claimed they did not plan to invade Ukraine, but they did. They claimed they were withdrawing their troops, but they sent in even more. They claim to be protecting civilians, but they are killing civilians. Now, they are making absurd claims about biological labs and chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is just another lie, and we are concerned that Moscow could stage a false flag operation, possibly including chemical weapons. The Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, defending their homes and their future, and we must support them. Tomorrow we will be joined by the Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov and our other partners Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union. The whole world has condemned this senseless war. NATO allies, the European Union and other countries have introduced unprecedented sanctions on Russia. For many years, NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. Many of them are now fighting on the front lines. Allies have also provided significant quantities of critical equipment, including anti-tank and air defense weapons, drones, ammunition and fuel. This training and equipment is helping Ukraine to defend itself. Ukraine has a fundamental right to self-defense enshrined in the UN Charter, and NATO allies and partners will continue to help Ukraine uphold that right by providing military equipment and financial and humanitarian assistance. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have responded to this crisis quickly, activating our defense plans, raising our readiness, and deploying the NATO response force for the first time for collective defense. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces on heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance. Backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. The US is currently deploying Patriot batteries to Poland, and Germany and the Netherlands are also deploying Patriots to Slovakia. All of this sends an unmistakable message. An attack on one ally will be met with a decisive response from the whole alliance. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its military integration in Belarus creates a new security reality on the European continent. So we need to reset NATO's military posture for this new reality. Tomorrow, ministers will start an important discussion on concrete measures to reinforce our security for the longer term in all domains. On land, this could include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance at higher readiness and with more pre-positioned equipment. We will also consider major increases to our air and naval deployments, strengthening our integrated air and missile defense, reinforcing our cyber defenses, and holding more and larger exercises. I expect we will task NATO's military commanders to develop options for our Madrid summit in June. Major reinforcements of our defense will require major increases in investment. I welcome that Germany and other allies have already announced they are stepping up, and I encourage all allies to spend a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. We must do more, so we must also invest more. To protect peace and freedom, and uphold our values at this critical time. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with CNN.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you can say whether the NATO alliance has seen evidence that China has been providing Russia with any kind of assistance that would help it on the battlefield, whether that's military equipment or MREs, food for troops, anything of that kind. And also with regard to the situation that we saw earlier this week with Russia targeting a military base very close to Poland's border, I'm wondering what you can say about the kind of red lines and whether there would be any kind of consequences if a missile, for example, were accidentally to enter NATO territory or on purpose. Thank you.
So NATO's core responsibility, our main responsibility, is to protect and defend all NATO allies, 1 billion people in 30 different countries, and to ensure that we also do that now in a more dangerous security situation in Europe caused by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We have increased the presence in the eastern part of the alliance, we have increased the readiness of our troops, and we are deploying more capabilities, especially to the eastern part of the alliance. So an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance, and we are there to protect and defend every inch of NATO allied territory. When we see more military activities, when we see actually fighting going on close to NATO borders, there is always a risk for incidents and accidents. And therefore we have to make every effort to prevent such incidents and accidents, and if they happen, to make sure that they don't spiral out of control and create really dangerous situations. We are very closely monitoring the airspace and the border areas around NATO, and our military commanders also have the lines to their Russian commanders to help to prevent incidents and accidents, and also prevent them from spiraling out of control if they happen. On China, so China should join the rest of the world, condemning strongly the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And any support to Russia, military support, any other type of support, will actually help Russia conduct a brutal war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine, and help them to continue to wage a war which is causing death, suffering, and an enormous amount of destruction. So China has an obligation as a member of the UN Security Council to actually support and uphold international law, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. So we call on Russia to clearly condemn the invasion and, of course, not support Russia, and we are closely monitoring any signs of support from China to Russia.
We'll go to the National News Agency of Ukraine, over there.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, NATO have a glorious story of supporting some countries and preventing bloodshed, for example, like it happened in Sarajevo, in Kosovo, and so on. What is the threshold for NATO when the Russian killings will overcome that threshold to NATO for direct involvement? And the short follow-up because of that, if you follow the Russian rhetorics, they are not going to stop purely in Ukraine. So that the question is, isn't it the right time for NATO to intervene, to defeat and to break the Putin's military machine while it's stick in Ukraine, while waiting when the Russian bombs will be falling to the European capitals? Thank you.
NATO allies have supported Ukraine for many years, and especially since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time back in 2014. And NATO allies like the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada have also helped to train tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces and other troops. And they are now bravely fighting and resisting the invading Russian forces. And I think this support over many years have proven extremely important in strengthening the Ukrainian armed forces, and the Ukrainian armed forces are much bigger, much stronger, much better equipped, much better trained now than in 2014, and I'm glad that NATO allies have helped to achieve that with the training and with the equipment. Then of course it's first and foremost the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership that has actually enabled them to fight back, to slow down, to resist the brutal invasion conducted by the Russian Federation and which is a responsibility of President Putin. And it is President Putin who is responsible for this war. He can end this war now, withdraw all his troops now, and then engage in good faith in a political effort to find a diplomatic solution. So we are calling on President Putin to do exactly that. Then NATO's Ukraine is a highly valued partner, which we have supported and continue to support, and allies are also stepping up support, partly with military equipment, partly with financial support, humanitarian support, but also by imposing the sanctions which is forcing, which are actually crippling Russian economy. Our responsibility as an alliance is to protect and defend all allies, and we are sending a clear message that we are ready to do so by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance. But again, it is Russia and President Putin that are responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, and President Putin should end this senseless war by withdrawing its forces from Ukraine.
Okay, Politico.
Thank you. I'm Lily from Politico. Why do the U.S. and NATO insist that fighter jets won't be helpful for Ukraine when the Ukrainians themselves say otherwise? Shouldn't it be up to the Ukrainian authorities to say what would be helpful for them? Thank you.
NATO allies are providing many different types of equipment, including advanced air defense systems, which have actually helped the Ukrainians to shoot down Russian planes, Russian missiles, and the allies continue to provide support also when it comes to different types of air defense systems. But I will not go into the details of every type of supply, every type of support, exactly how and where, because I think that will just make it harder and more difficult to continue to provide this type of support. NATO allies are stepping up and providing also advanced air defense systems.
All right, guys, we are listening in to a press conference that had taken place a little earlier here today.
Michaels.
We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, still waiting for that press conference to take place at the State Department. Of course, that will be something we'll jump into live once that does happen. But we'll see everyone right back here on the other side of this 2-minute break, and we'll be listening back in with our NATO Secretary General.
Street Journal. To follow up on the earlier question, there have apparently been UAV incursions into NATO airspace. Apparently one Russian drone entered and left Polish airspace, and another one crashed in NATO territory. How do you determine when something like that is an act of aggression or an act that warrants response? And you were talking earlier about escalation. How do you ensure that something like that is handled in a way that is appropriate and doesn't get out of control? Thank you.
Well, I cannot confirm the latest incidents you are referring to, but in general I can say that we are stepping up our vigilance, our presence, the way we monitor our airspace, and including by deploying new Patriot batteries to the eastern part of the alliance. And by doing that, and also through our AWACS surveillance planes and increased air policing, air patrolling, we are both increasing the capabilities we have to monitor, to track, but also to ensure that we are able to react if needed. NATO's integrated air and missile defense tracked the flight path of an object which entered Romanian airspace on Sunday. In response, Romanian fighter aircraft scrambled immediately to investigate, and the Romanian authorities and NATO are reviewing this incident, as we're also reviewing the incident that ended with the crash of a drone in Croatia. The indications we have so far on the drone that crashed in Croatia outside Zagreb is that that was not an armed attack, not an armed drone, but it just highlights that with more military activities in the air, with drones, with planes, there is a risk for accidents, and therefore we need to be extremely vigilant. We need to react when needed, and we need to make sure that we have the communications, the line of communications also with the Russians, to prevent incidents from really creating dangerous situations. So that's the reason why we are increasing the presence and also the surveillance and monitoring of the airspace over NATO.
Bloomberg, lady in blue, just behind. No.
Thank you for the question, Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. I just wanted to follow up on what you said in your introduction about the risk of false flag event and Russia maybe using chemical weapons. How would NATO respond in such a scenario? Is this a red line for potential NATO intervention? Thank you.
Any use of chemical weapons will be a violation of international law, will be a violation of the ban that, or the treaty that bans chemical weapons, and Russia has signed to that convention. We call on Russia not to use chemical weapons. We call on Russia to withdraw all its forces and to stop the fighting, but in particular not to use any chemical weapons. Russia has used chemical agents before to attack and actually kill political opponents.
All right, guys, there you are seeing Ned Price. Let's go ahead and listen into this press briefing live right here in the State Department.
President Putin chose to launch this brutal, unprovoked war against Ukraine. Just as he is engaged in aggression beyond his borders, he is acting even more repressively at home. Despite Putin's crackdown on free media and his government's continued peddling of blatant lies, we have seen many Russians bravely stand up against Putin's war, including on state-run TV. Now, nearly 15,000 Russians have been detained by Russian authorities for doing just that, for exercising the rights that are as universal to them as to citizens around the world. We support the voices of the people of Russia who are calling for an end to this war, who refuse to let their principled views be silenced, who refuse to let a new Iron Curtain descend again around Russia. Russian journalists are being prosecuted for doing the vital work that you all do here, which is to report to interview and to share the truth about what is happening. The people of Russia have a right to know about the thousands and thousands of casualties that the Russian Federation's forces are taking right now in Ukraine, as well as the civilian casualties and the widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure Putin is inflicting on the people of Ukraine. There are thousands of Russian mothers who will never see their sons again, yet the media in Russia is not allowed to share that information with the people of Russia, obscuring the real costs of this war. Those who dare to speak up are branded as liars, they're branded as traitors, and they are subject to prosecution. We stand with Russian citizens of conscience as they seek to exercise their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. We will hold responsible those who engage in human rights abuses. We will ensure that credible allegations of war crimes are investigated and those involved are held responsible. To that end, as you saw earlier today, the Secretary announced a series of actions in response to President Putin's premeditated, unjustified, and unprovoked war against Ukraine and its people, as well as the Lukashenko regime's efforts to enable Russia's further invasion. This war does not reflect the will of the peoples of Russia and Belarus. Indeed, their respective governments' aggressive behavior abroad is coupled with systemic and increasing repression within their own borders. We are witnessing an autocratic attack on democracy. U.S. actions today include sanctions and visa restrictions on Russian and Belarusian officials and private individuals involved in human rights abuses, corruption, and repression. The United States and our partners and allies, we are committed to imposing massive, severe costs on those involved in the invasion of Ukraine. As Russian soldiers continue to die needlessly in Ukraine and the economic consequences of the war mount within Russia, the world remains open to genuine diplomacy. We will, together with our Ukrainian partners and our allies and partners around the world, continue to pursue every avenue to de-escalate the conflict, end the bloodshed, and save lives. Next, today we acknowledge the anniversary of the Syrian uprising. On this day, 11 years ago, the Syrian people took to the streets in the name of freedom, reform, and human rights. Bashar al-Assad responded to this peaceful call with brutality, sparking a war against his own people that has killed hundreds of thousands, displaced more than 13 million, brought food insecurity to some 12 million, and left 14.6 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. As we stand with the Syrian people, we continue our efforts to explore to secure a nationwide ceasefire, expand access to humanitarian aid, achieve justice and accountability for the Syrian people, and reach a political resolution as outlined by UN Security Council Resolution 2254. We will not normalize relations with Assad until and unless there is irreversible progress towards that political solution. The Syrian people deserve nothing less after more than a decade of war. Before I turn to your questions, I just want to add one final element. I know all of us in this room were heartbroken yesterday to learn that our colleague, Ben Hall, sustained injuries while reporting from Ukraine. And today I understand that Fox News has announced that his camera operator, Pierre Zielenski, lost his life in the same attack. All of us know Ben. We've traveled the world with him. Many of you knew Pierre, who was renowned for his talent documenting conflict zones around the world. Our thoughts are with Pierre's loved ones, his family, and all of us here at the department are rooting for Ben and rooting for his speedy recovery. Ben's collegiality, his sense of humor, his wit, his warmth have always been a balm for the very tough questions that he would always hurl my way at the way of Secretary Blinken. I know I speak for the Secretary when I say that we look forward, once again, hopefully very soon, to being on the receiving end of all of those. We have engaged at multiple levels with Fox News. We have made very clear that we will do everything we possibly can to help Ben and any others who may have been involved and injured in this horrific attack. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Thanks, Dan. I don't see Rich or Nick in here, so I'll say I don't want to speak for Fox, but thank you for those comments, and on behalf of the whole press corps, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Before going into to Ukraine, I just wanted to ask one thing that you just said about the anniversary of the Syria situation. struck me as a bit unusual. You said we will not normalize relations with Assad until and unless, and then you gave the conditions. When did it become a possibility that the U.S. would ever normalize relations with Assad?
Well,
for a long time, the line was his days are numbered. I mean, going back almost 11 years now.
It has been 11 years, Matt. It has been 11 years since a peaceful uprising was met with the iron fist of the Assad regime.
So so has there been a decision made that you could, in fact, go back to having normal relations with a government in Syria that is led by Bashar al-Assad?
Matt, there can never be normal relations with a government that has treated its own population, its own people, with the level of brutality, with the level of violence, with the level of suppression, the use of chemical weapons, other forms of horrific violence that we've seen from this regime. We've made our position clear when it comes to holding the Assad regime accountable. We have not, we will not lift sanctions on Bashar al-Assad or his regime. We will continue to oppose reconstruction led by or for the Assad regime until and unless there is irreversible progress on that political solution that is laid out in UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
But you're saying it is possible for the U.S. to have a normal relationship with a government led by Assad,
Matt,
if those conditions are met?
Matt, I do not think there will ever be a normal relationship.
Well, you said you were the one who used the word normalized, so
I think that term has come up in the context of other governments that have approached the Assad regime. We've made very clear that the United States government will maintain our sanctions on the regime. We continue to support the political process that's laid out in UN Security Council Resolution 2254. We continue to stand with the people of Syria in that regard.
On Ukraine, I just have two brief ones that are kind of diplomatically related. Both of them have to do with Russia. You mentioned the sanctions that you guys imposed today on them, but they also imposed sanctions on several, the President, Secretary of Defense, others. I noticed you were left off the list.
I'm feeling left out.
But I'm just wondering, the White House, obviously your colleague at the White House addressed this earlier and said, well, none of us have bank accounts in Russia, none of us are planning to go to, Sochi for vacation or anything like that. But, that's exactly what the Russians say about the sanctions that you put on them, that they essentially have no impact on it. So I'm just wondering, what you have to say about the sanctions that they imposed. And then the second one, which I'm sure your response will be extremely brief, is do you have any comment about Russia formally withdrawing from the Council of Europe?
So first on the sanctions, look, I don't have a specific response to it. I will let my esteemed colleague, who is now the subject of Russian sanctions, I will let her response stand. But let me make a couple general points. Number one, you asked how our sanctions are any different from their sanctions.
I know how they're different, but when you blow off their sanctions and say, well, none of us have bank accounts there, none of us were, well, that's exactly the same thing as the Russians say.
So I'll make a couple points there. Number one, anyone who claims that the measures we have imposed, whether on individuals or the Russian economy or the Russian financial system, anyone who claims that those measures have been inconsequential has not been in Russia, has not been observing what has happened to the Russian economy and to the Russian financial system. This is an economy that is in a tailspin. It is an economy that is reeling. It is an economy that is suffering the worst setback, the worst couple weeks that it has had since the demise of the Soviet Union. 30 years of economic integration have been undone over the span of some 2 weeks. And you can look at any measure. The Russian stock market, which has now been closed for weeks, will be closed at least through the course of this week, presumably to prevent capital flight. The fact that the ruble is almost virtually worthless, literally worth less than a penny. The fact that hundreds of international companies are fleeing, heading for the doors, wanting no part and no role in supporting Putin's war effort. The fact that inflation is skyrocketing. The fact that Russia's credit rating is now essentially at junk status. I could go on and on and on. Those are the sanctions and economic measures that are targeting the Russian system broadly. You look at those measures that are targeting Russian individuals, oligarchs, cronies, President Putin, Foreign Minister Lavrov, Sergei Shoigu, Dmitry Peskov, others. We've already had cases of asset seizures, asset forfeitures. There will be more of that. The Department of Treasury, the Department of Justice, they are working closely with their counterparts around the world to go after yachts, to go after aircraft, to go after ill-begotten gains that have been plundered and pilfered from the Russian people. That will continue. Let me make one other point. I saw that the Russians called this, in a sense, a reciprocal measure. I think I certainly took umbrage at that term, noting that nothing can be reciprocal, given that we imposed the measures we did in response to President Putin starting a premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified war against a civilian population next door. We imposed our measures in response to the untold death and destruction, the killing of civilians in Ukraine, the loss of life that both sides have already endured. We imposed our measures for the destruction and attempt at destruction of an entire country. And we imposed our measures in response to President Putin's apparent thought that he could flout the basic tenets of the rules-based international order, the rules that all countries have abided by, the rules that have really set the predicate for some 70-plus years of untold levels of stability, security, prosperity around the world, whether that's in Europe, whether that's in the Indo-Pacific, whether that is in anywhere in between. So there's nothing reciprocal about what the Russians have done versus what we together with our allies and partners have sought to do. What the Russian Federation has done is start a war, has caused untold loss of life in Ukraine, among Ukrainians, among Ukrainian civilians, men, women, children, maternity hospitals, residential buildings, not to mention the Russians who have also lost their lives in this needless war. President Putin has started a war. We are doing everything we can with our measures, with our other steps, to end the war.
Cancel.
A needless war, that is a title that has been reiterated by a number of officials around the world. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break. You'll be right back here in the State Department briefing live with us here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
To the Council for next steps. We did previously welcome the Council of Europe's suspension of the Russian Federation for its aggression in Ukraine. We similarly welcomed the Parliamentary Assembly's strong statements of support for Ukraine in the extraordinary session that was held. And we share the Council of Europe's values, human rights, democracy, the rule of law. Russia clearly does not share these same values. I think it is only appropriate that Russia is not a member of such a council.
You're not concerned that this shuts down yet another potential channel of communication?
We have plenty of potential channels for communication. What we need to see from the Russian Federation is the Russian Federation engage in good faith with seriousness of purpose through those channels. Humera.
Just to follow up a little bit on the action, EU today, for example, took action to freeze the assets of Abramovich. As far as I know, US has not done anything on that particular individual. Are you guys planning to? Because there was a time where you said from this podium that US was looking to catch up with EU and make some of the measures symmetrical. And I also would love your response on what does the US make of Abramovich's recent moves? He was in Israel, Turkey, Russia. Does the US see him as a potential interlocutor? He's not just a private citizen.
So a couple points, Humera. First, and most importantly in response to your question, we don't preview any actions that we may or may not take. What I will say, and you referenced this, is that The European Union, they have their own authorities, they have their own capabilities. We have our own authorities, we have our own capabilities. What we have done each over time is to harmonize the steps we have taken in important regards. So there have been times where we have taken action against entities, against individuals, that the Europeans, other countries and partners around the world in turn followed suit. There have been times where the European Union has, in the first instance, taken such action, and we have later harmonized our authorities going after similar targets. I certainly have no doubt that we will continue, the EU will continue, our partners and allies around the world will continue to go after oligarchs, to go after cronies, to go after all of those who are in one way or another aiding and abetting Putin's war effort, playing a role in his war machine. Just look at what we did today. 1 day of restrictions under Section 7031C of the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriation Act of last year. There were designations pursuant to an executive order 14024. There were visa restrictions announced under Section 212A3C of the Immigration and Nationality Act. This is a new authority that allows us to go after current and former Russian government officials believed to be involved in suppressing dissent in Russia and around the world. There were imposition of visa restrictions on 6 individuals under the Khashoggi ban. Of course, this was a new authority that we announced early in the administration last year in response to governments around the world pursuing dissidents extra-territorially, and we also used Presidential Proclamation 8015 to go after 25 individuals responsible for undermining democracy in Belarus. We will continue to go after those responsible for the war effort in Ukraine. We will continue to go after those responsible for aiding the war effort, those who reside in Belarus. We will continue to go after private individuals whose closeness to the Russian government, to the Kremlin, whose ill-begotten wealth is a result of illicit activity, plundering what should belong to the Russian people. We will continue to do that, but what we won't do is preview those actions.
Sure. How about the second part? Do you see that some of these people can actually be interlocutors as well? And with this particular individual, because you have a task force, are you also keeping an eye on their movement?
So I'm not going to speak to any particular individual. What I will reiterate is what I told Matt. There are plenty of fora, there are plenty of avenues for diplomacy. We know that our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, our Ukrainian partners, of course, have engaged in diplomacy, direct diplomacy with the Russian Federation. What we're not looking for, what we're not bereft of, are avenues. What we're not missing are not fora. What we're looking for is a genuine display of good faith on the part of the Russian Federation. We need them to show up at any one of these venues to make clear that they are genuinely interested in de-escalation, in putting an end to this conflict, in putting an end to this war, and putting an end to this senseless and needless loss of life.
And you have received no such indication up until this moment?
I think we will...
Through any channel?
We will judge that based upon what we see in Ukraine. And what we have seen in Ukraine, including in recent days, including in recent hours, is continued escalation, is continued bombardment of towns, of cities, of residential areas, is continued loss of life. Paul.
Okay, so I understand all you said about the Russian economy, but the average Russian doesn't own stocks. The average Russian doesn't buy a lot of imported goods. The Russian ruble has lost, if I'm right, 35–40% of its value, which is not as bad as some of the economic crises we've seen in a long time. And you haven't gotten any progress on deconfliction, de-escalation. So what about taking more steps? What about expanding SWIFT things? We continue to send money to Russia for energy purchases. So why aren't you taking stronger steps to add sanctions on a lot of people who don't have Western bank accounts or property in the United States doesn't seem to add much pressure.
So in terms of energy purchases, the president did sign an executive order last week putting an end to our purchase of Russian oil, our purchase of Russian energy.
I mean the West in general.
Well, the point is, Paul, that we have already applied a set of measures that have been unprecedented in terms of their scale, in terms of their scope, and in terms of their impacts. And I won't go through the various metrics of impact again, but they're clear for everyone to see. The other point is that as long as President Putin continues to escalate, we, working with our allies and partners, will continue to escalate. You mentioned you mentioned some measures that may be on the table. Going back to what I offered to Humara, of course, we're not in a position to preview specifically what we are prepared to do, but what I can tell you that we are prepared to do is continue to escalate the costs. And I should say that the economic sanctions, the other financial measures and economic measures that we have placed on the Russian Federation, that is one important measure to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him. It is clearly putting the squeeze on their economy, on their financial system. At the same time, we will continue simultaneously to provide our Ukrainian partners with massive amounts of security assistance. In recent weeks alone, we've spoken of some $550 million worth of security assistance. Those deliveries are continuing just about every day. Anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, small arms, munitions, precisely what our colleagues at the Department of Defense have determined that our Ukrainian partners most need to defend their country against this invasion. And we are very fortunate that given the passage of the spending legislation out of Congress, we now have $13.6 billion for the people of Ukraine in different realms. And a good chunk of that money, about half of it, will be made available in the form of additional security assistance. So we have provided more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to our Ukrainian partners over the course of the past year. We're going to be in a position to do much, much more, given the spending allocation that we recently have had from Congress. That is another avenue that is putting pressure on President Putin. And we have seen that pressure and the effectiveness of that security assistance, the effectiveness of the Ukrainian resistance, in that we are now on day 20 of this Russian invasion, of this Russian war. President Putin's certainly cannot be comfortable with what he has seen from his forces on the battlefield. I will leave it to others to offer the military analysis. But again, President Putin gravely miscalculated if he thought that he could dispatch 100,000 forces into a sovereign country and not face and find the stiff resistance that he's found, with thousands of Russian service members losing their lives, with his forces stalled in key areas. President Putin has gravely miscalculated if he thought he could do all of this without facing opposition at home. And we've seen very prominent displays of that opposition, including in recent hours, in ways that would have been unexpected even a few weeks ago. 15,000 people arrested across Russia, across dozens of Russian cities, including in President Putin's hometown of St. Petersburg, for peacefully exercising the rights that are as universally available to them as to anyone else on the planet: the right to freedom of assembly, the right to freedom of expression. We continue to stand with them. And President Putin, going back to where we started, has gravely miscalculated if he thought that the United States, that our allies and partners were bluffing when we talked about the profound costs that we were prepared to impose on Russia's economy, on its financial system, on the Kremlin, if he were to go forward. President Putin has now found that he made grave miscalculations in all three regards. John, follow up? Sure.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Paul asked about the more stronger steps, and you told about the military support to Ukraine. But one of those most stronger steps might be the transferring to Ukraine the old Soviet-era weapons. And so could you, including S-300, so could you comment on the CNN today's report that reportedly State Department is already involved in the talks with the European partners and creating such a list?
So we are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners in the first instance about their needs, their security needs. I can say that Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba again today. They discussed Ukraine's security needs once again, working very closely with our colleagues at the Department of Defense. We have put together packages of defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners most need. And as I said before, that includes anti-armor, that includes tanks, anti-tank, that includes small arms, that includes munitions, and it most certainly includes anti-aircraft and surface-to-air systems. So we are not detailing every element of those security packages that we are providing, but we are continuing to provide security assistance in all of those realms. We know that Russian missiles, Russian rockets, Russian artillery have wrought destruction across large parts of Ukraine, and we are prepared to, and we have provided our Ukrainian partners with the sort of surface-to-air systems, anti-aircraft systems that would help protect themselves against this onslaught, against these attacks. We are always looking at what's in our inventories, and also our allies around the world are looking at what's in their inventories. And Secretary Blinken has on several occasions now authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. Our inclination has always been to be responsive to precisely what our Ukrainian partners need. We've been able to do that with the funding we've been granted from Congress, and now that we have $13.6 billion of additional funding to work with, about half of which will go in the direction of security assistance, we'll be able to do quite a bit more.
Can I just make sure when you said tanks and then you said anti-tank?
Anti-tank,
You don't mean
anti-tank,
tanks.
anti-tank, anti-tank, anti-armor. John.
Because things are always moving in the air. Since the start of Russia's invasion, has the United States yet engaged directly with Russia about off-ramps or ways to reduce violence? Directly, have you engaged directly with Russia about this?
John, a number of our partners are engaged directly with the Russian Federation at high levels. I think what is clear is that none of these engagements have yet resulted in the diminution of violence, in an end to the war, in a reduction of the loss of life that we've seen across Ukraine. If we determine that high-level U.S. engagement would be advantageous to help move forward with that overriding goal of putting an end to this violence, putting an end to this senseless war, we would absolutely be prepared to do so. What we have found, however, what our partners and allies have found, however, and what our Ukrainian partners, most importantly, have found, however, is that we have yet to find a Russian interlocutor that is either able or willing to negotiate in good faith, and certainly not in the context of de-escalation, given that Russian forces have continued to escalate, have continued to wreak violence across Ukraine. So we'll continue to look for diplomatic openings. In the meantime, we will continue to support our Ukrainian partners, as well as the diplomatic efforts that our allies around the world are taking part in.
And as we continue listening and live here to the State Department briefing, some viewers going to see a last 2-minute break. Again, we'll be right back here with Ned Price, the spokesperson, when you return.
A bit. What I will say is that we have made significant progress over recent days when it comes to the possibility of mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We continue to engage with Russia on a return to full implementation of the JCPOA. I think what you heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov, I will let him speak for himself, I will let the Russians speak for themselves, but it may well be a reflection of the fact that we, of course, would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of resuming full implementation of the JCPOA. We can't, and we won't, and we have not provided assurances beyond that to Russia. We will let Foreign Minister Lavrov speak for his country. But perhaps it is now clear to Moscow, perhaps a couple things are now clear. Number one, as we have said publicly, the new Russia-related sanctions are unrelated to a potential return to full compliance with the JCPOA, and they shouldn't have any impact on its implementation. And it may well be a reflection of what we've said all along, that an Iran that is unconstrained in its nuclear program, and that has no permanent, verifiable limits attached to that nuclear program. That is not in our interests. It is not in the interests of our European allies. It is not in the interests of the PRC, and it's certainly not in the interests of the Russian Federation. I will reiterate one additional point, that you've heard several references in recent days to external factors, and we have engaged with the Russian Federation on the possibility of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. But as I said the other day, there were and are a small number of outstanding issues. Now that we are this close to the finish line, those outstanding issues tend to be the hardest issues. So we're not there yet. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. But we continue to assess that a mutual return to compliance would be the most effective, the best way to verifiably and permanently once again have those limits on Iran's nuclear program. Laura.
So to follow up, is it this building's understanding that the objections that Russia raised in the last few days have now been resolved?
It is, what I'm relaying to you is that you will need to ask the Russians.
But you guys are in the negotiations with them. So is it this building's understanding that they are no longer objecting?
We have seen the statements from Foreign Minister Lavrov. We will leave it to the Russian Federation, to Foreign Minister Lavrov, to others to explain exactly what those statements mean. But it is logical. It has been logical to us. It should be logical to all parties that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA if, in fact, we are able to get there. We have not offered the Russians anything more. There has been nothing additional conveyed. But you'll have to refer to, you'll have to ask the foreign minister.
Let me ask it this way. Did you guys understand whatever it was that Lavrov was trying to say? Like, what was your understanding of what he was saying?
I'm not going to interpret the foreign minister's remarks. Again, you'll need to talk to them to ask their position, where they are on a potential mutual return to compliance. We know where the Russian Federation has been in the past. Of course, Russia was an original member of the P5+1, understanding since well before 2015 that a nuclear-armed Iran or an Iran on the verge of a nuclear weapon would not be in Moscow's interests, certainly not in our interests. We hope to be able to complete a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in short order. We should be able to if negotiators, if the parties come together, negotiate in good faith, and close out these remaining outstanding issues.
I'm a bit confused. How can you say for sure that you will not sanction any Russian activity related to any return to the deal? The Ukraine-related sanctions well post-date the original JCPOA. I mean, they only date back to February, late February of this year. If there is a Russian, and I realize this is a hypothetical, but you seem to be raising the hypothetical and the answer to your question, and maybe you're not the right person to ask because it gets into the weeds here. But if there is something that is allowed, an activity that is allowed under the JCPOA, but it involves transactions that are sanctioned by not just the United States, but also the EU, under the, with a bank, with a financial institution, a Russian financial institution. How can you say that that's exempt?
Well, to be clear, Russia is not getting out of the sanctions and other financial measures that we have been, that have been imposed for this war in Ukraine. What we are talking about here is the very basic point, something that should be quite clear, that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA. These are separate realms. These are separate areas.
If they involve any kind of a monetary transaction that touches either the European or American financial systems, or SWIFT for that matter, then you have a problem. I don't see how you can exempt them. Because if I'm the Russians and I see that that's exempted, well then all of a sudden every foreign transaction that I do is going to be related to Iran's nuclear program, and therefore exempt under.
So Matt, I think two things can be true. One, the JCPOA is not going to be an escape hatch for the Russian Federation and the sanctions that have been imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine. But two, we are not going to sanction Russia for participating in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. You're right, you're asking a very weedy question. It's probably better for...
then let me add another one to it. It may be better for an expert, but then what about the idea of the secondary sanctions? Because any bank or financial institution that would be involved in a transaction, say Russia purchases heavy water from the Iranians or enriched uranium. This seems to open the Pandora's box that you keep talking about and other things. It just seems that the Russians would be able to disguise any number of non-Iranian nuclear deal transactions through that same channel of exemptions that you're offering them.
Well, so what you're raising is a hypothetical wrapped in another hypothetical. The hypothetical that...
I'm sorry, but you're talking about a deal that doesn't exist yet.
Well, that's my point. No,
my hypotheticals are related, based on your initial hypothetical.
That's exactly my point. So rather than get wrapped around the axle of hypotheticals,
can we get someone down here to go through this stuff?
Any more Ukraine questions? Seems like there are a couple Ukraine questions.
Is Robert Malley going back to Vienna this week?
Rob Malley and his team, they are still based here. I understand that negotiators are still in capitals. If it is prudent, if it is appropriate for Rob and the team to go back to Vienna, they're prepared to do so.
And on Ukraine, how did the secretary receive the news of sanctioning him and the president and other U.S. officials by Russia?
I haven't discussed it with him yet today, but based on previous discussions, I don't think he'll be surprised.
He will be able to sleep.
I'm sorry?
He will be able to go to bed.
I think he will sleep just as soundly as he otherwise would, which, given that he is Secretary of State, probably isn't all that soundly.
And on Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia considers accepting the Chinese currency instead of dollars for Chinese oil sales. What's your reaction to that?
We don't have a specific reaction to that. What I would say is that we've said time and again that our relationship with the PRC is at its heart competitive. It will be collaborative when it can be, adversarial when it must be. Our allies and partners around the world are going to have their own relationships with the PRC. What we are not asking countries to do is to choose between the United States and China. When it comes to many of our partners, what we seek to do is to give them choices and to make partnership with the United States and all that we bring to the table, all that we could bring to a bilateral relationship, make sure that countries, partners around the world know just how appealing that is.
And one on UAE too. How do you view the UAE?
Thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, and we continue to hear more being given as far as details with consequences that should be happening against Russia as they now have entered into the 20th day of their invasion on Ukraine. They have been continuing to move in closer on the key cities, but also the capital of Ukraine, which is Kyiv. Kyiv actually at this time does have a curfew in place for the next 35 hours for all of its residents. We've been seeing some of those devastating videos, especially as more of those airstrikes continue to happen. So we're listening into that live press briefing. Do want to let all of our viewers know, too, coming up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage will begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch Live Now from Fox because we do have President Zielenski who will be addressing our U.S. Congress members. So he is going to be zooming in. And, of course, we'll have that full wall-to-wall coverage again starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time and then well after that as well. So also announced today, big news, President Biden will be traveling overseas to Brussels. Next Thursday on the 24th is when there will be a major summit of many of our NATO leaders coming together to talk about this war on Ukraine. So let's go ahead. We'll step back into that press briefing with spokesperson Ned Price at the State Department briefing. And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Grateful to Ukraine's neighbors, to countries throughout Europe who have so generously opened their arms to welcome these Ukrainian refugees. We recognize the fact that many Ukrainians have family, have loved ones who are in Europe. We expect most Ukrainian refugees will seek to remain in Europe until and unless they can return to their homes. And of course, that is our ultimate objective, to see to it that Ukrainians who have been displaced by this violence, whether they're one of the 2 million internally displaced persons inside of Ukraine, or nearly one of the 3 million, one of nearly 3 million Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their country. Our goal, of course, is to see to it that they can return to their homes once this violence ends. We are working with UNHCR, with resettlement partners, overseas posts, to determine whether Ukrainians who have departed Ukraine require resettlement to a third country because they can't be protected in their current location. We, as we always do, assess protection needs, and that includes cases of particular vulnerability as a central tenet of our refugee admissions to address the urgent need for resettlement across all regions. We don't discriminate on the basis of any country of origin. As we discussed yesterday, our refugee ceiling has various regional categories attached to it. There's a category for those who would emanate from Ukraine. Any admissions of Ukrainian nationals through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program would be in accordance with that presidential determination on refugee admissions. What I can say right now is that we have been, we will continue to be a country that welcomes refugees from around the world. We know that as a nation of immigrants, as a nation that has always opened its arms to refugees, we are made stronger, that it is very much in our American DNA to continue doing just that. If there is a need to resettle Ukrainian refugees in the United States, we will look to do so. I am fully confident we will do so. If there are additional authorities or avenues that need to be investigated, I have full confidence we'll do that too.
But is the administration considering an expedited process for any people at this point? Do you know?
So again, I wouldn't want to get ahead of anything, but we do have processes that are in place, including through the U.S. refugee admissions process, where we have the ability to bring in Ukrainian refugees should the need arise.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask about the case of Brittany Griner. It's been almost a month since she's been detained in Russia. What is the State Department's understanding of how her conditions are in Russia right now as she's being held, and what is the State Department doing to try to get her released?
There's not much I can say given the privacy considerations that are implicated in this case. This is a case that we have been working on since the time of her detention. Every time an American is detained overseas, our consular officers, including our consular officers in Moscow, are providing every form of support that we can. In this case, I'm just not able to go into the details, but we are doing everything we can to support Brittany Griner, to support her family, and to work with them, do everything we can to see that she is treated appropriately and to seek her release.
But it's correct that you have not had consular access to her.
I could not speak to that at this point, given privacy considerations.
Well, hold on a second. This is a 30-year, almost 30-year battle that I have had. How is she exactly supposed to sign a Privacy Act waiver if you guys can't get to her? Ask her to see if she wants to sign one. So Matt, I get that. So Matt, I understand you can't give details.
Well, Matt,
but
there's a factual answer to your question if you'll listen for a moment. Lawyers do oftentimes, including in the case of Russia, Russian lawyers do have access to clients without speaking to any particular case, including this case. Russian lawyers have access to clients in Russia, and as appropriate, they can pass Privacy Act waivers. Yes?
You're now acknowledging her detention. So, I mean,
Yes.
clearly, I mean, there is a way you could go. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, or actually last week, you weren't even able to acknowledge her detention.
And what I can say is that I expect we'll be able to say more in the coming days.
Do you have any sense, can you give us any sense of her condition? Is she being treated well?
Again, I'm just not in a position to offer updates right now. Yes, Connor?
Follow up on John's first question about the talks between Russia and Ukraine today. Have U.S. officials been briefed on how those talks went? And in particular, Ukrainian officials expressed some optimism afterwards. Do you share that optimism? Everything you said earlier would indicate that you don't.
Well, our Ukrainian partners are the ones who are taking part in these conversations. The conversations over the past couple days have been virtual, but as I mentioned a moment ago, Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity earlier today to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba. Virtually every time he's spoken to Foreign Minister Kuleba, the Foreign Minister has passed on updates regarding the diplomatic efforts. Rather than characterize whether we're optimistic or pessimistic, again, what we are going to be looking for are developments on the ground. And the developments we want to see are clear. We want to see de-escalation. We want to see a diminution of the violence. We ultimately want to see a withdrawal of Russian forces from inside Ukraine. We have not seen any of those things just yet.
President Zielenski today said that Ukrainians should be prepared that the country would not be allowed into NATO. Have you advised his administration at all in these talks whether or not that should be something that they commit to not joining the alliance?
Nope. To be very clear, we have consistently underscored, not only to our Ukrainian partners, but to countries around the world, that these are sovereign decisions that our Ukrainian partners will need to make for themselves. What we are here to do is to stand by our Ukrainian partners, to support our Ukrainian partners in any decisions that they would choose to make.
Can I ask just another couple?
We talk so much about sovereign decisions of other countries. What about the sovereignty of the United States in the sense of we obviously have a strong interest in reducing conflict, ending wars, and obviously the longer that this conflict continues, the greater the risk of escalation and other things like that. It just seems like you guys are so often shifting to the sovereignty of other powers. The United States has a real stake in this, and why be so reluctant about an outcome that might be in the U.S.'s interest?
We're not reluctant about that at all, John. We are doing everything we can to see a diminution of the violence, to see an end to this war. You're right that every day this war goes on, there's the chance of escalation, there's the chance of broader conflict. But to that end, we've done a couple things. Number one, we've been very clear about steps that we are not going to take. President Biden has made very clear that American pilots are not going to operate over Ukrainian airspace. American service members are not going to operate on Ukrainian soil. But number two, we have supported our Ukrainian partners in their efforts to achieve a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. We have supported and we've been in close coordination with our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, and others who have engaged directly with Russia diplomatically to see that same outcome achieved. We share the same overriding objective with all of those allies, with all of those partners. So the idea that we are in any way hesitant to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as it can, that is just not something that rings true. And I think it's also fair that in terms of the security assistance, in terms of putting pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him who are responsible for this conflict. And we see all of those lines of effort as complementary. Pressure on the battlefield, pressure on the Russian economy, pressure on the Russian financial system, pressure on oligarchs and senior Russian officials personally, and our efforts to support diplomacy, all of those things do support our overarching goal of seeking to find a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Connor.
To follow up on your comments on our Fox colleagues, in addition to injuring Ben and killing Pierre, this attack also killed one of their Ukrainian producers. It's obviously also not the first attack that injured or killed journalists. Do you believe that journalists are being targeted at all in this war?
We know, of course, that civilians have been killed. We know, of course, that journalists have been killed. There was another American journalist who was killed just a couple days ago, Mr. Renault. We have seen these reports. What we are doing right now is through every piece of information available to us. We are documenting, we are trying to discern the facts. If we determine that there is any intentionality here, intentionality in terms of the intentional targeting of civilians or the intentional targeting of journalists or any other group that should be completely off limits under international humanitarian law, under the Geneva Conventions, under the law of armed conflict, that is something that we would take very seriously, and there would be a very serious response.
Just to follow up on that, so do you guys have like a formal review or an investigation where you're collecting everything, and is there like a U.S. government review whether you're looking into like war crimes? There
are a number of review mechanisms. We've spoken to the effort that's ongoing with the ICJ, with the UN Commission of Inquiry. The OSCE has its own process. The ICC has its own process. And yes, here within the State Department, we are documenting. We are compiling all of the information, all of the sources of information that we can to document and to form our own conclusion.
Right, but I mean, are you going to send them off to these different institutions, or are you going to come up with your own determination?
Both.
What will be the time frame for that?
We are supporting independent investigations. We're doing our own analysis into what has taken place. I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but of course we are, as with all things in this conflict, treating it as a matter of urgency.
Right, based on what you've seen so far, is the administration prepared to say that Russia is committing war crimes?
If we determine that Russia has committed war crimes, we are absolutely determined to make that public. Yes.
I have one on Vienna, unless Ukraine.
I have one on Ukraine, if that's okay.
Yeah, go.
Okay. I am just wondering about this information, disinformation you guys have been really focused on in Russia. Can or should the U.S. government be providing sources of more accurate information to Russians at this time?
Well, what I will say is that we have undertaken a concerted effort through means that are available to us to do everything we can to get actual, factual, truthful information into what is a pretty closed Russian information ecosystem. We have done that through a number of tactics. As you know, a number of us have spoken on Russian TV, independent stations, including some cases independent stations like Doj, TV Rain, that have been shut down. Also through Russian state-backed outlets as well, those that will have on senior American officials. We use tools like Telegram to convey information as well. Every avenue that we can conceive of that would allow us to channel information into Russia to reach Russian audiences, knowing that the best antidote to disinformation is information. That has been our strategy in speaking to audiences here in the United States and around the world. And it's a challenge when it comes to Russia because President Putin and the Kremlin, they are doing everything they can to further constrict the information space throughout the country. And so we too are trying to get creative in terms of our efforts to channel information in.
What do you mean you're using Telegram exactly? And would the U.S. consider putting any satellite internet resources along the border, things like that?
Well, so let me make a point about internet access in Russia. We know that the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault, as I said before, on media freedom, access to information, and the truth within Russia. Of course, it wants its version of the facts to be the only version of the facts that is available to the Russian people. Moscow's efforts to mislead, they are intensifying. We condemn the Russian government's recent actions to prevent the people of Russia from accessing Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, numerous Russian and international news sites, and certain mobile applications as well. We also condemn the Russian government's passage of a new law that threatens prison sentences for accurately reporting on Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. The people of Russia, we've made this point repeatedly, did not choose this war. President Putin did. Those around him did. They have a right, the people of Russia have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction that is being inflicted by their government in their name on the people of Ukraine. The people of Russia also have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war, including the costs to Russian service members, to their sons, to their brothers, to their husbands. So for that reason, we support access to the internet by all people, including the people of Russia, even as we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We believe that more information is going to be the answer. Putin believes that less information is what's in his interests. So of course, we want to do all we can to support that information flow into Russia, to see to it that the Russian people have avenues of communication, have a free and open internet available to them. And we call on President Putin and his government to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, to withdraw Russia's troops from Ukraine's territory, and to respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Russia's citizens. And one of those fundamental freedoms is freedom of access to information.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on some more specifics later, but just one more quick question on the chemical weapons possibility. We haven't talked about that in a few days, I guess. Has the Biden administration determined what their response is going to be if Russia uses chemical weapons? Not that you have to detail it here, but do you guys have a response ready to go if Russia does use those weapons in Ukraine?
Kylie, the only thing I will say about that is to reiterate what the president said the other day. If Russia engages in the use of banned agents, including chemical weapons, there will be a severe response from the United States and the international community. Yes?
Just one more on the Vienna talks. As we were walking in, the Iranian foreign minister said that it was on the U.S. to provide the necessary response for a successful outcome. I mean, from that statement, it seems like they're waiting on the U.S. to say something either through the EU or anybody else to try to get back to Vienna.
What I would say is that over the course of the past few weeks, we have made significant progress. We are close. There are external factors involved in this now. There are a small number of outstanding issues. The United States, although not a direct party to the talks, we have worked in good faith. We have sought at every juncture to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, knowing that in our assessment it continues to be the most effective means by which to reimpose permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program. There are a small number of outstanding issues. We do think that we would be in a position to close those gaps, to close that remaining distance, if there are decisions made in capitals, including in Tehran, including in Moscow.
One thing that, this morning, the top U.S. military general for the Middle East and the CENTCOM chief, said, quote, that Iran likely has decreasing tolerance for continued U.S. presence in Syria. And then he went on, accordingly, Iran and its proxies are affiliates, and its affiliates are increasing their capabilities and planning to target U.S. and partner interests. And then he goes on about, more troubling increased proliferation of this advanced technology. It continues about all these threats and things that are concerning. So how do you justify striking a deal that doesn't address any of these that impact U.S. national security?
Well, what I would say is that we've been very clear that Iran poses a challenge, poses a threat to the United States, to our allies and partners across different realms. The most significant threat we would face would be a nuclear-armed Iran. There would be no greater challenge to the United States, to our allies, to our partners around the world. That is not to say that Iran's nuclear program is the only challenge we face. Iran supports regional proxies, it supports terrorist groups, it has cyber, it has engaged in malicious cyber activity, it has an active ballistic missile program. But what we know is that if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon, or if it were on the verge of a possession of a nuclear weapon, it could act with far greater impunity. The first thing we want to do is to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box, to take that challenge off the table, so that, working with allies and partners, we can confront, we can take on the challenge that Iran poses in these other realms much more effectively. We actually see these goals as quite complementary. Knowing that a nuclear-armed Iran is an Iran that would have far greater impunity. And I'll make one other point. Our goal is to put the Iranian nuclear program back in a box. It was in a box until 2018. Prior to 2018, when the JCPOA was in full force, in full effect, we did not see the same kinds of provocations that we have seen even in recent days. So our goal is to put that challenge, take that challenge off the table, and to work with our allies and partners to address the fuller range of threats that we face from Tehran.
The last one, sorry, it's quick. I mean, do you fear Russia could be trying to derail these talks in order to prevent, Iranian oil from coming back on the international market? If presumably that's what they're going to get under the deal.
Well, again, whether or not there is a JCPOA, our posture towards an Iranian oil ban would not change. We would not replace Russian oil with Iranian oil. That would not be on the table. Beyond that, you'll have to speak to Moscow. What I can say is what I've already said, that an Iran that is verifiably, permanently barred, prevented from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon, that is equally in our interest as it is in Russia's interest. Yes, Glass, quick question.
On the previous question on getting information into Russia, who runs the Telegram operation, and do you have an intergovernmental body that is working, coordinating to try to get this kind of information into Russia? Second question, completely different. General McKenzie told Congress that the U.S. has agreed to U.S. plans to sell F-15s to Egypt. Has the State Department formally signed off on that?
We don't speak to potential arms transfers or arms sales until and unless they're notified to Congress, so I just wouldn't have anything to say on that score. In terms of conveying truthful, accurate messaging and information into Russia, that's something that we're very focused on as a government.
State Department?
It's something that the State Department is certainly very focused on. It's something that I know a number of our allies and partners are very focused on as well. And we're focused on it because Moscow has sought to be a purveyor of information that is false, that is misleading, that is disinformation.
I'm sorry, but who in the government is doing this, and is there an interdepartmental body that is coordinating this kind of activities?
These activities are coordinated across the government. Of course, we work closely with the National Security Council, but a lot of this activity does come out of the State Department in terms of speaking directly to Russian audiences. If you've been on our social media channels, if you have seen what we've done with Russian media, independent media, media that is closer to the Russian state. Much of that is emanating from the State Department. Of course, our embassy in Moscow is very engaged in this as well, but I'll also make the point that our allies and partners around the world have been doing the same, because the disinformation that we have seen emanate from Moscow targets not only the United States and mischaracterizes not only what we have done, but also what our allies and partners around the world are doing. So it is a shared objective of the United States, of our allies and partners, to fight this disinformation, this misinformation with information, with facts, with truth for people here in this country, for people around the world, including people in Russia. Thank you all very much. I do not have any travel.
And Ned Price wraps up their State Department briefing on the very latest in Ukraine as the Russian onslaught continues. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We want to remind you that we have special coverage tomorrow. The Ukrainian President Zielenski will be addressing the U.S. Congress. We'll have live coverage starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That is tomorrow. You'll find it right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get you all set up and geared for the moment there that we will see Zielenski talk to members of Congress. He will be talking about the very latest situation that he is seeing in Ukraine for all of his Ukrainians there. So once again, special coverage tomorrow starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a look at the Dow here. It is absolutely on crushing right now on a very good note there, up 640 points there as it is picking up some major momentum here in the final hours of trading as crude prices have retreated. This is as the Federal Reserve kicks off its two-day meeting and as the conflict between Russia and Ukraine continues. The Dow Jones Industrial Average continues to gain here, up 643 points, now in the green as crude's slide continue today with U.S. oil hitting $96 a barrel. The global benchmark hovering around 99 as well there. Gold also retreated to $1,900 an ounce. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out live. This is happening right now in D.C. We'll get it from the very beginning here as the D.C. mayor and police giving an update on the arrest there of a suspect that is accused of killing homeless people. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, folks, let's get right into it. D.C. officials right now as the suspect wanted in connection with at least 5 separate shootings of homeless men in New York City and Washington, D.C. has been arrested. Let's listen right here to officials live now from Fox.
Of these crimes, who worked with federal law enforcement and who have contributed to this quick arrest. I want to turn to Chief Conti to provide the details.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yesterday, I stood with Mayor Bowser, Mayor Adams, Commissioner Sewell, as well as Special Agent in charge of the ATF Washington Field Office, Charlie Patterson, and our message was clear. There was an urgent call to our communities to assist law enforcement, and that collectively we would leave no stone unturned to find this individual. Today, I am here to announce we've got our man. At 2:30, at approximately 2:30 a.m., 30-year-old Gerald Brevard of Southeast D.C. was taken into custody by our partners in the Washington field office of the ATF. Our partnership with the community and across the criminal justice system proved extremely valuable, leading us to a swift identification of our suspect and ultimate apprehension here in Washington, D.C. On yesterday afternoon, MPD received an anonymous tip providing us a possible identity of a suspect. Later that afternoon, the suspect posted a social media photo that appeared to be in the District of Columbia. Law enforcement attempted to locate him, but were initially unsuccessful. At our joint agency press conference, we released quality images of the suspect that were captured from an ATM at Union Station on March 9th. Additional tips came into our Command Information Center and passed along to investigators. Based on the information we received, law enforcement began canvassing areas across the city for Mr. Brevard. ATF agents ultimately located suspect Brevard in the 2300 block of Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, where he was stopped and placed under arrest. Mr. Brevard was charged in each of the district's 3 offenses. Charges include first-degree murder while armed for the shooting and stabbing homicide of 54-year-old Morgan Holmes on March 9th, the assault with the intent to kill for the shooting offense on March 8th, and assault with a dangerous weapon for the initial shooting offense on March 3rd. Additional charges for offenses committed in New York are anticipated. The investigation is ongoing, but I must acknowledge the outstanding work of our partners and MPD detectives. The NIBIN Investigations Unit from the Metropolitan Police Department, the Arson Task Force, the United States Attorney's Office, the New York City Police Department, as well as the United States Attorney's Office, the District of Virginia, the ATF, and MPD's Homicide Branch and Violent Crime Suppression Division all did outstanding work. I would also like to thank our community and the many others along the East Coast that provided us critical information and tips. I send my condolences to the families and friends of the victims here in D.C. and in New York City. We hope that Brevard's arrest provides a sense of closure for you, but also relief to our vulnerable homeless population here in the District of Columbia. This case is an example of what happens when there is good police work, science, and community support. It's a demonstration of how quickly we can close homicide cases when all 3 of those things are working together. I want to, at this time, invite Charlie Patterson from the ATF Washington Field Division up for some brief remarks.
Thank you, Chief and Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Patterson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the ATF Washington Field Division. On behalf of ATF, I would like to offer our deepest condolences to the many family members and friends affected by this act of senseless violence. I'm relieved to tell you that we have arrested the suspect in these shootings. After an intense investigation, ATF Washington Field Division took the suspect into custody at approximately 2:30 a.m. ATF special agents located him in the 2300 block of Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. The suspect was transported by ATF special agents to the Metropolitan Police Department's Homicide Branch for questioning in the 5 shootings targeting homeless men in D.C. and New York City over the past 2 weeks. ATF spared no resource in this investigation. This case was our primary focus, and we worked closely with our law enforcement partners in D.C. and New York City, bringing all of our respective investigative skills and unique capabilities to the investigation. We would like to thank the ATF New York Field Division for their quick response and support by expediting the process of recovering ballistic evidence, which was vital in this case. The National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, or NIBIN, was particularly crucial in this investigation. allowing us to quickly match ballistic evidence connecting all 5 shootings to the same firearm. ATF Washington special agents work collectively with our local partners every day to combat gun violence in an effort to maintain public safety, and we will continue carrying out this mission, one violent offender after another. I also want to thank our valuable community members who provided critical tips to law enforcement during this investigation. We truly appreciate you. Anyone with further information on this case can contact the ATF at 1-888-ATF-TIPS. Thank you.
Hey, Mark.
Just about an hour ago, New York City held a press conference where they said that the suspect remains a person of interest, but they do not have enough to charge him right now, that a gun was not found on him, and that they're here in town working with your detectives. Why are you so confident that you have the right man when they're not? Did you find a gun, and is he cooperating?
We do not have a firearm at this point, but based on all the evidence that we pulled together in this case, the video evidence, the images that we've seen, this individual, we believe, I'm very confident that this is the person. We feel we have enough probable cause to charge that person with the crimes that have occurred here in the District of Columbia. Sam, yeah.
So the NYPD also said that there was a DC police detective who was looking, I guess, followed New York, and who immediately made the connection. Who was that?
You missed the press conference yesterday, Sam. So, Captain Kevin Kentish, come here, Kevin. He's a New York native, but he's head of the homicide branch here in Washington, D.C. That's my guy. And so I'm gonna make the connection for you, Sam. I got you. Look, man, don't put my captain on spot right now. Let me tell you what happened, Sam. So here's what happened for the benefit of Sam, everyone. Yeah, he was going through social media because he is a native New Yorker, so he still kind of follows what's happening in New York. And as he was going through the social media in New York, there was an image out there, this image of this individual who had shot the homeless person. Was out there on social media. Kevin saw that image. He took that back to his team who's working on this case. It was like, hey, look, this looks like our guy. They basically went over, they contacted the authorities in New York, started working on it. We told them what we had. We told them about the forensic evidence that we had with respect to the specific caliber firearm that was used in this case. Very similar case in New York City. And as we started pulling things together, our partners at the ATF tested our evidence that was recovered. They tested the evidence that was recovered in New York, and we got a hit. So prior to that, within MP, that was Kevin's role on the back end part. But prior to that, there was linkages that happened here in the District of Columbia, and so the first instance where the individual was shot, actually that was a late report to the Metropolitan Police Department. The guy, he thought he got shot with a pellet gun, actually. So it was a late report to MPD. So we had to kind of go back on that case and found some evidence in that case and then link that to the next case that happened. And then when the guy was murdered inside of the tent, initially we didn't know that the guy was murdered, right, because of the thermal burns, etc. But going through and finding evidence on that scene, we were able to then link those 3 cases together. So it was just an incredible amount of detective work, science, and community support that really kind of brought all this together for us to be able to stand here before you today and announce the closure that we have. So I'm very confident to answer your question. Yeah, don't do that.
Just how critical were the tips from the community in making this arrest?
Extremely important. We expect to pay out in this case following the arrest and conviction of this individual. It was extremely helpful. Tips came in from all over, and again, that is what public safety, true public safety, looks like, right? When the police are doing their responsibility, and we have the science to handle all the things in the background, and you have people in community who see and know what happens in community when they are sharing that information with police. That's how you close homicide cases. When one of those things are not working, it overloads one part of the system. So yeah, we fully expect to pay out, and it was extremely helpful to making sure that we really kind of tied everything together.
And is it fair to say that finding the gun is the biggest kind of missing piece here still?
It's an important piece, but we make cases every day where we don't have a firearm. So, it is an important piece, but we'd like to get it. If someone is out there with information who knows where this particular firearm is or knows where this individual has been, we'll be checking all of that stuff, but it's very important to us. Yes, sir.
In terms of a motive, when you've spoken to him or when you took him into custody, did he say anything? Did he offer anything in terms of a motive as to why he was doing this?
Yeah, well, he has not offered a motive. Evan?
This goes along those lines, but I wonder if you've learned at any point in the investigation so far, does he have any connection to these victims, or does it appear to be totally random?
We're not certain that he has a connection to the victims or not. We believe that it's random. I don't know that he knew these here in Washington, D.C. It's just really hard to say specifically that he actually knows these individuals or there was something that that happened before this, and we're not aware of anything like that. Gerald, G-E-R, the victim, I'm sorry. The victim in this case, Morgan Holmes, Morganholmes, 54 years of age at the time of his passing. Yes.
Chief, can you kind of describe what happened during the arrest in the surveillance video? We see him kind of like dart out a little bit at the gas station, but then he throws his hands up. And the other question to that is, we were talking with some relatives who said that he had a long history of mental health or mental illness. Is there any indication that he should not have been out in the streets at the time that he was doing all this?
So with respect to the arrest, at the time that the officers or the agents were closing in on him, he attempted to flee briefly, but they were quickly able to apprehend him. With respect to, his mental state, just kind of where he is, I think we have some other members on our team that may be able to better address that. Obviously, that we'll investigate, what we need to investigate, but I'll leave that to the experts.
Good afternoon. This gentleman, can you hear me now? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dr. Barbara Bazron. I'm the director of the Department of Behavioral Health for the District of Columbia. With respect to this individual, he was enrolled in services at one of the core service agencies in 2018. He also was inpatient at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in 2019 for a competency assessment. A competency assessment is done to determine whether or not an individual can participate fully in their defense within the court system. He was found to be competent to participate in his defense and was released back to jail, and that was the only time he was in our hospital.
Fairfax County charges of burglary and abduction. Is that the case you're referring to, that he was found competent?
In 2019, you sent...
In 2019, D.C. charges?
No. No, I don't know anything about Fairfax County.
To correct that, so he had previous cases in Fairfax County, but he also had D.C. charges in 2018, 2019. One involved assault with a weapon, and then the other one was assault on an officer.
And I think the chief can speak to those.
Yeah, yes to what you just said with respect to he was arrested in the District of Columbia, I think as early as 2016, but to your point, back in 2018, there was an arrest for assaulting an officer. There was also another arrest for ADW knife. Yes.
Did he take the metro? Did he take the train in? And also, as far as his whereabouts that day, like, were you able to trace back where he was and work backwards?
Yeah, so with respect to how he got to New York, we're still investigating that. We have some assumptions, but we want to be certain about that. And then your question about were we able to kind of trace, yeah, we were able to really link up where these crimes occurred with where he was. Like I said, I think there's substantial evidence that we have recovered, video evidence, electronic evidence that supports that. So we feel very confident that this is certainly our guy. I'll go over here. We don't know that. Yes, ma'am.
We understand that you received tips about the suspect's identity from his family and people who knew him from the court system. Can you confirm those reports?
I will not confirm who called in the tips. Next question. Yes, sir.
Quick question for the ATF. You were talking about technology that was used and how crucial technology was in all this. I believe I spoke to a security expert yesterday that says the ATF has technology where you can almost read forensic evidence or fingerprints off bullets. Was that type of technology used? And again, just briefly describe how technology was used in all this.
So from the standpoint of the ballistics evidence, we'll just say our NIBIN, what I just mentioned, was critical in this case in terms of having an examiner look at those shell casings in real time, expediently to make a match. Can't say enough about our National Correlation Center that's down in Huntsville, Alabama, where we can have people in there 24/7 to look at those shell casings and make those determinations. Critical.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Hi. So a question for you when it comes to press conference on this. Obviously, they didn't happen until after the New York case. Was there something in the New York case that it elevated this to something to have a press conference and that sort of thing? Because I know press releases did go out.
No, so the issue was really kind of again, they're going through hundreds of hours of video and everything, really trying to pull all these pieces together. At the point where, the link was made was actually, again, as we looked at the DC cases, and then looking at the New York image, like, that's similar to something that we just got a hold of, so let's put these things together. So, I mean, you're talking about a major incident over the course, from March 3rd to present day, being events happen, videos and so forth reviewed, case closed, evidence checked, and so, I mean, that's an incredible amount of investigative work. I mean, I know people watch CSI and all that kind of stuff and think it happens in 60 minutes, but that's an incredible amount of work to happen in a very short period of time. Yes, ma'am.
Although this suspect is in custody, what message do you have for people in our community that are experiencing homelessness that may still be concerned about their safety?
Yeah, well, the mayor talked very well yesterday, as well as Mayor Adams, about the things that we're doing in our city to make sure that people are not in a space where they have to experience homelessness. The mayor can certainly address that, but from the Metropolitan Police Department standpoint, the Metropolitan Police Department is here to make sure that all residents, including our unhoused residents, feel safe in our city. And we do that through our patrols, we do that through our community interaction and engagement, and we'll continue to do that. And hopefully, if there is ever a time that we need to utilize the resources of our federal partners, kind of stuff, that we will continue to get community support to make sure that residents, including our homeless residents, are safe.
You gave a brief update about them yesterday, but
yes.
Are they in the hospital, or can you say any more about how they're doing?
I'm not going to say a lot more about them other than the fact that they are recovering. They are witnesses at this point.
ATF about the effort to take this man into custody, any special task forces that were used? Was this a special situation where you had a tip where you knew he was going to be in that location and you were waiting for him, or how did that unfold for you guys?
Well, I won't get into the specifics of the investigation. I'll just say that a couple of groups in our office were actively surveilling that area and were able to find him in that particular block of Pennsylvania Avenue and effect the arrest.
Any idea why he was out at 2:30 in the morning this morning?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can just tell you that the incidences that occurred with the shootings were out about that time of morning. So he's normally out that time of day or that time of morning.
Hold on 1 second. Next. For the mayor. Mayor, yesterday I talked to several homeless people in the city, and they told me two things. One, they are afraid, some of them, to go to a shelter. They say that those shelters are not safe, and they would like to see more help to find jobs within the city. What would you say to them, please?
Well, most people, if they're living on the street in the tent, they need some stabilization in order that they are ready for work. And that is why we're very focused on making sure that our emergency low barrier shelters can serve them, but also making sure that we're investing in those shelters so people do feel cared for, they can deal with their emergency, they can get to work. Some people are using the shelter and going to work every day. And we know that our program, we call it the CARES pilot. It is intended for our outreach workers to go to anyone who's living in a tent, unhoused on the street, to make sure they are familiar with the services that are provided and that we can get them into shelter. So that is what I will continue to emphasize to people. I heard somebody say all of us who are privileged to be of sound mind and body and spirit and work hard every day and have our own place. Even when we go at home, we lock the door. You can't do that on the street. It's inherently unsafe. And so that's why we want to connect people with shelter and housing. Yes.
That this suspect, I mean, both you and the mayor yesterday were pretty dire about getting him off the street. It only took 10 hours since you released that last picture. Can you talk about your relief that he's off the street?
I am relieved, but I'm also challenged by the question that was just asked. If we can do this in this case, we can do it in every case. And MPD is producing a lot of video image. We put up a $70,000 reward, and the community came forward. And we're going to work hard to make sure that there's justice for these victims. So yes, I am relieved, but I knew, I told people yesterday, we didn't know who this guy was or where he lived, but I knew that if he was in D.C. with that image, he would be found. And I'm grateful for the detective work that's happened here, the police work, the ATF partnership to get this person, this suspect, off the street.
That he was trying to catch one of the discount buses that run through that corridor, possibly trying to leave town?
I don't know, Mark. That's anyone's guess why, but we're not certain about that.
A couple more questions.
Hour?
Say again?
Do you believe that he was searching for another victim while he was out at that hour?
I mean, that would be pure speculation on my part. Anything is possible. As the question was already raised a little earlier, I mean, we know that in that hour, 2:30 in the morning is when we experienced some of the violent crimes that we saw. So, I mean, anything is possible. We just don't know that for certain.
Okay, you have a question?
Yes. In terms of when this came together, there was a lot more focus on the homeless deaths in New York originally. I know you put out press releases, but some people I interviewed who were homeless yesterday wondered why they weren't informed earlier that there was sort of a killer on the loose. Can you address that?
Yeah, because everything did not come together on the initial scene. The initial scene, the person didn't even realize they were shot. The guy thought that he was being robbed at the time. So it wasn't really a correlation at that point. We made the correlation at the point where the forensics started coming back, and that happened right before the NYPD cases started to occur. So we had something to offer, something to share, you know, not just forensics, but also an image to really kind of pull things together at that point. So it's just really timing, evidence collection, and processing that got us to where we are right now.
Beatrice Peterson, ABC News. Do we have any indication that this guy targeted any other people in any other cities?
So I've heard some grumblings about that. We're doing everything that we can to check. Yesterday, Commissioner Sewell spoke of the major city chiefs call that we had yesterday with all the major city police departments around the country, as well as some federal partners, to talk about any similarities in other cases that they have. Obviously, we'd be looking for any, the first thing would be any ballistic links that would point us in a direction, but short of that, we're looking for any information that community members may have to offer that may help us in this case. If you know this person, there were crimes in a particular city where that person happened to be, Mr. Brevard, that is, that would be helpful to us. But we're checking through files just to see if it's anything else that's out there. Again, no stone unturned.
Can you say as to whether any police departments have contacted you after hearing about this case, about him?
No. other than to say congratulations on the closure. At this point, he's over at the, well, right at this point, I'm not, as of about maybe an hour or so ago, he was being processed over at our homicide branch, at our homicide branch. At the latest, probably tomorrow. It depends on what's happening in that space, and I just don't have any visibility into what's happening there right now. Federal charges, they could come at some point, but not right today. Right now, he's being charged with the things that we've already talked about.
All right, so that was the D.C. officials on the major arrest there of that suspect accused of shooting at 5 homeless men in New York City and D.C. arrested in the D.C. area early this morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here, everyone, and then we are going to hear from some of the New York officials speaking earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. In just a little bit, we're going to go out to New York and hear from officials there as a suspect was arrested in a major arrest there of a man accused of killing and shooting at homeless men in both New York City and Washington, D.C. So we heard from the D.C. officials just moments ago. In just a little bit, we will be hearing also from the New York officials as well. But we're going to wait on that for just a moment. We are going to show you a live look here at the White House as we continue to wait for more updates from the Biden administration, as we did learn today that on March 24th, next Thursday, Biden will be heading to Brussels for a big NATO speech on the aggression of Russia as that war does continue. And we want to also point out that on Live Now from Fox, we will have special coverage tomorrow of the Ukrainian President. Zielenski will be addressing Congress. That is all set to go at 8:30 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That is tomorrow. And we'll have that coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. We are looking forward to that. And of course, we will bring it to you from the beginning all the way to the end. And coming up in just a little bit, before we go to another break, we are going to go out to Florida in just a moment. We're going to get an update there as police are searching for a suspect responsible for killing 2 women. We'll have the very latest details on that coming up in just moments here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. It has been an active and eventful few days, but this is nothing new for the women and men of the NYPD. Because every day, in every corner of this city, our dedicated officers are out there working to keep every New Yorker safe. But as we saw over the last weekend, this work can extend beyond the 5 boroughs. And when it does, we are ready. Because we're ready, and we know that the challenges of modern policing require relationships to be strong. And we consistently prove that they are. On every level, local, state, and federal, we all serve the same public safety mission. And we know how vital it is that we rely on each other, especially now. Every day, we are dealing with threats that can originate anywhere and target any one of us. We know that violent criminals do not concern themselves with precinct borders, jurisdictional boundaries, or state lines, and we can't be restricted by them either. So we work together, share information openly, and learn from each other. That's how we face the challenges before us, how we get better at what we do, and how we keep people safe. After all, that's why we're all here. That's the reason we became police officers and public servants. But as I'm sure every law enforcement agency would agree, nothing in our profession is accomplished alone. It takes many dedicated people from both the public and private sectors, working in those close partnerships to get things done. The 2 cases we're going to talk about today are perfect examples of this. So it's important that we take this opportunity to recognize all those who made these recent arrests possible. Every member of the NYPD, from SRG, CRC, NCOs, and all of our patrol and investigative resources, and high praise to the Detective Bureau, who worked tirelessly to search for these violent offenders. Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Robert Conti, who has been an invaluable partner of the NYPD in this and many other endeavors. John DeVito, the special agent in charge of the ATF's New York Field Division, who was with us on this from the very beginning and every step of the way. And our colleagues and friends from the FBI, who provided additional resources which were key to these investigations. We also need to thank the United States Secret Service, who helped us track the Moma stabbing subject to the Philadelphia area.
All right, so that was the major update there in New York City, and we were featuring some of the updates there in Washington, D.C. Of course, we'll have much more on this a little bit later in the next hour here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue to go to some other news that we are following right now. Let's go out to Florida here because we are learning that the Sarasota police are continuing to search for a suspect that's accused of killing 2 women. Now, here's the interesting part there. Their bodies were found 2 weeks apart, about a half a mile away from one another, and it was all happening near water. So let's get the very latest here with the breakdown. We head now right outside of the Sarasota Police Department. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizan joins us here with the very latest details. Kimberly, what do we know here, though?
Yeah, well, this past Friday, Interim Police Chief Rex Crochet actually put out a warning asking all Sarasota residents to remain vigilant, to remain safe, and to also keep an eye out for their neighbors and for their community members. Now, they couldn't give us a whole lot of details because this is an active and ongoing investigation, but this is what we know so far. Now, the women's deaths have both been ruled as suspicious and both as homicides. The first woman was found on February 25th at Centennial Park, which many know in Sarasota as the 10th Street boat ramp. Today, her friends ID'd her as Kelly Ann. They said that she had been living on and off the streets of Sarasota, but they called her a sweet woman with a gentle heart. They say she would have done anything for anyone, and her death, along with the second woman found last Thursday, has put them on edge. Those living on the streets say they are now keeping an eye out for one another, especially the women, and they are trying to stay safe. Kellyanne's boyfriend spoke with me today, and he said that he posted her photo on light poles across from the Salvation Army. He says he had just received housing, and she was just about to go into housing herself before her death.
because they too have families and kids. So help us bring those that did this to these women, bring them to justice for Kelly and those others that lost their lives. Please, please help us.
And now back out to you, Kim, here. Just a terrible, terrible story there as that investigation goes. And what are police saying right now as this investigation continues?
So police right now, they are investigating. Today they sent us photos of themselves out near those areas looking for any evidence. We've seen them out there as well. But they're really just trying to keep some of those details close to their vest because they say they don't want the investigation to go the wrong way at this point in time. A lot of those details they need to keep to try and find the person or persons responsible. But they're still asking anyone, especially right now, there's a lot of tourists here in Sarasota, a lot of people visiting, using the waterways out here. They're asking for any details. They say nothing too small or too large could really hurt this investigation at this point. They want any information that anyone has, and they want to make sure they put a stop to this before another body turns up, and they want to make sure that everyone continues to stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping that police are able to get that tip that they need to crack this case. Kim, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with this update. We'll continue to follow it as the investigation continues. Thanks so much. And of course, we got you covered right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from around the country and, of course, around the world. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I want to play this out just a little bit more, just highlights from this at the National Press Club. This was a great forum here where it featured the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. here, really talking about what is going on in Ukraine as the Russian forces continue to get closer to the capital of Kyiv. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
But during the past 20 days, this war turned into a full-scale genocide of Ukrainian people. Today, we all woke up to bombs and rocket launches at Kyiv. Residential areas in Kyiv have been targeted. It doesn't mean that everywhere else it stopped, because the city of Mariupol for 11 days now continued to be encircled and bombed and shelled and stormed by the Russian troops. The suburbs of Kyiv continue to be shelled at. The Dnipro city was also attacked today. There are also repeated shellings and attacks on pretty much everywhere in Ukraine. In addition to that, we clearly have evidence, and with the help of journalists, everyone has them now, that Russians are not actually targeting our armed forces. They are targeting civilians. They are killing children, pregnant women. They are killing elderly. This is a clear case of genocide. And, you know, these war crimes have been appalling, and there is only one reason why Russians are doing it. They're trying to use this terror to scare us into submission and make sure or force us through this terror to surrender. Now, I've received personally several texts, of course, this night, especially from Kiev. And the only texts that people are sending me from either Kiev or used to send from Mariupol before the batteries and connection was out is, we are alive, don't worry, we are safe. Please ensure we have more weapons to fight with. So this is where we are right now. For 20 days, Ukraine is defending our homes, we are defending Ukraine, but we are also defending Europe, and we are defending democracy, and we are defending freedom. Because this is the only reason why Russia attacked us. We are a peaceful country, we never attacked anyone, even though we had all legal rights to reclaim part of Donetsk and Lugansk territories taken in 2014, and Crimea, which is illegally occupied by Russia. We never, during 8 years of war, tried to do it militarily. We always used a diplomatic path, and we always used push for diplomatic solutions. So the only risk that there is from Ukraine to Russia is that we have chosen to be European, democratic, and free. And if that is something that scares Russian Federation, that none of us is safe. Therefore, right now, you know, the Ukrainian armed forces, President Zielenski, our men, women, everyone in Ukraine is very resolute, and we know that we will not surrender. We will fight for our homes. We will continue this fight, and all we need from all of our partners is immediate increase in military support in order to be able to sustain this fight. We also are here to talk about the humanitarian, of course, situation. And it's a humanitarian catastrophe of massive disaster, of massive proportions. First, the loss of lives and the attack on human beings in Ukraine. I mean, the 3 million who were forced to flee the country. People who are in encircled cities without food, water, or access to basic medical supply. Kids who do not go to schools for the past 20 days. All of that. But in addition to that, Russians specifically target all our cultural objects and our churches. If you read the newsline, this is barbaric. You know, the churches, the Greek Orthodox churches, the Greek Catholic churches, the Orthodox churches, synagogues, mosques, nothing is off limit to them. The universities. Some of the universities literally are obliterated. There is nothing left in many cities. And so everything that they are doing definitely does not match the fake pretext that Russians and Russian President Putin said at the beginning of this war. They are attacking the civilians. They're trying to exterminate Ukrainians. And we will not give up. So I would like to finish with only 3 words and asks. What is it that we need from all of our partners and friends? And we are very thankful for the support, especially for the support that the United States is providing us. But we need priority number 1, more weapons and more tools that our armed forces and all the volunteers and every citizen needs in order to be able to defend our home from brutal foreign invader, Russian Federation. B, we need all the humanitarian assistance that we can get, especially inside Ukraine, especially to those cities and that are encircled. And we need all the diplomatic power that the world can put together in order to force Russia to allow the humanitarian corridors, which they deny us for the past 20 days. And 3, we need sanctions. I mean, and we've seen that the world put together all the resources and decisiveness in order to put the sanctions on. And the US, we again would like to thank the United States for being a leader in this process. But we need more. We have to isolate Russia completely. They cannot be in any of the international organizations. They cannot sit around the table unless they stop this brutal aggression, ceasefire, and get out from our country. This has implications for all of us. It's not about Ukraine only. The world as we knew it and the security infrastructure, global infrastructure, which all countries worked so hard to set after the World War II, is no longer there. So the question actually to all of us is it okay for an autocratic, aggressive nuclear power to attack a neighboring state and get away with it? And I'm positive that all of us together, all the civilized world, has to answer decisively no. Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador Jen, friends. Stalin said the death of one person is a tragedy, the suffering of millions is statistics. It's really important to kind of sit back and imagine what is happening. On the way here, I talked to Gennady Mokhnenko, a minister in Mariupol. He's right now outside the city. In the last 20 years, Gennady, a Protestant minister, has adopted 35 children, 35 orphans. Yesterday, an orphan that he raised from childhood, Victoria Sakharova, just like the Russian physicist and dissident, Victoria Sakharova was killed. She leaves her child, a three-year-old boy who's an orphan. Gennady does not know what is the fate of this boy. You saw the pictures of tanks firing at apartment buildings. That's exactly what happened to Gennady's adopted daughter. Two Orthodox priests have been killed. Actually, 3, I think yesterday there was a 3rd one killed. In the last 250 years, every time Russia has taken over any part of Ukrainian territory where the Ukrainian Catholic Church is ministered, it has been strangled. It happened a couple times in the 19th century, it happened in the 20th century, and it was happening now in Crimea and in the Donbass. There are 3 million refugees. We're incredibly grateful to all you and all whom you represent, your audiences. The world has come together to support Ukraine, and Ukraine has won this war morally. I think it's very important to see the positive things in this tragedy. The world has come together. I used to be bishop in Paris for 7 years, and I saw before my eyes how Brexit, how other fissures were breaking apart the European community. There's now new unity, new purpose in the European Union because of the witness of Ukrainians who are giving their life for their friends. You know, Jesus said, it's John 15:13, there's no greater love than when one gives one's life for his friends. And that's why you're inspired. You're here, and the world is watching and listening because it sees the greatest love. It sees the greatest sacrifice. It's really important to help people understand why they are inspired. This is David and Goliath. This is a biblical message. And it's inspiring everybody. Our friends in Japan, we're very grateful for Japanese solidarity and sanctions. Our friends in the Muslim world, who are coming to realize that Ukraine is home to a Muslim population that is fervently, passionately patriotic. It's Ukrainian. In Crimea, the Muslim Tatars were deported by Stalin, welcomed back by Ukraine, and they today, already for 8 years, have been persecuted under the Russian occupation. It's very important for independence. It came down to 6,000 battle-ready troops in 2014. Is that a country with aggressive intentions? Ukraine is the first country, dear friends, that unilaterally dismantled its nuclear arsenal in 1994, receiving guarantees from the US, Great Britain, and Russia about its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Is that a country that is threatening anybody? It's threatening with ideas, with its moral stance, with its love. And that has inspired you and inspired the world. And we can be confident that the Lord will be with the people who love. The Lord supported David against Goliath. And your good word, the word of truth, will go out and it will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the both of you for joining us and for talking about everything that you're seeing and witnessing in your country. I'm going to start off with the biggest question I think we are all thinking in the U.S., which is, what do you want to see most from the U.S. and from NATO? You know, we've talked about you want military equipment, but what about some of the other things that you may need from the United States and from NATO that you're asking for, or that you would like to ask for both of you?
Well, I will start with, first of all, you know, you all remember when the war started, this phase of the war, because again, I always reiterate that the war started in 2014. And should the response was more decisive in 2014, we might have not been in this situation now. So we all have to remember it, that in every passing day is a chance to put an end to this war, but we have to be decisive. We have to answer today's challenges with today's decisions, not something we have discussed yesterday. So on the military support, I mean, we are attacked from east, north, south by the army that is much larger than our army. Now, we've seen that army is a demoralized army. We've seen that our brave men and women of the armed forces, National Guard, border guards, and territorial defense are motivated, and they are defending fiercely every inch of our territory. We see that their military soldiers are surrendering by dozens, and they have no idea why they are in Ukraine, or they are committing the war crimes because, you know, they don't know what the soldiers' honor is. I wouldn't even call them a Russian army, because armies do not fight like this. Armies do not kill children. But what we need is the supply of any type of weapons that we can receive, with a special focus on the anti-air and everything to stop their dominance in the air. Because again, when they saw that they cannot achieve anything on the ground, and I just have to remind you that at the beginning they said that Kyiv would fall in 20 hours. They have sent their troops in without any support or any logistical support for more than 1 or 2 days. When they saw that they are not able to do it, which is a disgrace for an army of whatever, the second largest army, or whatever they claim to be, they resorted to terror. So air is something that we need an urgent support with. Protect Ukraine from these brutal attacks they are doing from the air. And this is the ask number one, and this is something that we are discussing with all of our friends and allies.
Okay. And what are you saying?
I won't repeat, maybe I'll just continue. There's a great need for armored ambulances. There's a great need for medicine, for bandages that clot blood, all kinds of tubes, all kinds of things that in hospitals need to be replaced with each patient. There's a need for insulin. All kinds of medicine is needed in the country. Of course, there's need for food and clothing. But also, it's important to realize that this is a hybrid war. There needs to be cyber protection. There needs to be clear information. Today, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, said, you know, we kind of made a mistake in 2014. Why did people make a mistake? Because they didn't understand. George Bush in 2001 looked into the soul of Vladimir Putin and said, he's straightforward and a trustworthy man. Barack Obama ridiculed Mitt Romney in 2012 when Romney said that Russia is the greatest geopolitical challenge for the United States. We know how the previous president embraced Putin, and on the second day of the invasion called it an act of genius. These kind of either naive, ignorant, or willfully negative stances are influencers. It's very important to understand what the truth on the ground is. And today this message is slowly getting out, but there's still very many, and you know who they are, the purveyors of misinformation. And this needs to be countered.
Talk about a little bit more about the disinformation that we're seeing from Russia. Can you detail some examples where you've seen Russia succeed with their disinformation, and also some examples where, you know, Ukrainians have been able to come back and maybe dispel some of this, some of these mistruths that Russia has been spreading as well?
Well, to be frank, everything coming out from Russia is a disinformation at this moment. Starting from claiming that it's a special operation, not war, claiming that they are not shooting at civilians, claiming that they are somehow there to demilitarize or protect somebody in Ukraine. Everything that we hear from either the Russian leaders or Russian journalists, who I think, you know, it's the propaganda servers, not journalists actually, is not even a misinformation, it's an outright lie. Because what we see, and we all witness it not only on the ground, but online, thanks to all the journalists, but also to people who are recording and witnessing to the outside world, what we see is brutal, unjustified, unprovoked war crimes that are being committed against Ukrainians on a daily basis. Now, we didn't want Russians to come, neither in Kyiv, nor in Kharkiv, Sumy, Akhtirka, Mariupol, whether we speak Ukrainian, Russian, or any other language, whether we are Christians of any of the denominations, or Muslim, or Jewish, or any other religion. All of us just wanted one thing: to live peacefully in our own country and decide for ourselves what we want to do. To elect our officials, to elect our presidents, change them regularly, you know, fight with each other when we need to fight, argue with each other, make our mistakes, but do it ourselves, without the occupying force that has been occupying Ukraine for the past 400 years, whether it was called Russian Federation, Russian Empire, Soviet Union, or whatever. We just wanted to live as a sovereign country. And everything that they're doing now, from, again, those that take the decisions, to military criminals on the ground in Ukraine, to students who are supporting Mr. Putin in Russia, which is a disgrace again, to so-called journalists, to everyone in Russia who are silent today, who are silently not only approving this, but supporting this. All of them are accomplices to the war crimes that Russians are committing in Ukraine. So, you know, we are doing everything possible, not only to defend our country, but spread the truth about it. And again, I just cannot thank enough to all the brave men and women journalists who are on the ground, risking their lives, witnessing it with their cameras, with their eyes, and spreading the truth.
Jen, you and all of you colleagues, you heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, in Istanbul 4 days ago say, we did not invade. We did not invade. That is how blatant the lie is. On this Sunday, you asked for examples. Patriarch Kirill gave a giant icon of the Mother of God to a leader of the Russian National Guard who said in response, well, you know, we've been a little slow in our advance in this invasion, but with the help of the Mother of God, we will denazify Ukraine. This is happening in the biggest church in the capital of Russia. The patriarch is giving the Mother of God to these war criminals. The Pope said this was a sacrilege. Pope Francis called it a sacrilege. 700 leaders of Russian universities have come out in support of this war. There's a paranoia. There's a paranoia of propaganda, of fear, and of aggression that is capturing large segments of the Russian population. And that is a big population with many connections who for decades has been presenting a historical narrative, a nostalgia for empire, a plan for recolonization that includes the church, it includes business, it includes the oligarchs. All of a sudden, Mr. Abramovich is, being sanctioned. Did he do something yesterday or the day before? He's been doing this for 20 years, 30 years. But it was convenient for bankers, investment companies, real estate agents, all kinds of businesses in London to have his money. All the fans celebrating Chelsea's victories in soccer did not realize that this was at the cost of the Russian population who was robbed of its resources. All those yachts, those golden toilets. Finally, there's attention to them. It's not news. Those who knew, but nobody was listening to them. It's a giant system built on lies, built on thievery, built on thuggery, built on murder, and today it's trying to save its future by war crimes. This needs to be said very clearly. And finally, it is happening with your help.
Thank you. For you, Ambassador, what is your greatest challenge as a diplomat in navigating this sort of ever-changing situation on the ground?
Well, none of us is prepared to work in a war. I used to be a Minister of Finance. And when you were introducing me and you recited what I've done when I was a minister, the fiscal consolidation, the debt to GDP ratio, attracting investments, everything. Something that I was very proud of, a month ago. Something that I would be stressing on a month ago, but it seems like in another life now. So when my president asked me to serve in this position, and of course I couldn't say no, the task was to develop the strategic relations with the United States, which we successfully put to a new high in 2021. We signed the Strategic Partnership Charter. For the first time, we signed the Defense Framework Agreement. We started developing on all major items of potential cooperation, from economic to financial to human rights to freedom of press. We were at a very good start with the new administration to a much deeper and better relations between our countries. And we share a lot, because I think this, passion for entrepreneurship, for freedom, for democracy, and I used to say before the war, and our willingness to fight for it. This is something that unites our countries. I think now I don't need even to say it. Everyone sees it for the past 20 days, that not only we love our country and we love our freedom and democracy, that we are willing to fight for it. We are fighting for it now. But the challenge is, of course, you know, the hardest job is done back home. And I admire our president, our chief commanders, everyone, every man and woman in Kyiv, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Vorzel, in Bucha, in Lviv, in everywhere in Ukraine, who are today 120% of their times are devoted day and night to defense of our country. We, as a small part of our all Ukrainian army, our diplomatic force, are inspired by them, and we work 24/7 too. We will do everything possible to help our country to win this war, to bring Russia to justice, to bring peace to Ukraine, but peace that will also mean victory. Because again, Ukrainians will never surrender.
And for you, Archbishop, how has the Catholic Church been responding to the crisis in Ukraine, in your view, and what more can be done?
The Catholic Church is trying to pray, to inform, and to help. The head of our church this morning called for particular attention to the aged, who cannot be moved, who cannot escape, who can't even make it down maybe to the bomb shelters or the basements of the apartment buildings. So Sviatoslav Shevchuk, the Major Archbishop of Kyiv, is speaking every day to the world. He's visiting different bomb shelters or soup kitchens in different cities of the country. The bishops and the priests are out there on the front lines. The lay people are volunteers. In these refugee centers, many are preparing food for transport to the west, to the east. There's great difficulty in logistics. It's very difficult to transport anything in a country that is being bombed. But there's also great unity. Many of us are, you know, kind of on edge throughout this whole thing. It's been months when we knew this was coming, and now it's been almost full 3 weeks of this comprehensive war. I know the ambassador hasn't gotten much sleep. But every time we call Ukraine, whether it's relatives or friends, whether it's professional colleagues, I serve as the president of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and I speak with the rector and students on a daily basis. Whether we call church people or people in government, we're inspired. They're saying, it's tough, it's terrible. But there's a deep conviction, there's a deep peace. And that is what is allowing an army that is outnumbered in resources 10-to-1 to stand. That is what is helping people not to panic. You've seen that there hasn't been panic. There are refugees leaving, and mothers need to take their children out of these circumstances. But the men are staying. Hundreds of thousands, probably 200,000 men have joined the territorial defense units. How to organize all of this in 20 days is a big challenge. But the Catholic Church and the other churches that are united, because there's an all-Ukrainian council of churches and religious organizations. Orthodox, Catholics, East and West, Protestants, Muslims, Jews are united in a stance against this war, and they're working each and together for humanitarian aid to help people stand strong.
Okay. Have you spoken directly to Pope Francis about the situation in Ukraine at this point? And if you have, what was discussed?
I spoke to him 5 weeks ago before the war. And I asked him to call Vladimir Putin. And he said, maybe that could be done. He said, that could be done, like that, with a smile. And I think he's been doing everything he can behind the scenes. You saw he made an unprecedented step. Pope Francis went to the Russian embassy to lodge a protest. And I am convinced that he's made every effort to speak to Putin. And I have some information that, you know, he has not gotten responses to his gestures towards Patriarch Kirill, but I think that will change. I am hoping the Russian church leadership will open up and hear the gospel. Do not kill.
Talked about the humanitarian crisis, and you know, Poland is almost at capacity receiving refugees. How are you engaging with your counterparts from Poland and from other countries receiving refugees? You know, what support do they hope to receive from, say, the U.S. in helping to manage all of this?
Well, I think, you know, even before the war started, we have been working on a daily basis with not only our colleagues from the United States. And I mean, we have to give credit to the administration, because before the war, Secretary Blinken was on the phone with pretty much all leaders and everyone who he could reach, and President Biden, in order to deter Russia from this. So of course now we are focusing on this 20 days, but there was a big, you know, effort to deter it, and of course, I mean, it was difficult to do it, as the decision to start the war is only one person's decision. But right now, we are working very closely, and again, I would like to thank all of our neighbors that are today helping us, helping with defensive weapons, helping with humanitarian support, and welcoming our people through the border, trying to help in any way possible. So, of course, there is a big coordination center in all of these countries on the ground. There is big coordination center and lots of work with the authorities from Kiev. And again, you have to understand, remarkable, not only that our president has said, I'm staying in Kiev, I'm in Kiev, I'm fighting together with my people, I'm leading my country through this, but the cabinet of ministers, every minister being bombed at, is working day and night. The infrastructure, the electricity grid, everything. Trying to organize the logistic inside the country. The firefighters and other people who are reacting quickly to these bombings of the peaceful civilians and to our homes. So we are working, but we're also working here, all of the ambassadors, and I will not name them because I don't want to miss anyone, but all the ambassadors from European countries, and not only from European countries, from the CARICOM countries, from South America, Japan. I mean, we are in constant contact with all of our friends and allies, trying to find a way how to do it better. And I think on the humanitarian assistance, again, there is this big willingness and readiness, and we're doing everything possible. But our message to not only to the United States, but to all of our friends and allies, we have to understand that we're living now in the 1939 moment. It's not enough just to help Ukraine to fight it on our territory. We have to do it together. Because Putin repeatedly said, and all of his leaders around him, and everything that we hear from Russia, that they will not stop in Ukraine. That it's not only about Ukraine. It's about redrawing the borders in Europe. It's about redrawing the security infrastructure. It's about rebuilding that empire. So none of us who is democratic and believes in democracy is safe. And we have to act faster, and we have to unite, and we have to give a decisive response while it's still local. Because people in 1939 failed to do so. And we cannot afford to do it this time.
Okay. This question comes from a National Press Club member, Rick Dunham. Ukraine has maintained a friendly relationship with China, but China has also recently restated its no-limits relationship with Russia. It is widely reported that Russia has requested military assistance from China. What risk does China run with the relationship with Ukraine and the world if Beijing chooses to offer Putin a military or economic safety net to help him prosecute the war in Ukraine? I think they recently mentioned that they could potentially give missiles, for instance, to the Russians as they run out. So, thoughts on that?
Well, we didn't see the confirmations. We saw the discussion in the press, but I just want to say that Russia is becoming a pariah state with the massive economic sanctions, with the solid response from the collective civilized world, with 141 countries joining the UN resolution to condemn Russia's actions, and only 4 countries actually supporting these actions. And I don't think anyone would want to join this club of the pariahs of these 5 countries, including Russia. So the economic sanctions that have been implemented already, especially on the financial and banking system and trade, and we're very grateful to the US for the embargoes on the energy resources, and we really hope that all European countries will join as well. But all of that is not only affecting Russia, which it should, but it also sends a very clear message to all other countries that if they decide to play the game of helping Russia right now, then they would make their economies and their people a target for any type of secondary sanctions. And as much as, we saw the statements before the war from the meetings of the leaders of China and Russia, I don't think China wants to be associated and have blood on their hands. I don't think China wants to risk all of their economic progress and development associating or helping a war crime country like Russia. So again, we of course will respond to any official communication and comment on it, but I think it's pretty clear, it should be pretty clear for any country on our planet that they have to be on the side of the light, and they have to do everything possible to stop the evil rather than helping it. And it's equally so about those countries which are trying to help Russia to bypass some of the sanctions, smaller countries, and make some money for their budgets out of it. Those are bloody money, and countries should be aware of it. And like it's equally so about corporations. Those companies that were not sanctioned, or those sectors that were not sanctioned. But we see so many of American, especially companies that are voluntarily limiting their businesses in Russia and leaving. Because they remember how those that helped Hitler during something they live up to. So I think, again, it's for countries, for companies, for everyone, this is a moment of truth.
I think we have some time just for a few more questions. The end of this crisis, the end of this war.
There is only one person that started it, Mr. Putin, and there is one person who has to stop it. So, again, it's very black and white. It's Russia that crossed our border. It's Russia that attacked our country. It's Russia that is shelling our cities and killing our civilians. Now, as our president said, from the day one, and we're responding to any possibility to have the negotiations and to have diplomacy working on humanitarian corridors and everything else. But any, good faith negotiations require stopping ceasefire and stopping killing us. There is nothing Ukraine did to start it, and there is nothing we can do to actually stop them shooting at us. It's up to them. So we have a saying in Ukraine that if Russia stops shooting, the war will stop. If Ukraine will stop shooting today, our country will disappear. So it's totally up to Russia. But again, we will never stop trying to use any diplomatic channel, and we will respond, and we will go talk. And our president repeatedly said that he's ready to talk with any of the moderators directly in order to relay our position and in order to be able to stop this war.
Okay.
But without surrendering. That, I think, we have been very clear from day one.
I've heard some stories from both of you on what you've been hearing about and from people on the ground in Ukraine. But looking back on the last 20 odd days, what is the story that has impacted you the most personally?
There are so many. It's really difficult to pick one. People who are women given birth in the bomb shelters. Children, for 20 days living under the constant attack. A 10-year-old girl shot by a Russian tank in the suburbs of Kiev. People lying on the ground. I mean, we've seen this photos from the territories that temporarily controlled by the Russian forces to the north of Kiev, where near the churches, our priests have to bury people in the mass graves without even knowing who they are, because there are people lying on the streets in the center of Europe, dead bodies, in the 21st century. So all of it.
Maybe most striking for me has been that video clip of the mother and two children in Irpin being led out, trying to dash across a street in there with their little suitcases and being hit by a mortar. That man, those who were behind that mortar, they knew what they were doing. They saw that that was a woman with two children with little wheelbarrows, and they obliterated them. That was filmed by American journalists, one of whom, not the filmers, but in that same city was killed 2 days later. It's before the eyes of the world. And that's iconic, it's symbolic of both the helplessness, but the great courage of journalists and the great will of the country to maintain its dignity. The priests that are going down into bomb shelters. My friends, the bishops in Kharkiv, the city, he said last night we couldn't sleep. It was being hit by so many rockets. But they're at peace. Ultimately, in a deep place in their hearts, they're at peace, they're serving, and they're not afraid. People are not afraid of death. We don't know how to deal with death anymore in many Western societies in the 21st century. We think it's the abyss, that it's the end. But most civilization is built on a belief in eternal life, and the fact that we're called to live with God. And those who are fearless before death witness to a faith in eternal life. And I think that is a witness that is deeply touching the world today, and it's deeply touching my heart.
Well, thank you so much to the both of you for sharing all of that. Before we conclude today's discussion, let me take a moment to thank Headliners co-team leaders Donna Linewin-Legere and Lori Russo, as well as immediate past president Lisa Matthews, who helped to organize today's event. Club Communications Director Kate Helster and Club Executive Director Bill McCarran. I'm going to ask one last question. I know many people in the American public want to know how can they help. What are some of the ways that we can help from here?
Well, first, of course, express your opinion and your willingness to stand with Ukraine. It's very important, I think. Again, for us, being a democratic country, and our leaders listening and leading now the country together with people. And that's why Russians actually are abducting our mayors, because all Ukrainian mayors are standing and fighting with their cities and organizing a defense, and there is nothing Russians can do. They are scaring them, they're offering them money, but they are staying with people, even in the encircled cities. So I think this is where, you know, every American can make a difference and essentially say that we see this big support here on the street of Washington. Everything is blue and yellow. You know, convey this to your government. Convey it to your congressmen, senators, convey it to everyone here that American people are with Ukrainian people. And help in any way possible. Any help is important now and very, very much appreciated. If you can help with donations, do that. And we have a number of accounts in Ukraine, a number of organizations that can effectively put it to use. If you can help with welcoming some of the refugees, we're very grateful for that. We also would like to ask American universities to help. We have many Ukrainian students who are here in the universities, and we would like them to continue studying. We would like them, it's our greatest resource when we will win, because there is no question in our mind that we will win this war. And we will need to rebuild our country. And all these talents that we have here, we will need them. But we need help from the American universities, because some of them have lost everything in Ukraine. Some of their parents are fighting for the country now. So whatever can be done in order to allow them and provide them scholarships in order to continue studying in the US. So in every field there is something anyone can do to make a difference. And we would appreciate any help.
Thank you.
I would ask Americans to pray, and I explained why, to inform. And in terms of help, there's a few concrete things. Before the refugees can come here, there needs to be a policy for these refugees. There is no policy. The US is way behind the European countries. There's good intention. We receive in our offices countless phone calls of people who are willing to receive refugees, but they can't get visas. They can't get into the United States. This needs to be very clearly addressed. Great Britain is behind. The US is behind. Poland has given an example. The other neighboring countries, the countries in the heart of Europe, Germany and Western Europe and France have given an example. US needs to move. There needs to be scholarship programs not only for the students that are here, but the students that are refugees. Most of them are women, because young men students cannot leave. So programs for women and children. In Poland, by the end of this week, there will be, I heard 500,000 Ukrainian places for Ukrainian children in schools. Poland has opened up the schools to the Ukrainian children that have been brought out by their parents. We need these kind of actions here in the United States. And
we were watching right there that wrap up a really powerful forum there at the National Press Club earlier today in D.C. as we are just getting at more of a human touch to this horrible situation that is happening in Ukraine and really playing out on a daily basis, day 20, really. And we'll continue to follow it, of course, right here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And we want to also mention that, of course, tomorrow we will have special coverage at 8:30 a.m. Eastern of the Ukrainian President Zielenski addressing the U.S. Congress. We'll have it for you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. It all starts 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, when we come back here on Live Now, we are going to be getting an update on a terrible situation. It was really horrific there of a suspect accused of killing homeless men, shooting them not only in New York, but also D.C. Find out what happened. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We got you covered right here. I'm your host, Mike Page, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, next one here, really a disturbing story that we were learning about this month, where a suspect accused of shooting homeless men in New York City as well as Washington, D.C. Well, we have an update to that case with the very latest right now. Let's go on to Fox 5's Morgan McKay with the very latest here. And Morgan, what do we know now?
So no official arrest yet here in New York. NYPD officials are calling the suspect a person of interest. The Washington, D.C. police have identified the man as Gerald Brevard III. He is in police custody in D.C. at this time. NYPD officials outlined what it took today to make the arrest. On March 3rd and March 8th, 2 homeless men were shot in Washington, D.C. while they were trying to sleep. The next day, a 3rd homeless man was found stabbed and shot when police responded to a tent fire. Police in D.C. believe the suspect, Gerald Brevard III, then traveled to New York City where he shot a 4th homeless man.
He mimics calling 911 and our perpetrator flees. 1 .22 caliber shell casing is recovered. The perpetrator is described as a male wearing all black.
A little more than an hour later, officials believe that the same man then shot and killed another homeless man on Lafayette Street.
We immediately realize it is the same perpetrator in both instances, based on a .22 caliber, homeless men, the same clothing description and close proximity to each other.
NYPD officials say a D.C. police officer who is originally from Queens was the one to realize that the shootings in New York City and D.C. could be linked. After dozens of tips, AFT agents were able to apprehend and arrest Gerald Brevard III. Brevard is being charged with first-degree murder, assault with intent to kill, and assault with a dangerous weapon in the D.C. attacks. He is currently being held there in police custody while the NYPD finishes its investigation.
We don't have enough to make an arrest. We're working with the Manhattan District Attorney. We're gathering all our evidence. This is 2 days old, 48 hours old.
NYPD officials say they are still investigating to see if Brevard is linked to any other deaths. They say law enforcement in the surrounding areas are doing the same. Back to you in the studio.
And Morgan, I know it's really early in the investigation there, but is there any sense, a motive? Why was this person doing this?
That's a great question. We don't have that information at this time. I know they're still investigating it in D.C. The man does have prior incidents with police. They are really looking into this, as NYPD officials are saying. They are still investigating motive, just a continuous ongoing investigation.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much for that update. We really appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. And what we'll do now for some of our viewers here is you're going to see just some highlights here of that news conference from the New York Police Department. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
It has been an active and eventful few days, but this is nothing new for the women and men of the NYPD. Because every day, in every corner of this city, our dedicated officers are out there working to keep every New Yorker safe. But as we saw over the last weekend, this work can extend beyond the 5 boroughs. And when it does, we are ready. Because we're ready, and we know that the challenges of modern policing require relationships to be strong. And we consistently prove that they are. On every level, local, state, and federal, we all serve the same public safety mission. And we know how vital it is that we rely on each other, especially now. Every day, we are dealing with threats that can originate anywhere and target any one of us. We know that violent criminals do not concern themselves with precinct borders, jurisdictional boundaries, or state lines, and we can't be restricted by them either. So we work together, share information openly, and learn from each other. That's how we face the challenges before us, how we get better at what we do, and how we keep people safe. After all, that's why we're all here. That's the reason we became police officers and public servants. But as I'm sure every law enforcement agency would agree, nothing in our profession is accomplished alone. It takes many dedicated people from both the public and private sectors working in those close partnerships to get things done. The two cases we're going to talk about today are perfect examples of this. So it's important that we take this opportunity to recognize all those who made these recent arrests possible. Every member of the NYPD, from SRG, CRC, NCOs, and all of our patrol and investigative resources, and high praise to the Detective Bureau, who worked tirelessly to search for these violent offenders. Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Robert Conti, who has been an invaluable partner of the NYPD in this and many other endeavors. John DeVito, the special agent in charge of the ATF's New York Field Division, who was with us on this from the very beginning and every step of the way. And our colleagues and friends from the FBI, who provided additional resources which were key to these investigations. We also need to thank the United States Secret Service, who helped us track the Moma stabbing subject to the Philadelphia area, and Commissioner Danielle Outlaw and everyone at the Philadelphia Police Department for the work they did in pursuing and apprehending the subject last night. Then we have to thank the support of the New York City Police Foundation, including President and CEO Susan Birnbaum and Chief Financial Officer Isaac Rothbart. Anytime the NYPD and the people of New York City need them, they are there. And the last few days were no exception. We sincerely appreciate their constant support. Thank you. We asked for their assistance, and along with the mayor's office and others, they went to work putting together the reward money we offered last night. The foundation has been and will continue to be a vital part of what we do, and their work has made our city safer for over 50 years. Finally, I want to speak about the absolutely instrumental part the public played in these investigations and arrests. When we held a joint conference in D.C. last night, we asked for the public's help, and the response was extraordinary. The tips we received through Crime Stoppers and other outlets led us directly to contacts, movements, locations, and a name. It was the perfect model of focused, intelligence-led policing, and highlighted the public's fundamental role in keeping us all safe. Public safety is a shared responsibility. We all have a part to play, and in these cases, everyone performed them perfectly. 2 cases, 3 cities, 5 agencies across multiple local, state, and federal jurisdictions, 48 hours of investigation, and now 2 arrests. Chief of the NYPD, Chief of Department, Chief Ken Corey, will now provide some further details on these investigations and arrests. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. In both cases that we're talking about here today, since Saturday night, the NYPD has used an all-hands-on-deck approach. Precinct neighborhood coordination officers and other patrol resources were deployed. Critical Response Command and Strategic Response Group personnel had their focus shifted. Investigators pushed the pictures of the suspect to more than 36,000 NYPD smartphones. We attempted to make contact with the population of people experiencing homelessness everywhere in New York City, which was no small feat. We informed them of the shooter that was targeting them. We urged them to go to shelters and of the services available to them. We showed them pictures of the shooter, asking them if they had interacted with him or knew who he was. Detectives were relentless in their pursuit of video, which enabled us to disseminate clear images to the public, who were ultimately instrumental in identifying the perpetrator wanted for these unspeakable crimes. The Chief of Detectives, James Essig, will now brief you on the details of these investigations. Chief Essig.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to brief you on 3 investigations that are fairly new. So the first one's on Saturday, March 12th at 4:15 in the afternoon. 2 employees of the Museum of Modern Art were stabbed. We were quickly able to identify the perpetrator as a member of the museum. Due to his disruptive behavior, he was banned from that location. He is identified as Gary Cabana, a male white 60 years old of 255 West 43rd Street. He had no prior criminal history. We put out a be on the lookout alert, a BOLO alert, to all law enforcement agencies. Yesterday in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, an arson was located at a Best Western hotel. The Philadelphia Police Department responded, and after a short canvass found him sleeping nearby. I want to thank the Philadelphia Police Department and the U.S. Secret Service who got involved when threats were made against the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. Both services were very instrumental in this apprehension. He has been taken into custody, and we are waiting extradition and the arrest warrants to bring him back to New York, where he will be charged with assault 2 for these incidents, assault 3 for a previous incident in Manhattan where he punched a previous employee, and an aggravated harassment where he's sending threats via email. Our second incident is an elderly female assaulted. This occurs on West 23rd Street between 8th and 9th Avenues on March 10th at 8:25 p.m. Our complainant is an 87-year-old female who was walking down the street when a female with long curly hair, a black jacket, crossed the street and pushed the 87-year-old female in an unprovoked, senseless attack. That's her right up there. A short time ago today, our complainant died from her injuries. We're asking the public's help in solving this disgusting and disgraceful offense committed against a vulnerable, elderly female who was doing nothing but walking down the streets of New York City. So please, anybody with any information on this person or her whereabouts, call 1-800-577-TIPS. Before I go on into our last case, I'd like to thank the Police Foundation. They are a true public-private partnership with us, and whenever we ask them for anything, they always are ready, willing, and able to help us. With me right now is Chief Hank Sortner of Manhattan South Detective Investigations, Thomas Galati, the Chief of Intel. Finally, I'd like to bring you up to speed on a homicide and non-fatal shooting of our 2 homeless persons. But before I go on, I'd just like to say how grateful and proud myself and everybody up here is of our New York City police detectives. From arresting a serial killer last week to investigating homicides, shootings, and stabbings, in addition to other non-high-profile crimes, they come through time and time again. And this is just another example of why they are called the greatest detectives in the world. So I'll begin with the timeline of events as we know them. I want to caution everybody. We do not have anybody under arrest in New York City or for any of these incidents that occurred in New York. This is still a very, very active investigation. So in Washington, D.C., on March 3rd, March 8th, and March 9th, 3 homeless men were shot, 1 fatally. At 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, March 12th, we have our person of interest in Manhattan. At 3:30, we have a picture of him at Pennsylvania Station that you see here. At 4:30 in the morning, patrol officers responded to a man shot at 56 King Street. Our victim is a homeless man who woke to pain of being shot in his forearm. He mimics calling 911, and our perpetrator flees. 1 .22 caliber shell casing is recovered. The perpetrator is described as a male wearing all black. At 6 a.m., At 22 Howard Avenue, another homeless man is sleeping on the sidewalk. A male dressed in black Puma sneakers, black jeans, and a black face mask shoves this victim, produces a handgun, and fires multiple times, striking him fatally. Here is the video of that, and as you watch, you're kind of taken aback and you're shocked that someone can commit such a jarring act against a defenseless person. 5 .22 caliber shell casings are recovered at that scene. Between the hours of 7:57 and 10:26, we are able to determine that our person of interest is in Lower Manhattan. At 6 a.m., March 12th, our victim from 22 Howard is discovered and a 911 is called. He is pronounced dead on scene. We immediately realize it is the same perpetrator in both instances, based on a .22 caliber, homeless men, the same clothing description, and close proximity to each other. All NYPD resources are mobilized. At approximately 10 p.m., the NYPD holds a press conference. We release descriptions and circumstances of this event. A sharp detective in Metropolitan Police Department, who is a former Queens resident and who follows us on social media, realizes it's the same person of interest in their 3 shootings incidents in Washington. At 5:20 hours in the morning, March 13th, less than 24 hours after fatally shooting a defenseless homeless man and wounding another, our person of interest is back in the District of Columbia. Shortly thereafter, a Sunday morning, the Metropolitan Police contact the NYPD. Information is exchanged and the ATF is requested to help. By 2 p.m. that day, it is confirmed that all 5 instances, the 3 in D.C. and the 2 in New York City, are a match and are a ballistics lead. From that moment on, the cooperation and exchange of leads between the NYPD, the Metropolitan Police Department, the ATF, and the FBI Fiber Task Force was extraordinary. Earlier today, the Metropolitan Police Department, along with the ATF, took a person into custody. He is being charged with crimes committed there. Investigation into these incidents in New York are ongoing, and we are working with the Manhattan District's Attorney's Office to bring these horrible crimes to a successful conclusion. Any New Yorker who recognizes this person, who has any information, can please call us at 1-800-577-TIPS. With that, we'll take any questions.
Steve, just by nature of some of the details here, are you aware of how he transported himself from D.C. to New York and back, and how this arrest was eventually effectuated in D.C.?
As to how he got here, we're looking at all avenues. We suspect it's public transportation, either by train or bus. But just by the fact he's in Penn Station at 3 in the morning. As far as how we made the arrest, extraordinary coordination, and we were in contact almost immediately after our homicide at 6 o'clock. So the exchange of information.
So once again, you've been listening in to this press conference out of New York with the police department as a suspect is in custody. That man accused of 5 shootings of homeless men, 2 of those shootings deadly in New York City and Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. also holding a press conference today. Still, a lot of details are trickling in about the motive of this man and the investigation underway. So we'll be watching this throughout the evening here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we are talking about rising prices. We know rising prices are happening across the board, but now your food delivery service, you might be seeing some changes in those prices as well. Details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The big board in green today, but not so fast. You might be spending a little more green in the future. Food delivery services now facing more issues thanks to record high prices. And for you, that means pricier food bills and longer waits for that meal. Fox's Madison Scarpino joining us live from Kirkwood, Missouri. Madison, what do we have to deal with? What are people going to be seeing on those receipts? We know food delivery services can already be a little pricey anyway.
Oh yeah, Daytona. Well, they're probably going to get a little bit more pricier than usual. And deliveries are a huge part of restaurants like this one. And the owner here says that he may have no choice but to raise prices to offset the cost of gas. And when it comes to companies similar to Uber Eats or DoorDash, like we were talking about, prices, like we said, are up all around. And it's harder for those drivers to make a living. Record gas prices are putting food delivery drivers in a tough position.
Some of the data actually shows that as much as 50% of the money that they were making has declined because of the cost of fuels.
And for some of these drivers, delivering food is their full-time job.
It seems as though gas prices go up, it just means they have to work more or a little bit longer hours to make the same amount of money to take it home.
The food delivery business has been booming in recent years. Services like Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash's revenue has heavily increased, and so has the number of people who are ordering. A lot of these companies have added surcharges because of gas prices.
So that's going to help them quite a bit, but that will increase the price to consumers.
A problem St. Louis pizza businesses are also facing.
We've had to increase our prices per, our radius.
We take delivery 7 days a week, every day. It's hitting the people that work for us right in their pocket, the hardest.
Between the pandemic, supply chain issues, and now rising fuel costs, John Racanelli says it's been a different battle every day for his restaurant.
We're going to have to raise prices. What else can you do? I don't see any other way to stay in business because of this poor inflation that we have. It's just ridiculous.
And I'm told one solution for drivers is to only focus on meal periods. So that means that they would stack up their orders at a time to be more efficient with their gas. But you're probably going to be waiting longer for those takeout meals because of all of this. In Kirkwood, Missouri, I'm Madison Scarpino. Back to you, Daytona.
All right, Madison, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Hopefully those prices don't rise too much. Well, we want to alert you to a couple of live looks that we have as things are getting set up. We'll have President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. They're participating in an event on Equal Pay Day to celebrate Women's History Month. There was already an event a little bit earlier today with Vice President Kamala Harris as she is outlining equal pay for women on this month here. So we're going to play that out for you until this one gets underway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And Jen Klein, thank you for the introduction and mostly for the work that you do every day tirelessly as the director of our Gender Policy Council. And to the members of Congress, members of our administration, business leaders, community leaders, and equal pay advocates who are here with us virtually and in person, thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for your commitment to action every day. So I'll begin with a simple truth. Our economy just has not been working as it should for the women of our nation. Across industries, women are less likely to be hired than equally qualified men. They are paid less and promoted slower for doing similar work. Women are routinely shut out of good jobs in high-paying industries, such as science and technology, construction and truck driving, in part because our society tells women that some industries are just not for them. And as study after study has shown, women are expected to shoulder an unequal share of unpaid caregiving responsibilities. When families cannot afford or cannot find caregiving, such as childcare, elder care, or home care, it often falls on women to fill the gaps, whether that means going part-time or leaving the workforce entirely, or working full-time at a paid job and full-time performing unpaid caregiving. And over the past 2 years, the pandemic has only deepened these inequities as caregiving has become more expensive and more difficult to find. And here's how it all adds up. Today, on average, working women who are working full-time, year-round, make just 83 cents for every dollar that a man makes. And for many women of color, the gap is even wider. Over a 40-year career, a woman will lose out on about $400,000. For Black women, Latina women, Native American women, that loss in wages is closer to $1 million. And of course, that is money that a woman could use to pay off her student loan debt, or put a down payment on a house, or pay a mortgage, or invest in a small business, or save for retirement. As one must recognize, lower wages mean working women have less money to save today, and lower wages mean they receive lower Social Security benefits in their senior years. For so many women, the gender wage gap acts as a virtual tax, making it so much more difficult to pay the bills and invest in their future. It can also have a negative impact on their productivity, job satisfaction, and retention. And by extension, it can have a negative impact on individual businesses and on our economy as a whole. As the business leaders here today will tell us, closing the gender wage gap, well, it's not just a moral issue, it's also a business one. If we are going to continue to grow our economy and to be competitive and lead the world in the 21st century, we simply cannot afford to leave half of our workforce behind. To build an economy that works for all of us, we must build an economy that works for women. That is one of our administration's central missions, and that has been a central mission of mine for quite some time. In fact, when I served in the United States Senate, I introduced what we named the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights Act to ensure that domestic workers, 90% of whom are women, they are paid fairly and that their rights are protected. And with Senator Patty Murray of Washington and Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, I co-sponsored the Paycheck Fairness Act to make it easier for employees to bring equal pay claims against their employers. And over the past year, our administration has taken important action to address the gender wage gap. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided immediate relief to millions of women who were severely impacted by the pandemic. We passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which is creating good-paying, good union jobs, including for many women in industries where they are underrepresented, such as transportation, clean energy, and construction. Today, we are taking additional steps to help increase pay equity across our nation. One factor that contributes to pay inequity is the common practice of requiring job applicants to share their salary history. Now think about that. Why does that matter? Well, in effect, it's allowing how much an employee was paid in the past to impact how much they will be paid in the future. So think about that. For many women, this practice can mean that inequitable pay from a previous job will follow them to the current job, and so on and so on. So our administration is committed to eliminating discriminatory pay practices that inhibit the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of the federal government. And that's why today our Office of Personnel Management will begin work to address the use of salary history in the hiring and pay-setting process for federal employees. And today, the President, Joe Biden, will sign an executive order that directs the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council to consider limiting the use of salary history in employment decisions by federal contractors. In addition, today, our Department of Labor will direct federal contractors to strengthen pay audits, Pay audits help organizations determine whether they are paying all their employees equitably. And if they are not, give them data to help correct that inequity. The President and I firmly believe that all companies should conduct these audits and, where appropriate, should be transparent about the results. By the way, I think it's always appropriate to be transparent about the results because pay transparency creates accountability. And accountability, well, that drives progress. Our administration cannot bridge the wage gap alone. It will truly take all of us working together. And that is why we are gathered here today at this summit. We can build a more fair, more efficient, and more equitable economy. As I said and truly believe, an economy that works for women and for everyone. That's how it goes. An economy that works for women works for everyone. And so together we will continue to do this good work. I thank you all the leaders who are here, and let us continue with this important work until we truly reach a place where all workers and all people are treated fairly. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So once again, Vice President Kamala Harris a little bit earlier today as we are awaiting President Biden to be speaking here on Equal Pay Day. We also heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she held a press conference. You can see her at the front there going around giving handshakes, giving hugs, but a packed room awaiting President Biden. Also pretty cool, we'll be hearing from the International Space Station as we have astronauts who are there as we speak right now answering questions from young kids about their time in space, what it takes to get there, and so much more. So a lot more to get to here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here after this commercial break. All right, so we were going to try to play out this press conference for you coming in from NASA TV as astronauts are going to answer questions from kids about their travel to International Space Station. Unfortunately, it does not look like we have audio on that. But that's okay because we have a lot more live events that we want to be getting to here, including President Biden going to be speaking on Equal Pay Day on Women's History Month. This is Women's History Month. There's been several different events to highlight this day today, including an event with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We're going to play that out for you as you can see her in the front row. And then, of course, whenever the president steps up, we'll go out to him live.
This is pretty exciting for us. It's a pleasure to welcome so many advocates for working women this Equal Pay Day. Let us salute our hosts. They're two co-chairs of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Congresswoman Jackie Speer of California and Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence of Michigan. And thank you to the Secretary, Mr. Secretary. It's an honor to welcome you to the Capitol because you are such a devoted champion for working families. And Wendy Chun-Hoon, Director of the Labor Department's Women's Bureau. We'll hear from her. Sarah Jane Glynn, Senior Advisor of the Women's Bureau. These women, these leaders in the Labor Department are so focused on this important issue. And our very VIPs today, I know everybody will understand, with all the respect I have for our guests that I introduced, our VIPs today are Leah Rambo, Training Director of Smart Local 28, and Bethany Foto, an advocate for family values at work. They have the stories of America's working families. And as we know, today marks the day when women's wages catch up to men's income from last year, a gap of 83 cents on the dollar. I said to our friends earlier, before I had to take this call, that can you imagine one of these days young people will look back and say, can you believe there was a time when women did not make the same amount of as men did for the same work? Again, this disparity cost more than $400,000 over a career. Imagine what that means in money for rent, bills, food, groceries, lower credit scores, and costlier loans. And it has a big impact on women's retirement. Well, here the Labor Department is releasing a report that found that the pandemic compounded these inequities, especially for mothers and women of color. Last year, the Democratic House proudly took action to help right this wrong by once again passing Chair Rosa DeLauro, whether it's child tax credit or any of these issues, in this case, the Paycheck Fairness Act, which will end pay secrecy, you know what that is, and empower women to hold employers accountable for pay discrimination. Well, let's hear from our folks right now. And next, we're going to hear from the distinguished former mayor of the city of Boston, former member of the labor movement. Maybe you still are a member of the labor movement. Still a member of the labor movement. A person who really understands the needs of America's working families, has been a leader on their behalf. We're very honored to have with us the distinguished Secretary of Labor, Secretary Walsh.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's such an honor to be with you today, and Congressman Speer and Lawrence as well, and all of the distinguished speakers here today and everyone here. I was told I have a minute and a half, so I'm going to take 2.5 minutes. The Speaker just addressed this. Equal Pay Day. It is March 15th, 2020. March 15th, 2020. And in this country, we still have inequities when it comes to pay. And when you look at the numbers from white women to black women to Latino women, those numbers even get worse. And as mayor of the city of Boston, we started to address this issue by bringing people to the table, by bringing employers to the table to say we need to address it. I know there's lots of legislation, and I was a state rep before I was the mayor, and I was in the legislature 16 years, and I think I voted probably 6 times on equal pay legislation when it's not that complicated. That employers should recognize pay women the same as you pay men for the same job. That's the bottom line. And we're going to talk a little bit about benefits here as well today. I want to thank some of the press for being here today, but I wish we had more press here today. Because if we were at this podium for another issue, this room would be packed with cameras and reporters. Because in the media, in some cases, women reporters get paid less than men reporters. So we need to make sure that this issue was once and for all addressed. Women's History Month is an opportunity to learn about and celebrate women who have made impacts on this nation, something that's really important for us to do. Many of the key leaders and women in this room are the people we should be celebrating. I just want to take a moment to thank all the women in this room for all the work you do, particularly in public service, in the private sector as well, to help American people. I have to do this because it's really important. The Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor published a report. It's called Bearing the Cost of How Overrepresentation in Undervalued Roles Hurt Women During the Pandemic. I want to thank our director, Wendy Chung-Hoon, who's here with us today, and her team at the Women's Bureau who's with us today, and everyone in the department who worked on this report who did some amazing work. It's not just about the impact of a pandemic. It's about how low pay and limited opportunities left women vulnerable and continue to leave women vulnerable, especially women of color in this country. These injustice has been created over many decades. This isn't something new, and we can't blame the pandemic for it, because we could have done the report 3 years ago on something else, and the report's going to say the same things. Women continue to be overrepresented in low-paying, low-quality jobs, especially in the care sector. Many lack access to paid leave, protections to take care of their own families. So at the Department of Labor, we continue to fight with women and for women in the workforce. We are identifying the needs and advocating for solutions for women and other vulnerable workers all across this country, so we create an inclusive economy that works for everyone. I'm not going to go too much into this. We need to invest in child care. We need to invest in elder care. Women are disproportionately working in those industries. We need to build pathways for women into good-paying, high-quality jobs dominated by men, like the building trades, which I come out of. Our Good Job Initiative is working across sectors in government here to make sure that all the cabinets and all the secretaries are working collectively together. Congress is going to talk today, and they've done some amazing work. We have a Speaker of the House who is leading the way in this country for equality for women in pay in every other way. It's an honor for me to be standing here with the Congressman. President Biden and Vice President Harris are pushing to remove barriers for caregiving and improving the well-being of many women working in the cares economy. I'm excited to be partnering with all of you here today. I want to thank you all for the work you do. I want to give a shout out to Boston. We have an office of everyone laughs when I do that because I do it every single time I speak. But we have a Women's Bureau in Boston too. Women's Office of Women's Advancement. When I became the mayor of Boston, we had what was called the Women's Commission. And we thought to ourselves, well, it's great to have a women's commission, but we need to do more than that. So we started to look about taking commission turn into an office, and we created the Women's Office of Women's Advancement, because that's what it was all about. I want to thank the work in all across this country. I want to thank all of you standing here. Paid leave for all, I completely agree with you. Thank you for wearing the buttons today. And it's an honor for me. I went too far over because the speaker staff's over here sweating right now, get Marty Walsh away from the microphone. So I'm gonna turn the floor over to the next speaker here, who's also been a champion, Democratic Women's Caucus Chair, Congressman Jackie Speier.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for lifting women up around the country and around the world. To my co-chair, to all the women who are here, thrilled to be with you. They call this Equal Pay Day, but I like to call it Unequal Pay Day, because that's the message that we are conveying today. You've heard the statistics. The numbers are just dismal. And women are making 83 cents on the dollar. African-American women are making 58 cents on the dollar, and Latina women are making 49 cents on the dollar. There was a bot that was created last week that I thought was really interesting. It's called the Gender Pay Gap Bot, and it came out of the UK. And what they found was that for all the lip service we give to equal pay, many other companies are falling woefully below the standards. For instance, in the UK, Goldman Sachs is paying women 36% less than men in those positions. Virgin Atlantic, 58 cents, or 58%, I should say, and Ryanair, 68% less than their male counterparts. We did pass the Paycheck Fairness Act with great, robust energy and support. It is now sitting in the Senate.
So once again, you've been listening in to this event from earlier today as lawmakers are speaking out, male and female, on Equal Pay Day. In the bottom right-hand corner, we are waiting on President Biden as he will likely be heading up there in the next couple of minutes, possibly at the top of the hour, to address that full room on this topic here. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll go into some of the segments from our stations across the country, including from Fox 32 in Chicago, as they are giving tips and tricks on how to ask for a raise at this point in time for women specifically. So that segment coming up here in 2 minutes.
Equal Pay Day is March 15th, and the workforce company Glassdoor is asking U.S. women about their confidence around pay, salary, transparency, and barriers to pay conversation. Allison Sullivan with Glassdoor joining us now to discuss some of the results and more. Good morning to you, Allison. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Let's start with some of those results, because first, your survey found the majority of employed women, and a whopping 85% actually, believe they deserve a pay increase, and that the Great Resignation gives them more leverage to negotiate their salaries. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, that's right. Job seekers and employees are really in the driver's seat right now. As you can see, the Great Resignation really helps boost confidence, not only in potential jobs out there, but also, if you've been working really hard, that, hey, I want to talk about my pay, I deserve an increase. And I would say to those folks, anyone thinking about talking about their pay right now, seize the moment. It is truly a great time to have these conversations with your boss or a potential company.
You wouldn't think that would be the case with the pandemic having such a devastating impact financially on everybody. But I guess if you don't have a workforce, then you don't have a company, right? So that has to make a huge difference. I also want to point out that your survey also found nearly half of women feel comfortable sharing pay with a coworker, but few have actually done so. So my question to you is, should we be sharing our pay, and what's the benefit to us as women and employees?
Yeah, I think the more information we have about pay, the better we all are when it comes to understanding our market value, when it comes to those negotiating times, and really having the confidence to step in and really know what's out there. But as you just mentioned, pay is really a taboo topic still for some, and it's a vulnerable topic. And so that's why I think, if it seems a little scary to talk with your coworker, there are actually a lot of great tools out there. For example, Glassdoor, millions of people are going and sharing their salaries and doing so anonymously. Doing that, taking that step can still be really helpful in sharing pay information. in a way that your coworkers can see, and also many other people in your field or your city. So I encourage people to, the more you can share, I think the better we all are when it comes to really understanding the market.
So do your research. Okay, finally, what advice do you have for all employees negotiating pay? How do you go about doing it so that you, in fact, get that increase and wage that you deserve?
Yeah, so I really have three main tips. One, you just said it, do your research. The more research and the more numbers you have, the more confident you're going to have stepping into these conversations. Two, use examples and data. You know, you can't just throw out a number, really paint the picture for how you've worked so hard and, you know, this increase is really going to help. And then thirdly, practice. The more you practice, again, the more you're going to be able to have confidence in this conversation and also navigate, because it really is a conversation with your, you know, potential employer or boss. And so that practice is really going to help you come in and be strong and confident.
Three basic but great tips. Allison Sullivan with Glassdoor. Thanks so much for joining me this morning. You take care.
And there you have it on Equal Pay Day today. President Biden alongside the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. President going to speak now. Let's listen in.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the White House. It's the biggest crowd we've had since we got here. I'm Joe Biden. I'm Jill Biden's husband. I'm proud of it. Welcome to Women's History Month celebration. We're honored to have what may well be the most inspiring event we've had at the White House so far. I've often said that America's strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. And I mean that. Look at I was going to say, look at this stage, but that's enough, too. Look at the stage. But there's been a little change in the arrangement of who's on the stage because of the First Lady's husband contracting COVID. But look at this room and what you see. Pardon? That's right. She's fine. It's me. That's not together. The second lady, the first gentleman. How about that? Anyway, an incredible group of members of Congress led by Nancy Pelosi, the first woman speaker. I believe will be considered one of the greatest speakers in our history. I mean,